Chapter 1. A Decade of Return. I swear, if anything happens to my dog, De Huang, I won't let you off the hook. A stout woman, resembling a fierce warrior, stood with her hands firmly placed on her hips, vociferously berating the closed door before her. Her tirade continued unabated, punctuated by furious kicks against the sturdy iron door, which trembled under her assault, causing the surrounding walls to shudder as well. "Come out, Tang. You've harmed my De Huang, and you don't even have the decency to show your face." Bang! 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 The iron door reverberated under the relentless pounding, yet the house remained eerily silent. Inside, Run Jing's complexion paled as she anxiously fixated on the door, terrified that the stout woman might indeed force her way in. The half-packed luggage lay untouched, a testament to her growing dread. She glared fiercely at the dazed Tang Yujie, who remained unresponsive, as the woman outside continued her onslaught, her profanity slipping through the cracks of the door like venomous whispers. It was only after a good half-hour of ceaseless cursing that the cacophony began to fade into the distance. Once silence enveloped the space, Run Jing hastily shoved her belongings into the suitcase, slamming it shut with determination. She hoisted the suitcase and shot a cold, derisive glance at the perpetually silent Tang Yujie. "Tang Yujie, look at you. You've grown quite bold. You used to be meek as a lamb, but today, on the very day we decide to part ways, you unleash your fury on someone else's dog. Truly impressive." When Run Jing heard the news from outside, she was momentarily taken aback. She had never imagined that her typically docile boyfriend would erupt in such a manner. Though it was merely a dog he had struck, the neighbors described his ferocity as if he were a man possessed. Initially skeptical, her disbelief turned to shock when she saw Tang Yujie return, drenched in blood, nearly causing her to collapse in fright. Yet, throughout it all, Tang Yujie did not spare her a glance, his gaze fixated on the perennial calendar hanging on the wall. How could this be? It was July 7th, 2020? Had he truly been reborn? Tang Yujie racked his brain, unable to comprehend how he had been torn to shreds by countless beasts during the monstrous tide, only to awaken 10 years prior. What significance did this day hold? At 34, he should rightly be 24. Just hours ago, he had been obliterated in the horrific beast wave, yet now, he found himself seated on a bench in a familiar neighborhood. Upon opening his eyes, he observed a mutated dog darting past him, instinctively pouncing forward in alarm. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to notice the unusual surroundings, leading him to realize that he had indeed been reborn. Surviving was a stroke of fortune. Perhaps he could rectify the regrets and sorrows of his past life one by one. "Stop pretending, Tang Yujie. Didn't you hear what I said?" The dazed Tang Yujie suddenly felt a jolt run down his spine, snapping him back to reality, and he turned around with an aura of ferocity. "Ah!" Run Jing felt as though a ravenous lion loomed before her, even though it remained seated and did not directly confront her. Yet, that unyielding gaze was enough to send chills down her spine, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. That terrifying moment was fleeting, as Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, addressing the woman before him. "Who are you? What are you doing in my home?" Ren Jing, recovering from her momentary fright, was nearly apoplectic upon hearing Tang Yujie's words. Looking at his familiar, innocent expression, her anger surged. She stomped her foot, her long nails pointing accusingly at his forehead. "Tang Yujie, stop acting dumb. I was blind to have wasted 3 years with you. Today, I'm leaving you, and tomorrow I will find a man who can provide me with a better life." To the outside world, Tang Yujie was a handsome young man with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with life. His nose was slightly prominent, and his thin lips turned upward, as if inviting one to savor their presence. A decade of survival amid the apocalypse had dulled Tang Yujie's memories of her, so even with this second chance, he felt little more than indifference. He regarded Ren Jing with a bemused expression and queried, "Aren't you dating Supervisor Li from your company? Shouldn't you be off to find him?" Ren Jing froze, her face paling as she took a step back, incredulously staring at Tang Yujie. "You? How do you know that?" Tang Yujie shrugged nonchalantly. "It's been the talk of the office." What's so strange about it? He recalled how just days prior, he had brought her a late-night meal while she was working overtime, witnessing her cozily draped over Supervisor Lee's arm, radiating a sweetness he had never received during their time together. How had he felt then? Disheartened perhaps? Instead of confronting the pair, he had wallowed in self-pity, berating himself for not providing Ren Jing with a better life. Then, like today, she had broken things off with him. At that moment, he had merely felt dejected, neither pleading for her to stay nor exposing her duplicity. The guilt he had felt then had faded now. He simply felt indifferent. Ren Jing had long since faded from his thoughts were it not for their face-to-face encounter. He might not have recognized her at all. Tang Yujie's nonchalance ignited Ren Jing's embarrassment, transforming it into fury. That's exactly your problem. You've always been so unflappable. For 3 years, while I watch others thrive, even those who have it rough manage to become white-collar workers. And you? You graduated only to toil as a laborer at a supermarket, renting this shabby place, with a living room smaller than most bathrooms. Why should I endure such a miserable existence with you? I did nothing wrong. You are the one at fault. A chill swept over Tang Yujie as he regarded Ren Jing, whose frenzied demeanor only incited his disdain. Are you done? If so, get out. The ferocity cultivated through 10 years of battling countless beasts surged forth, overwhelming Ren Jing, who stumbled back and fell to the ground, a wave of humiliation washing over her as an embarrassing liquid spread across the floor. Ren Jing's face drained of color as she met Tang Yujie's mocking gaze, her shattered pride compelling her to burst into tears. Without a second thought for her smeared makeup, she grabbed her luggage and fled. Tang Yujie, expressionless, observed the liquid on the floor before calmly closing the door and returning to the sofa. Compared to everything he had endured, the sting of their breakup was inconsequential, especially when it involved someone he deemed unworthy of his concern. A decade of evasion had allowed Tang Yujie to forget many things, including the operation of these outdated appliances. After some time, he finally managed to turn on the television, tuning into a news channel that had been covering a significant story for the past fortnight. On the screen, a beautiful anchorwoman held a microphone in her left hand while her right grasped the device, leaning close to the ground as she spoke clearly into the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. The radiation levels have reached 95 pascals, a staggering increase of 30 pascals since last week. Not only the soil, but the plants around us also bear this strange radiation. We know that a functioning computer emits 0.12 pascals of radiation, which can adversely affect human health. What unforeseen harm might this intense radiation pose to us? The scene shifted to 2 individuals seated behind a news desk, seemingly gazing at the camera. The anchor on the left, smiling lightly, posed a question to the elderly professor beside her. Professor Su, we have just witnessed unprecedented radiation levels outside. What nature does this sudden radiation possess, and could it potentially harm our health? Professor Su adjusted his glasses and calmly gazed at the manuscript in his hands. We are all aware that in our daily lives, we are constantly subjected to various forms of radiation. Household appliances, construction materials, and the myriad of diagnostic devices in hospitals all emit radiation. However, not all of this radiation is detrimental to human health. In recent weeks, a global phenomenon has emerged, resulting in heightened radiation levels in our surrounding soil, with even the flora exhibiting significant radiation. Although the nature of this radiation remains unknown, it poses little threat to our bodies. In fact, we are scarcely aware of its presence. Through extensive multidirectional experiments conducted by our Academy of Sciences, it has been established that while this radiation does affect plants, we believe the impact is positive. Before he could finish, Tang Yujie, utterly disinterested, switched off the television. He gazed out at the lush greenery outside, where people gathered with their pets, sharing laughter and camaraderie, and he couldn't help but smile wryly at the notion of harmless radiation. Who could have anticipated that just a week later, this so-called benign radiation would catalyze a rapid evolution among both flora and fauna? Indeed, evolution, deep within the genetic fabric of all living beings, dating back tens of thousands of years, the evolution of single species adapting to diverse environments has never ceased on this planet. Yet, humanity, having evolved at an unprecedented pace and arguably standing as the pinnacle of biological evolution, has paradoxically forfeited its capacity for autonomous evolution due to an over-reliance on technological advancement. Recall the decade when countless mutated beings blotted out the sun, preying upon humanity. In an instant, humankind plummeted from the apex to the abyss, struggling to survive amidst the relentless onslaught of mutated beasts and flora. However, while the heavens seemed to close the door on human existence, they left a slender window for respite. The surviving remnants of humanity, initially resigned to their doom, inadvertently discovered that consuming the flesh and blood of these mutated creatures could unlock genetic potential, thereby reigniting the path of evolution. Chapter 2. Preparation. This monumental discovery undoubtedly shook the world. From that moment on, humanity embarked anew upon the path of evolution, with a diverse array of new beings, identified as those with extraordinary abilities and enhancers. Gracing the grand stage once more, in a previous life, Tang Yujie had unlocked his genetic potential too late, compounded by a scarcity of resources, and ultimately, he barely attained the rank of a second lieutenant before his demise. When the beast tide descended, he was but slightly stronger than mere cannon fodder. 10 generals, 3 marshals. I wonder if this time I shall ascend to that echelon of power. The thought of the figure from his past life, standing at the forefront of countless evolved beings, ignited a fiery determination within Tang Yujie, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Each of those individuals possessed the might to split mountains and sever seas, their singular strength rivaling that of myriad beasts. Standing upon the city walls, they truly embodied the phrase, "One man holds the pass, 10,000 beasts cannot pass." Overwhelmed with emotion, blood vessels began to surface in Tang's eyes. Having been granted a second chance at life, he possessed advantages that far surpassed those of anyone else. He was privy to the significant events that would unfold over the next decade. If this knowledge couldn't transform him into a true powerhouse, he felt it would be better to meet his end right then and there. Suddenly, a jarring vibration emanated from his pocket, interrupting his reverie. Startled, Tang Yujie tensed momentarily, but soon regained composure, shaking his head with a wry smile as he retrieved the phone he had used a decade ago, only to find a call from someone labeled manager flashing on the screen. Furrowing his brows, he finally recognized the caller. Before he could utter a word upon answering, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. "Tang Yujie, do you even realize what time it is? Do you still want your paycheck for this month? If you don't want to work, just leave." Tang Yujie paused, suddenly recalling that he was supposed to be working at Fuyuan supermarket. However, glancing at the time, he realized he had long since missed it. Due to the recent radiation events, panic had begun to spread among the populace, and the supermarket was teeming with customers, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere during the new year. Yet, Tang Yujie had no intention of returning to work. With the impending apocalypse looming, how could he waste his precious time on such trivial matters? Without waiting for the tirade on the other end to conclude, he coldly replied, "Sorry, I quit." He ended the call before the other party could react. Moments later, the phone rang again. Tang Yujie glanced at it, expressionless, and promptly blocked the manager. With only a week until disaster struck, he had numerous preparations to undertake and no time to spare on such matters. Taking out a pen and paper, he contemplated his finances. He had just under 30,000 yuan left. While not in abundance, it would suffice if managed wisely. After all, within a week, that money would be rendered worthless, akin to scrap paper. If asked what was most crucial in the apocalypse, Tang Yujie could only respond, weapons. In the days following the impending calamity, nothing would be of greater importance than possessing a reliable weapon. Prior to the emergence of smiths, having a means to slay mutated beasts was of paramount significance. As he scribbled down his thoughts, Tang Yujie mused that it would be advantageous to acquire a firearm early on. Unfortunately, conventional weapons tended to lose their efficacy as the more formidable mutated beasts appeared later on, becoming mere symbols of urban defense. With a decade of life and death experience behind him, Tang Yujie held little regard for traditional firearms. He truly desired weapons forged from the very essence of mutated beasts. Regrettably, such items would not begin to surface for at least another year. After meticulously planning his acquisitions, Tang Yujie grabbed his bank card and set out. Residents of the community pointed and whispered as he exited. For his earlier fierce demeanor had indeed frightened some. The few even clutched their pets tightly, retreating in fear that he might unleash his wrath upon them once more. Tang Yujie was aware of their apprehension, but felt powerless to change their perceptions. Observing the nearby pets, he frowned. Although these dogs and cats had yet to evolve, he could sense a shift in the way they regarded the humans around them. A week later, even their beloved owners, who had raised them from pups, would be unable to escape the tragic fate of being devoured by their once cherished companions. Reflecting on his own near-miss when he had instinctively attempted to kick a golden retriever that had darted past him upon his rebirth, Tang Yujie couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. If it were up to him, he would eliminate every living creature within the community in that week, ensuring a secure refuge for any survivors. However, many pet owners valued their animals above their own lives. Should he dare suggest such a course of action, he would surely be met with outrage. Nevertheless, Tang Yujie remained unconcerned. After all, newly evolved animals were not particularly strong. Even an ordinary person, should they muster the courage, could easily deal with them. He, on the other hand, eagerly anticipated the emergence of more mutated beasts within the community. With all his savings withdrawn, he wasted no time in embarking on a shopping spree. However, his purchases were decidedly peculiar compared to those of others. He acquired a waterproof Min-S solar electronic watch, a GPS navigation device, 10 high-capacity power banks, a 20-kilogram iron hammer, a 10-kilogram iron axe, 2 daggers, and 2 kitchen knives. These were all high-quality items, far from mere trinkets. Most bizarrely, with his remaining money, he meticulously selected an entire set of stainless steel cookware, all in large sizes. A single large soup pot could easily contain a fully grown large dog with room to spare. These items nearly depleted his entire 30,000 yuan. Satisfied, Tang Yujie made his way home. It wasn't that he had forgotten to stock up on food. Rather, he found the current food offerings beneath his notice. He anticipated that a week later, food would be in abundant supply for him. As he stuffed the smaller items into his backpack, Tang Yujie hoisted the long iron hammer over his right shoulder and carried the long axe in his left hand. Striding confidently back home, passers-by regarded him with wary glances, and no taxi dared to stop for him. It was no fault of theirs. His appearance was undeniably intimidating, with an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other. Clad in blood-stained clothing, and with eyes sharp as an eagle's, he exuded an aura of menace that made pedestrians fear he might suddenly strike. Nevertheless, Tang Yujie paid little heed to their reactions. Keenly observing the surroundings as he memorized the locations of various shops, he noted down the important establishments, knowing that he would not need to purchase these goods. He could simply retrieve them when the apocalypse erupted. He felt no guilt about this plan, as he understood that during the 3 years following the apocalypse, humanity would largely halt technological, agricultural, and societal advancements, relying instead on scavenging for resources. It was not until the rise of supporting professions such as blacksmiths, alchemists, and architects that human society would resume self-sufficient production, propelling the entire world toward an entirely different trajectory of development. Upon returning to the community, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, and few residents remained. Most had gone home to dinner. As Tang Yujie walked through the desolate area, he could faintly hear the distant barking of dogs and the cries of birds, sounds that stirred a sense of unease within him, prompting him to look around and tighten his grip on the axe. However, in the next moment, he relaxed, allowing a wry smile to cross his lips. The radiation's effect on animals was still minimal. Even those that had begun to evolve retained an instinctual fear of humans and would not attack unless provoked. The thought of the chaotic stampede of beasts that would ensue in the aftermath of the apocalypse filled Tang Yujie with a fervent anticipation. For these creatures were the very foundation of his impending strength. Hastening toward home, as he ascended the stairs, Tang Yujie was suddenly confronted by a formidable-looking middle-aged woman blocking his doorway. Upon noticing him, she let out a shriek and lunged at him, swinging her arms wildly as she attempted to claw at his face. Tang Yujie's expression darkened. Instinctively raising his hand, he fought against the urge to upon contemplating this matter. Tang Yujie found himself in an awkward predicament, for far too many witnesses had observed his madness in mercilessly assaulting a charming golden retriever. Yet, as he reflected on the imminent upheaval that would soon envelop the world within a mere week, Tang Yujie patiently remarked, "Aunt Huang, I concede that this afternoon's incident was my fault. However, I strongly advise you to consider rehoming your dog or confining it, lest unfortunate events transpire." He initially contemplated suggesting the dog be put down, but he feared that such a statement would incite Aunt Huang's wrath. As anticipated, upon hearing his suggestion, Aunt Huang erupted into tears and protests. "You're talking nonsense. What calamity could possibly occur? Maida Huang is renowned throughout the neighborhood for being exceptionally well-behaved. It doesn't even dare to approach a cat. How could you be so cruel? Tang Yujie frowned. He would rather engage in a fierce battle with a grade 1 ferocious beast than waste his breath on an irrational individual. I've said all I can. How you choose to act is your concern, he declared, turning on his heel to depart. Yet, Aunt Huang seized his arm, exclaiming, "Don't leave, after you've finished with Maida Huang. You think you can just walk away unscathed? No. You must cover the medical expenses and kneel to apologize to Maida Huang." Tang Yujie, upon hearing this, was both furious and amused. Compensating for the medical bills was reasonable. As he acknowledged his mistake, however, kneeling to apologize to a beast, did she truly believe that by calling it her son, it would somehow become human? Unwilling to engage further, he forcefully broke free and shot her a cold glare. "Let go!" Those two words pierced Aunt Huang's mind like daggers. Tang Yujie radiated an aura of menace. She felt like a small boat struggling against a raging tide, utterly powerless, when the sound of the door slamming jolted her back to reality. She realized that Tang Yujie had locked the door behind him. Consumed by hatred, she yearned to rush in and make him taste the agony of broken bones, but Tang Yujie's piercing gaze remained imprinted in her mind. Leaving her hand hesitating in midair, her complexion fluctuated between pallor and anger. "Humph, I will not let you off that easily." With a determined glint in her eye, Aunt Huang stormed downstairs. Chapter 3. The anomaly. Tang Yujie paid no heed to the commotion outside. Within a few days, she would undoubtedly regret ignoring his counsel, perhaps even at the cost of her life. However, this was no longer his concern. Upon returning home, he ensured that all his power banks were fully charged, preparing for potential power outages that might disrupt his journey to Long Province. Tang Yujie was relentless in his preparations. After a light meal, he sat back down on the sofa, his face pale, and began examining the tablet map using the new GPS he had purchased. This GPS was the priciest item in his possession and represented the best model he could currently acquire. Yet, its high cost came with significant advantages. It was waterproof and durable, provided precise map displays, and boasted numerous features. Had he not feared that the apocalypse would render map updates impossible, he might have considered hoarding several dozen units for future use. Even 10 years post-apocalypse, when water, electricity, and the internet might be restored, such devices would still be considered rare treasures. After all, the functions of these electronic gadgets could not be easily replicated by craftsmen. Moreover, many survivors had neglected to collect such items early on, leaving only large mercenary groups with a few to possess. An electronic map was undoubtedly invaluable for the movement of evolutionists, which is why many would consider the number of GPS devices a guild possessed when choosing an alliance. Tang Yujie had his own plans. Although Wen City, where he resided, was not small, its reputation for agriculture and livestock had rendered it a disaster zone after the calamity struck. Of the survivors who managed to escape, only 1 in 10 remained. Even if he did not intend to leave at present, he planned to depart once he acquired sufficient abilities. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could confront millions of mutated beasts in the city at the onset of the apocalypse simply because he had been reborn for 10 years. In the early stages, Tang Yujie intended to journey to Long Province, aiming to reach Jing Province before November. The winters in Long Province were notoriously harsh, and order would not be restored in the coming 4 to 5 years. The cold would not only diminish his own strength, but would also drive the beasts into a frenzy due to hunger. Indeed, 10 years later, the top 10 guardian cities of Huaxia would not include Long Province, as it was simply too frigid for ordinary human survival. Clumsily tapping on the screen, Tang Yujie utilized some of the GPS's built-in features to chart several optimal routes from his location to Long Province. There were routes that were the shortest, ones that adhered to main roads, and others that specifically took back roads. After saving his selected route, he retrieved a whetstone and meticulously sharpened the newly purchased axe. Once the axe had been honed to a fine edge, he tidied up and prepared to rest. However, as he lay in bed, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation over the past decade, sleep eluded him. Tossing and turning, he found the softness of the bed offered him no sense of security. 10 years of tension had rendered him unaccustomed to such comfort. Frustrated, he scratched his head, conceding that sleep was futile. Instead, he picked up his phone, which was charging, and opened a mobile game he hadn't played in 10 years. The game, a relic of his past, was unoriginal in concept. slaying monsters to acquire materials and experience points. Amassing enough experience allowed for level-ups, which granted attribute points to strengthen his character. Materials could be stored in a warehouse for direct synthesis and forging, eliminating the need for a pharmacy or equipment store. The game was essentially a template, devoid of novelty, serving merely as a means for Tang Yujie to pass the time during work hours. Were there any redeeming qualities, it would be the synthesis feature in the warehouse, allowing players to creatively combine materials extracted from monsters without restrictions imposed by blueprints or attributes, thereby enhancing their equipment. This was the sole motivation that had kept Tang Yujie engaged. Obtaining powerful gear without spending money was every impoverished player's delight. However, after a decade-long hiatus, he found himself somewhat clumsy as he resumed play. After finally defeating an elite monster, its corpse was automatically absorbed into the game warehouse for decomposition into materials. As memories of the gameplay began to return, Tang Yujie instinctively opened the game warehouse, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of high-level materials encased in transparent bubbles. Suddenly, he was reminded of his past life as an evolutionist. Would he retain the same underwhelming abilities in this life? Contemplating his previous powers, sleep eluded him further, and he tightened his grip on the phone. He longed to be a warrior, or even an enhancer. Yet the ability he had evolved into was a rather lackluster spatial power. Some might argue that spatial abilities were advantageous, offering a mobile space that eliminated the need to carry items. They might even consider Tang Yujie fortunate to possess such a gift. However, in reality, spatial powers were among the least esteemed among evolutionists, while they granted access to the enigmatic realm of space. The difficulty of growth was often double or even triple that of other abilities, and they lacked any offensive capabilities. In the early days of the apocalypse, spatial abilities were indeed in demand. But who would genuinely entrust their hard-earned resources to someone else for safekeeping? Moreover, embarking on missions while burdened by a liability was perilous. Losing a spatial evolutionist would mean the complete disappearance of all items within their space. Nevertheless, possessing a mobile warehouse still had its merits, which is why they remained favored by those in power. Yet, such spatial evolutionists had forfeited their freedom, with their autonomy severely restricted. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang Yujie's complexion paled. His fingers clenched the phone tightly, the screen warping under the pressure of his emotions to in his previous life. Shortly after awakening his spatial powers, he had been ensnared by a guild, forced to hoard vast quantities of resources for them while enjoying no personal freedom, not even the autonomy to manage his own sustenance. Fortunately, the guild was soon obliterated by enemies, allowing him to escape. Utilizing the resources stored in the guild's space, he gradually cultivated himself to the rank of a lieutenant. Had it ended there, Tang Yujie would not have been so distressed about his abilities. However, 5 years into the apocalypse, when craftsmen began creating spatial backpacks, spatial evolutionists effectively became obsolete. Ironically, the power he had evolved in his previous life was spatial, while other spatial evolutionists could mimic other abilities to create spatial blades or devouring orbs. Tang Yujie's unique evolution was pure spatial, devoid of any offensive capabilities. To make matters worse, his spatial capacity was minuscule, initially only 10 cubic meters. Crack, completely immersed in the painful memories of his past. Tang Yujie suddenly jolted, his phone, gripped in his hand, was crushed between his fingers in a surge of emotional turmoil. A stream of slender blue electricity surged through the charger, shooting out from the cracked screen of the phone and penetrating the 10 fingers that were glued to it. Startled, Tang Yujie abruptly flung the phone away, watching in a daze as it broke free from the power cord and tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to rest on the warehouse interface of the game, its screen flickering before plunging into darkness. Despite the household electricity being harmless, Tang Yujie still felt a tingling numbness in his fingers. He turned on the light but found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the tingling sensation seemed to glide along his fingers and up his arms, coursing through his body until it vanished. Feeling a tinge of anxiety, Tang Yujie unconsciously collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Strangely, arcs of electricity flickered beneath his skin, occasionally illuminating his body. Some arcs shone brighter with each flash, while others split into two, as if reproducing within him. However, this phenomenon ceased after a few occurrences, and eventually, all the currents seemed to delve deep into Tang Yujie's brain. It was a rare and comfortable sleep, and it wasn't until the sunlight streamed onto his face that Tang Yujie, like a well-rested kitten, stretched his body. He then heard the sound of his bones cracking like exploding beans. Tang Yujie paused, placing a hand on his chest, sensing something felt different, though the sensation was vague and elusive. Reflecting on the jolt he had received the previous night, an odd expression crossed his face. He felt a peculiar strangeness from the shock. Yet, unable to grasp it, he dismissed the thought, realizing his time was limited and that he felt no discomfort in his body. Rather than waste time on such matters, it would be wiser to contemplate how to grow stronger. After a simple breakfast, Tang Yujie discarded all the plants scattered around his house. These items could not remain indoors. Otherwise, after evolution, some plants could become exceedingly menacing. Taking the remaining money with him, Tang Yujie headed straight to the farmer's market, casually locating a poultry shop where he waved his hand and purchased all the live chickens in the establishment. More than 20 in total, the owner, delighted at the unexpected profit so early in the day, generously included a bamboo cage and several pounds of chicken feed. After agreeing on the delivery address, promising to arrive within half an hour, Tang Yujie wandered around the market before returning home with 5 small domesticated rabbits. Buying chickens and rabbits was not for amusement. These would serve as the foundation for his rise. This was a brilliant strategy Tang Yujie had conceived while playing a game the day before. On his way home, he passed by a pet market and directly purchased 3 iron cages designed for large dogs. Made of pure metal and exceptionally sturdy, suitable even for raising Tibetan Mastiffs. Before leaving, Tang Yujie cast a deep glance at the 3-story pet and flower market, internally warning himself to keep his distance until he possessed sufficient strength. Upon returning home, he found the delivery vehicle for the chickens waiting downstairs, with the delivery person looking quite curious, wondering why anyone would order so many live chickens for a residential building without the intention of slaughtering them. Tang Yujie paid no mind to their thoughts. After settling the bill, the iron cages arrived just in time. Once both parties departed, he wiped his brow and stacked the 3 cages on the balcony. Placing more than 20 chickens in 2 cages and the rabbits in the 3rd, he filled their containers with water and food, and as he watched the animals huddled together in their cages, a smile crept onto his face. If his plan succeeded, Tang Yujie would become one of the world's first evolved beings, gaining a significant advantage in the future, even with the most seemingly useless spatial abilities. Chapter 4. Extortion. In the days that followed, Tang Yujie became completely isolated from the world. The remaining supplies of rice and grain in his home were sufficient to last until the anticipated day. Tang Yujie spent his days, apart from monitoring the news, wielding an axe and hammer, needing to quickly adapt to these weapons. With so many chickens in the house, the stench became unbearable in just 2 or 3 days. However, Tang Yujie was unfazed. He had survived in even worse conditions before. Compared to becoming stronger, such trivial matters held little significance for him. Life passed swiftly amidst the busyness and tension, and before he realized it, it was July 15th, the day of the Ghost Festival. A week later, chaos erupted outside as the Earth's radiation finally exceeded 100 pascals, as if a switch had been flipped. Reports poured in from around the globe, not only of mutated plants being discovered but also of large beasts attacking humans. In an instant, humanity was thrown into disarray, with countless speculations and theories flooding the internet. Crime rates soared in various countries, and those with fragile psyches succumbed to their darkest impulses, acting on their beliefs through theft, robbery, assault, and murder. Coupled with the emergence of large animals, the national machinery reached its limits, with numerous experts and scholars collaborating to decipher the calamity befalling the Earth. Yet, regardless of the conjectures, the ultimate truth loomed ominously. The apocalypse was approaching. While other nations remained oblivious, the citizens of Huaxia were notoriously attuned to impending danger. Households were rife with anxiety, and a piece of radiation-proof clothing that once cost a mere couple of hundred was now being sold for 2,000. With people scrambling to purchase it, supermarkets struggled to keep up with demand, with shelves emptied in an instant. Even plants rumored to possess radiation-resistant properties became hot commodities. Observing these news reports, Tang Yujie shook his head. While stockpiling such items could provide a semblance of safety in the early stages, those seeking refuge at home would never evolve into true powerhouses and would inevitably be cast aside in the new world. Tang Yujie felt a sense of regret as he watched the news of the government forming specialized teams to hunt the mutated beasts attacking humanity, his heart racing with impatience. Unfortunately, his neighborhood had yet to encounter any mutated creatures. Even the 30 chickens and rabbits he had raised were thriving, growing plump over the week without a hint of mutation. The Ghost Festival, already an unsettling occasion, felt even more foreboding with the added radiation and animal attacks, leading to fewer pedestrians on the streets. Only a handful of elderly individuals could be seen at intersections burning yellow paper, murmuring incantations, casting a deeper shadow over the desolate streets, though no one, like Tang Yujie, knew what was imminent. The instinct to avoid danger was innate to all beings. Many sensed that calamity was brewing and prepared early. Stockpiling food and water, they largely refrained from venturing outside. Numerous shops simply closed their doors as they weren't selling popular items anymore, and with no customers on the streets, they returned home, even as the government urged citizens through the television not to believe in rumors and to trust the state. Little changed. Incidents of animal attack. The most immediate manifestation is that humanity's appetite has begun to intensify. Tang Yujie, having consumed food that was originally meant to last 8 days in less than 5, stepped out wielding a sharp axe. Today, he feared, might be the last day of tranquility. He wished to venture out once more, for perhaps tomorrow he would no longer have the luxury of this rare calm. The streets appeared desolate. Even when someone emerged, they hurried along with urgency. The once abundant food stalls that filled the streets were now few and far between. As Tang Yujie walked down the street with his axe, he garnered little attention, for many now ventured out with sticks or kitchen knives. Though the government did not endorse this behavior, it had not been prohibited either. While munching on a whole baguette, Tang Yujie felt a growing impatience. He longed to encounter a mutated beast, for doing so would allow him to unlock his genes swiftly. Today, he had discovered online that there were forums where individuals claimed that consuming the flesh and blood of mutated beasts could enhance one's strength. However, such posts were promptly removed, indicating that someone was intent on keeping this information from the public. Tang Yujie felt a sense of urgency. Already, there were individuals who had become empowered. In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with work at the supermarket to learn of such developments in time. Yet now, despite possessing an advantage, he found himself lagging behind once more. He felt helpless. He could not simply roam about in search of mutated beasts, for that would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After grabbing a bite from a small stall, his anticipation for the flesh of mutated beasts grew, as the comparison to junk food was stark. Having tasted the meat of mutated creatures, eating such trivial fare felt akin to chewing on wax. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 5 in the evening. He had no desire to linger. For once the moon rose, the strength of mutated beasts would increase, while humans would be at a disadvantage due to their impaired vision. In a foul mood, Tang Yujie returned to his apartment complex, only to find 3 men, around 28 or 29 years of age, gathered at his unit's entrance. As Tang Yujie spotted them, they too noticed him. The trio conferred among themselves, and the man in the middle nodded, prompting them to approach him. Tang Yujie tilted his head, his instincts warning him that they were there for him. Indeed, without uttering a word, they surrounded him, and facing him was a gaunt figure with a sallow complexion and bloodshot eyes, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He surveyed Tang Yujie with a slouching posture and declared, "You must be Tang Yujie." Tang Yujie raised an eyebrow, a suppressed wave of negative emotions bubbling forth. He had been uncertain how to vent his frustration, yet here was a ready-made punching bag before him, and he smirked. "That's me." Huang Ho sneered, "I've heard you're quite the tough guy, even daring to strike my aunt's dog. You think you can disrespect me? You ought to inquire about who holds sway in this area. Now, tell me how you plan to resolve this." Understanding dawned on Tang Yujie. No wonder the face seemed familiar. This thin man was none other than Huang Ho, the nephew of Aunt Huang Dai. In his previous life, they had never crossed paths, having merely exchanged glances in the corridor when he had kept a safe distance. Rumor had it that this man was a petty thief, having been in and out of the police station several times, yet he always emerged after a mere couple of days due to lack of substantial charges. For a time, he had purportedly aligned himself with a small-time gang leader and had not been seen since. Now, because Tang Yujie had struck Aunt Huang's dog, he had drawn the ire of Huang Ho. With this realization, Tang Yujie squinted nonchalantly. "Oh? And what do you propose?" Huang Ho spat out his cigarette butt, narrowly missing Tang Yujie's head. The latter tilted his head slightly, the embers brushing against his shoulder as they flew past. 2 choices. Huang Ho raised 2 fingers. "First, Compensate my aunt for her medical and emotional distress. 100,000. And with that, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Second, we three will break 3 of your ribs, and this matter will be settled. Choose wisely. Huang Ho exuded confidence, believing that Tang Yujie would not be foolish enough to decline. He had already made plans with his 2 companions. Once they secured the 100,000, they would have a grand time out on the town. Oh? The first option seems appealing. Tang Yujie nodded, seemingly musing to himself as he regarded Huang Ho. The latter grew increasingly excited. Then hurry back to fetch the money. 100,000, not a penny less. Shortchange me by a dime, and I'll take a finger. The 2 men behind Tang Yujie could not suppress their snickers. Huang Ho had promised them a share of the bounty, each receiving 10,000, along with a night of indulgence. Chapter 5. The era of evolution descends, seeing the lascivious grins on the faces of the 3. Tang Yujie shook his head with a calm smile. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't made my choice yet. Upon hearing this, Huang Ho erupted. You bastard. If you don't pay up, I'll break 3 of your bones. Let's see if you dare. Tang Yujie suddenly extended his left hand, gripping Huang Ho's outstretched fingers with a cold chuckle. I have a better option. Huang Ho, taken aback by Tang Yujie's sudden action, momentarily froze at the mention of a better choice, only to be met with excruciating pain moments later. With 2 audible cracks, Tang Yujie released his grip, and Huang Ho's fingers lay broken before him. Ah, it hurts like hell. Huang Ho howled, his 2 fingers flopping helplessly in his palm. His companions were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Tang Yujie's sudden aggression. With no hesitation, Tang Yujie snapped Huang Ho's fingers and swung his axe directly at the burly man behind him. Shit! The burly man raised his arm in a panic to block, but Tang Yujie smirked, twisting the axe in his grip, striking the back of the man's arm with the blunt side. A sickening crunch resounded, followed by a heart-rending scream as the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his right arm, which began to swell grotesquely at an unnatural angle. With one decisive, a sudden stirring within his heart alerted Tang Yujie to the presence of someone covertly observing him. He lifted his gaze towards the upper floor, only to witness the pale visage of Aunt Huang swiftly vanish behind the curtain. Aware that Huang and her associates had been summoned to confront him, Tang Yujie, however, harbored no intentions of confronting her. Shaking his head, he merely hoped that she could survive a few more days within the confines of his formidable canine. The world had transformed. The evolution of flora and fauna had become inevitable. Those creatures and humans devoid of mutations would inevitably fall prey to other aberrant beasts. Without exception, July 15th, the Ghost Festival. How ironic a day it was, ostensibly dedicated to honoring ancestors, yet marking the onset of the era of evolution. Paying no heed to the 3 individuals writhing behind him, Tang Yujie returned home to indulge in a hot bath, uncertain of how long it would be before he could relish such comforts again. Casting a glance at the cages, he felt a surge of excitement. Within the 3 cages, several roosters exhibited signs of evolution, their eyes brimming with a primal hunger for sustenance. Noticing that it was still early, he felt no urgency and simply retired to bed, fully clothed. The era of evolution. He had awaited it for far too long. This was indeed his time. With anticipation, Tang Yujie succumbed to slumber, the duration of which was unknown to him. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing screams jolted him awake. Reacting swiftly, his eyes still closed, his right hand instinctively grasped the axe resting beside him. As he opened his eyes, the shrieks intensified, and brilliant lights flooded the surroundings. Accompanied by the distinct sound of metal grinding against metal, emanating from the very living room of the apartment he rented, a realization struck him, and he sprang upright, seizing the axe and dashing towards the living room. As he flung open the bedroom door, a wave of fetid blood assaulted his senses. Unfazed, his eyes gleamed as they fell upon the 3 cages. The once relatively clean floor of the living room was now stained crimson with blood. Inside the cages, 2 of them were filled with the dismembered remains of dead chickens, not a single whole body to be found, all reduced to mere flesh. Towering over the carcasses were 5 large, intimidating roosters, their bodies drenched in blood, confronting him. Upon noticing Tang Yujie's presence, the 5 roosters lunged forward in unison, crashing against the iron bars with a resounding clatter. Yet, the cages held firm, successfully obstructing their advance. Unable to break free, the 5 roosters squawked incessantly, reverting to a frenzied pecking at the remains of their fallen kin. Originally, Tang Yujie had purchased sizable broilers, yet now, the surviving 5 stood over 80 centimeters tall. He could not help but swallow hard, his eyes sparkling with desire, as his stomach protested against such colossal poultry. In his previous life, such sights were rare, yet Tang Yujie understood that encountering any mutated beast of this size in the days to come would be a stroke of fortune. As he observed the 5 mutated roosters feasting, his gaze shifted to the rabbit cage nearby. To his delight, he noticed that among the originally 5 rabbits, 2 gray ones still survived. Unlike the mutated roosters, they did not rush towards him. Instead, the 2 gray rabbits gnawed on the flesh of their kind while fixating their gaze upon Tang Yujie, unwavering in their attention. Tang Yujie smiled broadly. Although smaller than the mutated roosters, these rabbits, upon evolving, had become high-tier mutated beasts. While the difference between low-tier and high-tier was not drastically significant, it implied that the latter were closer to achieving second-tier status, containing far more energy within their flesh. Of course, once they consumed their companions entirely and successfully advanced, their power would elevate beyond comparison. However, Tang Yujie had no intention of waiting for their advancement. Within the confines of a cage, they were no more substantial than paper in the face of second-tier ferocious beasts. 5 roosters, 2 rabbits. What a delectable feast awaited. Tang Yujie's eyes glimmered with anticipation, and he unconsciously licked his lips. Suddenly, the beasts in the midst of their meal collectively sensed a chill coursing through their bodies. Instinctively aware of being watched, Tang Yujie retrieved the weapon he had prepared earlier, a dagger affixed to a mop handle, and thrust it through the bars towards one of the mutated roosters. The rooster, engrossed in pecking at the remains, sensed the murderous intent emanating from nearby and abruptly raised its head to meet Tang Yujie's gaze. The sharp dagger lunged forward, but the mutated rooster flared its wings, half lifting its body to evade Tang Yujie's lethal strike. Even at the first-tier low-tier strength, the evolved rooster's flapping wings generated a formidable gust, which Tang Yujie could feel even through the bars. Yet rather than being alarmed, he felt exhilaration. The stronger they became, the quicker his own power would escalate. As the mutated rooster descended, it unexpectedly latched onto the dagger with its talons, causing Tang Yujie to feel his arms grow heavy. Unable to maintain his grip as the dagger was forced down beneath its feet, the rooster let out a triumphant caw before launching a furious assault with its blood-red beak upon the dagger. The metallic clang echoed as several shallow dents appeared on the finely crafted blade. Tang Yujie's expression shifted. What a formidable beak! He quickly retracted the dagger, seizing the opportunity as the rooster became momentarily unsteady due to the removal of the object beneath it, and thrust forward with renewed vigor. Indeed, the mutated rooster possessed considerable strength. Even an ordinary person would likely falter under its peck. However, confined within the limited space, after several exchanges, Tang Yujie seized the chance to plunge the dagger deep into its body. Injured, the mutated rooster thrashed wildly. Perspiration beaded on Tang Yujie's forehead as he struggled to maintain pressure on the wooden handle, determined not to let the rooster escape. Moreover, he twisted the dagger forcefully. Everyone knows that during the slaughter of a chicken, even if its head is severed, it can still flail and run for a time. Not to mention that the mutated chicken's vitality was even more tenacious. Tang Yujie was acutely aware of this, thus resolutely pressing the dagger down without relent. After a tense 5 or 6 minutes of struggle, the rooster's thrashing gradually weakened until it lay still, lifeless within the confines of the cage. Only then did Tang Yujie exhale a sigh of relief, contemplating extracting the dagger when he suddenly felt a familiar sensation surge within his mind, followed by the astonishing disappearance of the mutated rooster from the dagger. Chapter 6. The dreamlike space of mutation abilities. How could this be possible? Tang Yujie gasped, dropping the dagger onto the ground as another mutated rooster rushed towards the bloodied blade, launching into a frenzied pecking assault. Yet, Tang Yujie could not afford to concern himself with that any longer. He was in shock as he touched his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a familiar sensation this was! His spatial ability had returned, however, confusion soon enveloped him. Evolution in humanity was an arduous journey, initially requiring the consumption of vast quantities of mutated beasts' blood and flesh to enhance one's physique. Upon reaching a peak, One would have to absorb a beast core to unlock their genes and acquire their unique abilities. Before this, those whose physiques began to strengthen were referred to as enhancers. This process was slow and painful. He remembered the first time he absorbed a beast core, nearly biting his tongue in agony. Yet this was a necessary rite of passage for every evolutionary, without exception. But why, after slaying a single mutated rooster? Had his previous life's spatial ability manifested so directly? This defied logic. Was it possible that his reincarnation allowed him to bypass the initial enhancement phase? Rubbing his head in perplexity, he resolved to investigate further. Tang Yujie closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness, and sensed that the spatial ability resided within a region of the human brain known as the pineal gland, as posited by scientists. Conversely, some Taoist adherents suggested these extraordinary capabilities emerged from the human mind itself. Regardless of whether it was the pineal gland or the enigmatic mind, both referred to a mysterious area within humanity that remained dormant. Even a decade into the apocalypse, no one had truly unraveled how these miraculous abilities emerged or how they intertwined so seamlessly with the human brain. Tang Yujie was intimately familiar with his abilities, easily locating the small, mysterious space within his mind. Yet, upon inspection, he found himself dumbfounded. Before his reincarnation, he had been a lieutenant-level evolutionary, possessing a spatial capacity of 10,000 cubic meters. But now, gazing at the mere 1 cubic meter of space, he could only feel a blend of amusement and despair. Although it was advantageous to have unlocked this space ahead of time, why had it shrunk so drastically? He recalled that upon first accessing the space, it had been nearly 15 cubic meters. What had changed? Tang Yujie felt somewhat helpless. Small or not, he was still ahead of the curve. With that thought, he felt a sense of pride. In the entire world, he was likely the only person to have evolved at this point. No one else could fathom that unlocking their genes required absorbing a beast core. However, upon examining his space more closely, Tang Yujie discovered that this time, not only was his space significantly smaller, but there were also other changes. Within his modest 1 cubic meter space floated a transparent orb. Encapsulating the previously absorbed mutated rooster's remains, it resembled a soap bubble. One poke and it would burst. Yet this phenomenon had never occurred in his previous life. Back then, all items stored in his space simply accumulated on the ground, organized solely by his will without ever displaying such a floating characteristic. Gazing at the translucent bubble, Tang Yujie felt an irresistible urge to touch it, as if something instinctual or otherworldly was beckoning him. Without further hesitation, he reached out to prod the solitary bubble floating in the corner of his space. In this realm, Tang Yujie could manifest a large hand through his consciousness to extract whatever he desired. As before, with a mere flicker of Tang Yujie's consciousness, it seemed as though an invisible hand manifested in the space, ethereally reaching towards the soap bubble that floated in midair. Just at the moment when his awareness brushed against the bubble, the contents within did not, as in his previous life, get extracted directly by Tang Yujie. Instead, a surge of consciousness emerged in his mind, akin to a memory of his own, surfacing at an opportune moment. Decompose? What could this mean? The instant he touched the bubble, these two words sprang to mind. He couldn't help but utter them aloud, and then, within his own space, the large bubble abruptly burst. Startled, Tang Yujie nearly collapsed his consciousness and withdrew from the space. Everything transpired so suddenly. By the time he regained his composure, the once grand bubble had transformed into 5 smaller bubbles, each distinctly floating in the air. Meanwhile, the intact mutated chicken had vanished without a trace. What on earth was happening? Despite his experience, Tang Yujie could not suppress his astonishment, wondering why his space had become so peculiar. The abrupt alteration instilled a sense of unease within him, making him feel as though certain matters had slipped beyond his grasp. Taking a moment to steady his nerves, Tang Yujie inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and scrutinized the transformed space with care. Upon observing the newly emerged small bubbles, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He noticed that within his space, each of the 5 bubbles contained different items. The first held a pile of feathers, shimmering with a golden hue amidst the red. The second contained a pair of chicken claws and a beak, all glimmering with a metallic sheen. Even encased in the bubble, Tang Yujie could feel the sharpness emanating from them. The third bubble was the smallest, enclosing a tiny red glass bead. Yet, upon seeing it, Tang Yujie's eyes brightened. This was a beast core, the core of a first-level mutated chicken, and the most valuable item found on mutated beasts. The fourth bubble contained a mass of red liquid, and Tang Yujie had a vague suspicion about its nature. Upon glimpsing the fifth bubble, which housed a particularly well-prepared white strip of chicken, Tang Yujie erupted into a delighted laugh, a smile illuminating his face. He understood now. Although he was unaware of why he had gained this space ahead of time, it was undeniably different from before his rebirth. While smaller in size, it astonishingly possessed the ability to decompose mutated beasts. For Tang Yujie, this function was immensely significant. With this capability, he would never trade it for any other abilities, even if others offered their powers in exchange. Suppressing his excitement, he focused his thoughts and directed his awareness towards the beast core. At the moment of contact, a prompt unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. First-level beast core, energy 2 points, absorbable. It can also be identified. This is extraordinary. Unable to contain himself, Tang Yujie laughed and shouted in exhilaration. The ability to decompose mutated beasts and even identify them. What on earth was this space? Was it still the same space he once knew? Wait a moment. He had only recently seen this space. Yet why did it feel so familiar at first glance? Moreover, these peculiar functions, while exhilarating, did not feel overly foreign, as if he had already utilized them countless times. Tang Yujie furrowed his brow. The layout and changes in this space were entirely different from those of his past life, as though they belonged to two distinct realms. Yet, why did he feel an odd blend of strangeness and familiarity towards it? Bubbles, decomposition, identification. Material flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing Tang Yujie to awaken abruptly. Staring in astonishment at the space within his mind, he hurried back to his bedroom and retrieved the phone that he had previously cracked. Although the screen was shattered, it was still functional to some extent. Opening the phone, Tang Yujie began to search frantically. No. He was nearly frantic as he scoured the software on his phone. While all other applications remained intact, the game artifact he had played had vanished without a trace. The spot where the artifact's icon had once been was now an empty void, as if a piece had been forcibly extracted due to the shattered screen. What was going on? Why had the space from the game infiltrated his mind? Tang Yujie finally confirmed that his space was indeed the warehouse from the game artifact. Aside from appearing more three-dimensional, its functions were identical to those in the game. This transcended the realm of the extraordinary. Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility flashed through Tang Yujie's mind. He swallowed hard. Even with a decade of memories and ample preparation, he still harbored doubts about whether he could become stronger, especially since his abilities seemed rather lackluster. However, now, he felt utterly confident about his future. For if he was not mistaken, his ability had undergone an evolution. Abilities, the remarkable powers possessed by humanity after evolution, were classified into 12 main categories and 4 primary systems: nature, evolution, mutation, and dream. Nature system evolvers could manipulate the elemental energies of the world, unleashing devastating attacks akin to the legendary sorcerers who could alter the very atmosphere with a mere wave of their hand. Evolution system users absorbed external energies to enhance themselves, wielding unmatched strength with every movement. While evolution users might lack the sheer destructive power of nature system users, their physical prowess was formidable, granting them superior survival capabilities. The mutation system, distinct from the former two, could yield either formidable or feeble evolvers, depending entirely on the direction of mutation and the user's adeptness in leveraging it. In his previous life, Tang Yujie's space was a mutation system ability, entirely eschewing the already rare offensive capabilities of spatial evolvers, instead focusing on expanding storage capacity. With each increase in strength, the spatial area expanded tenfold. The dream system was unique among all similar abilities. Its exhibited functions were unparalleled and could not be replicated. Moreover, dream system abilities were not birthed through evolution. Their formation conditions remained elusive even in the era of evolution a decade hence. They encompassed 3 critical elements: timing, geography, and humanity. Within the decade's records, it was discovered that all dream system evolvers underwent a transformation in their abilities due to external stimuli during their evolution process. Among the most renowned post-apocalyptic dream system evolvers was Wan Liang, the Thunder God, one of the 3 great marshals from his previous life. He was the youngest among the marshals, yet his strength was unrivaled throughout Huaxia. He possessed the dream system ability Thunder Punishment, and wherever he appeared, dark storm clouds perpetually swirled above him, harboring terrifying thunderous energy under his control. A single strike of lightning brought forth an awe-inspiring force that none could withstand. Legends circulated about his evolution. It was said that he was initially a nature system thunder evolver. However, during a battle with ferocious beasts on a stormy night, he was struck by lightning, thus acquiring the Dream System ability Thunder Punishment, propelling him to the pinnacle of power. Many similar cases of dream evolvers emerging from external influences existed, and Tang Yujie, recalling being struck by an electric current from his phone just days prior, speculated that he too might have become a dream evolver. What a fortuitous encounter this was. So unlike the common evolution of abilities, the dream abilities were exceedingly rare and precious. Though these dream abilities might not surpass others in strength, each possessed unique and unparalleled advantages. Even if his original mutation space ability lacked offensive capabilities, upon transforming into a dream system ability, he could utilize the wondrous functions within the artifact warehouse. While the dream system spatial ability still could not directly enhance his strength, the mere discovery of these two functions had Tang Yujie immensely satisfied. Perhaps, upon advancing, other functions would manifest. Tang Yujie eagerly anticipated this. Chapter 7. Autonomous 5 Strengthenings. No longer hesitating, Tang Yujie swiftly executed his blade. Slaying the remaining 4 mutated chickens, as before, the deceased mutated beasts were automatically absorbed into the space. Unfortunately, the space was too small. The 5 chickens had completely filled it to capacity. However, Tang Yujie was not anxious. The decomposition ability proved remarkably effective, and the beast carcasses, which he had struggled to penetrate with his dagger, were instantly disassembled. Similarly, identical items automatically consolidated into a single bubble, while inedible or valueless items were expelled during the decomposition process. With the space at capacity, Tang Yujie did not rush to deal with the 2 mutated rabbits. Eagerly, he retrieved the large pot he had purchased, and with a flicker of thought, a meticulously prepared mutated chicken plopped into the pot. Next came the water, which he placed on the stove to boil. Before the water even reached a boil, an enticing aroma began to waft through the small rented room. Tang Yujie inhaled greedily. As the meat of mutated beasts was exceptionally delectable, even without much seasoning, roasting or stewing it surpassed ordinary dishes. Thus, he added a pinch of salt, and the entire pot of chicken soup exuded a mouth-watering fragrance that made one salivate. The living bodies of mutated beasts were incredibly tough, but once deceased, their carcasses softened. Therefore, it did not take long for the chicken to become tender over high heat. Unable to contain his anticipation, Tang Yujie turned off the heat and lifted the lid, releasing a burst of steam that enveloped him, scalding his skin, yet he couldn't resist inhaling deeply. How delightful! Gazing at the milky white chicken soup splashing in the pot. Tang Yujie swallowed hard, tearing off a thigh and devouring it ravenously. The aroma was intoxicating, more so than ever before. Even though Tang Yujie had enjoyed it for years, he never grew weary of its taste. How delightful it would be if a master chef were present. Their dishes not only surpassed in flavor but also maximized the energy derived from the mutated beasts' bodies. The activation of the space allowed Tang Yujie to bypass the step of physically enhancing himself. However, his body had yet to reach the level of a third-class soldier, necessitating a substantial intake of energy through copious consumption. The processed mutated chicken weighed over 5 pounds, and within half an hour, Tang Yujie had devoured every last morsel, leaving only a pile of bones on the table. He patted his belly, realizing he was only half full. Yet, he could already feel a transformation within him, a warm energy gradually rising. Tang Yujie's eyes lit up. It was working. Just as he prepared to endure the tearing sensation associated with becoming stronger, his expression suddenly changed. The warmth that had just surged vanished without a trace. What was happening? Furrowing his brow, Tang Yujie pondered. Normally, such a vast amount of energy would take him 3 to 4 hours to absorb. But now, before he even began, it felt as though it had already concluded. It was akin to a woman just beginning to feel pleasure, only to discover her partner had already finished. The frustration was palpable. As Tang Yujie struggled to comprehend the situation, a sudden sharp pain pierced his brain. His expression turned peculiar as he muttered to himself. 3 points in physique, 1 in defense, 1 in strength, 2 in speed, and 4 in spirit. Could it be that he had truly entered a game-like scenario? Tang Yujie realized he could clearly perceive his own status presented in data form within his mind. The 5 categories of physique, defense, strength, speed, and spirit had become the standard classifications for body enhancement among the strong in the post-apocalyptic era. Initially, there were many more classifications, but over time, they had been streamlined to these 5. Reports from the military indicated that consuming mutated beast meat could increase the limits of these foundational attributes. Once the limits were reached, one could elevate their strength. In simple terms, in the era of evolution, the key to becoming stronger lay in continuous consumption. The more one ate, the stronger they became. Tang Yujie had lived by this principle. However, these 5 attributes had always been a vague awareness, a sensation indicating that once he reached a limit, he could attempt to break through. Failure meant eating again, but he had never heard of anyone who could clearly ascertain their foundational attribute scores. Yet, Tang Yujie knew that whenever he wished, he could ascertain his foundational scores with clarity: 3 points in physique, 1 in defense, 1 in strength, 2 in speed, and 4 in spirit comprised his initial data. It seemed this was also a component of his dreamlike abilities. Weakness, indeed, was an understatement. With such stats, not only ordinary evolutionaries, but even an average young man in his 20s would surpass Tang Yujie. It was evident that a better physique before enhancement allowed one to traverse further along the path of evolution. No wonder he had struggled so hard in his previous life, barely achieving the rank of second lieutenant. With such a physique, surviving a decade was nothing short of miraculous. Tang Yujie shook his head with a bitter smile. Had it not been for his rebirth, he might have forgotten just how weak he once was. Surviving in the shadow of the strong, only encountering the methods of evolution 5 years into the apocalypse. In other words, in his previous life, Tang Yujie had struggled for 5 years before tasting his first bite of mutated beast meat. Thus began his evolution. 5 years was enough time for a naturally gifted genius to become a waste, let alone someone as inherently disadvantaged as Tang Yujie. Evolution? Easier said than done. With a population of 1.4 billion in China, fewer than 50 million would become evolutionaries a decade later. The rest were failures. Regardless of their status or power, they remained slaves in the age of evolution. Only 3 evolution points from consuming an entire chicken? The ability to directly enhance oneself is remarkably convenient. A smile crept onto Tang Yujie's face. He was no longer astonished by the new abilities he possessed. It dawned on him that he had not merely fused with the artifact's storage, but might have absorbed the entire artifact with his powers. After all, even the upgrade and point allocation functions had manifested. At this point, should any new surprises arise, Tang Yujie would hardly be astonished. With a thought, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His strength shot from 1 point to 4. As this occurred, Tang Yujie's previously frail physique suddenly surged 3 times, with each surge echoing the powerful beating of his heart. After the 3rd surge, his body returned to a calm state, appearing unchanged. Yet Tang Yujie excitedly clenched his fists. This was strength. He could distinctly feel his power multiplying. 1 point of strength had barely allowed him to lift a 10-kilogram axe, but now, wielding a 20-kilogram hammer felt almost weightless. Incredible! Tang Yujie leaped into the air, enthusiastically swinging his fists. His strength was ascending. Although he still remained at the level of an ordinary person, he was confident that with the assistance of the dreamlike space, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, much stronger. After feeling the surge in strength, Tang Yujie immediately realized his stomach had fully digested the food. This was no surprise. As human strength increased, so did their appetite. Reaching terrifying proportions. Among the few generals in China, one was famously dubbed the Pig King. He could consume nearly a ton of beast meat in one sitting, not including appetizers and desserts, and then go for extended periods without needing to eat again. Much like a python that had swallowed an elephant. Yet, Tang Yujie believed he would become even more formidable. While others required time to digest their meals, he needed none. He could simply keep eating. Quickly, he boiled another chicken, excitement coursing through him as he devoured it with enthusiasm, already preparing a 3rd in the pot. Once all 3 chickens were completely consumed, Tang Yujie satisfiedly burped. He was finally full. The familiar warm sensation returned, only to fade once more. Tang Yujie now possessed 7 evolution points. Even with the same type of mutated beast, the energy provided varied. Level and size were the crucial factors for energy yield. 3 chickens had yielded precisely 10 points. Without hesitation, Tang Yujie allocated all 7 points to strength. However, at this moment, Reaching 10 points in strength proved impossible. Tang Yujie's current status was 3 points in physique, 1 in defense, 10 in strength, 2 in speed, and 4 in spirit, with 1 evolution point remaining. Was 10 points the limit? After some contemplation, he concluded it likely was. After all, he had not technically unlocked his genes yet. He merely possessed his abilities prematurely. Pushing against the table to rise, he heard a groan from the surface, which then collapsed under his hand. Tang Yujie stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his 10 points of strength could exert such force, especially since he hadn't applied much effort. This was not entirely his fault. Previously, he had focused on enhancing his physique rather than his strength. Now, having been reborn, he began with strength, which grew too rapidly, leading to an especially awkward situation. He could not control his newfound power. This was undeniably troublesome. It was his own strength, yet it felt beyond his control. Frowning, Tang Yujie pondered and gently grasped a glass cup, only to crush it effortlessly with a mere touch. Ouch, he grimaced, observing the shards embedded in his palm, feeling utterly speechless. With no other choice, he carefully extracted the glass and tended to his wound. With a decade's worth of memories, Tang Yujie had begun to grasp the interconnections between the 5 attributes. The rapid increase in strength coupled with the slower development of the other 4 attributes had led to his current predicament. His injuries stemmed from his body being unable to withstand his own power. After some thought, he decided to allocate his remaining point to defense, enhancing the resilience of the body, thereby improving its capacity to withstand blows. Chapter 8. The arrival of De Huang. Tang Yujie was not foolish. Having ranked among the top 10 in his school, he possessed certain exceptional qualities. In fact, compared to the average person with 1 or 2 points in spirit, his initial 4 points of mental strength marked him as a genius. After a moment's reflection, he understood that while the 5 foundational attributes appeared unrelated, they functioned similarly to the 5 elements of Chinese philosophy, interconnected in a cycle of mutual enhancement and restraint. Physique determined recovery, explosive power, and endurance. The higher the physique, the greater the potential for the enhancement of the other 4 attributes. Defense not only allowed the body to endure more punishment, but also reinforced the flesh and bones, enabling one to exert greater strength and achieve faster speeds. As strength increased, one could wield more powerful martial techniques, and explosive power would similarly amplify. Speed encompassed not only swiftness in running but also heightened attack and reaction speeds. The mind governs all. The higher one's mental capacity, the greater the power and speed one can wield. To fully harness one's strength, one's mental acuity must likewise reach a corresponding level. After taking a deep breath and contemplating the interconnectedness of the 5 elements, Tang Yujie finally comprehended where his advantages over others truly lay. For ordinary evolutionaries, upon mastering one of the 5 elements to its pinnacle and being able to wield it flexibly, they can opt for advancement. However, they lack the ability to allocate points autonomously, as everything is dictated by chance. Given his advantageous circumstances, why should he adhere to conventional methods of evolution? Tang Yujie was convinced that if he could elevate all 5 aspects to their zenith, he would undoubtedly surpass everyone. Thus, he resolved to maximize all 5 facets. Clenching his fists with determination, he motivated himself, only to wince in pain as he inadvertently tugged at his wound. However, having formulated a plan, he realized immediate execution was not feasible. He sensed that he had reached his limit. In other words, he could no longer assimilate energy. It appeared that there was indeed a cap on the evolutionary points he could digest daily. Grasping a dagger, Tang Yujie turned his gaze towards the 2 rabbits in the cage and suddenly burst into laughter, thrusting forcefully at one of them, with a squelch. Even though the mutated rabbit was alert, Tang Yujie's strength was overwhelming, piercing the creature cleanly through. Compared to the ease with which he dispatched the mutated chickens, this was exponentially simpler. This was the benefit of enhanced strength. Yet, drawbacks also accompanied this power. Having underestimated his own might, Tang Yujie exerted too much force and nearly toppled over into the cage. The lone remaining rabbit lunged at him fiercely, aiming to bite his neck. Had Tang Yujie not managed to halt his body in time, that strike from the mutated rabbit would have undoubtedly pierced his throat. A surge of fear coursed through him as he clutched his neck, gasping for breath. Following this, a wave of fury washed over him. Die. He raised the dagger and violently stabbed at the last rabbit, It was only after the final rabbit succumbed that Tang Yujie exhaled deeply and sat on the ground. An abrupt increase in strength was indeed beneficial, but it correspondingly placed greater strain on his physique and mental state. Controlling his body had continuing on, Tang Yujie turned on all the faucets in the bathroom and kitchen, sealing off the drainage. Before long, tap water began to cascade from the sink onto the floor, ultimately flooding the living room and submerging the iron cage. The safety door had warped, its frame severely distorted, teetering on the brink of complete detachment. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yujie hastened his movements, hauling the gas canister to the doorway and placing 2 flammable hair sprays left behind by Ranjing on the stove. He then ignited the gas burner, and the blue flames sprang to life, crackling from the 2 compressed foam canisters amidst the fire. Having arranged everything, Tang Yujie glanced outside through the fissured safety door, where De Huang peered in through the crack. Suddenly alarmed, it dashed into the living room, shattering the circuit protector with a single blow. It then connected the wire leading to the iron cage into the socket, and in that instant, it seemed as if an electric arc flashed across the surface of the water. Chapter 9. The first encounter with Xiao Han. Sensing the acrid stench of burning liquefied gas within the room, Tang Yujie realized he had to escape immediately. As he pulled open the window, preparing to leap, a deafening crash erupted behind him. The safety door finally collapsed under De Huang's relentless assault. Having spotted the one who had injured it through the gap, De Huang, upon the door's opening, roared furiously and lunged inside. The safety door crashed down, wedging itself firmly atop the iron cage, leaving barely a 50-centimeter gap insufficient for the massive De Huang to fit through, rendering it stuck and helpless. Blue sparks erupted as the appliances connected to the power supply within the room simultaneously discharged electric flashes. Then, a tremendous roar echoed from the mutated De Huang, its body trapped between the door frame and the safety door. Its front paws suspended in midair, while its hind paws rested on the water. A relentless current surged through its body mercilessly. Under normal circumstances, the circuit protector would have tripped long ago, yet Tang Yujie had preemptively destroyed it, leaving De Huang to struggle amidst the numbing pain. Tang Yujie felt no sense of luck. He was aware that such a level of current could not kill a second-tier beast. He merely sought to buy himself some time. Stepping over the windowsill, he gazed down at the 4-story height, unable to suppress a nervous gulp. Had he known, he should have reinforced his defenses and physique first. With a powerful swing, the sharp axe embedded itself deep into the wall. Testing it, Tang Yujie found it could easily support his weight. Grasping the axe with one hand, he aimed to leap onto the air-conditioning platform below. Just as he was about to let go, 2 sharp sounds rang in his ears, causing his heart to race. Swiftly glancing back into the room, he shouted, "Not good!" Boom. A tremendous force erupted from the room, shattering the intact window into countless shards. Tang Yujie, suspended outside, had no chance to jump. He was propelled outward by the explosion. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart as the immense power thrust him into the air. Plummeting downwards amidst the searing flames. Damn it, I miscalculated the timing. Tang Yujie never anticipated the explosion would occur so soon. Jumping from the 4th floor, such a force could easily fracture multiple bones in an ordinary person. And in the worst-case scenario, it could even cost him his life. However, this unexpected turn was within Tang Yujie's calculations. Just beneath the window lay a greenbelt, initially populated with low shrubs, but after a night of evolution, the vegetation had flourished abundantly. Tang Yujie crashed into the foliage, miraculously avoiding a direct fall onto solid ground. Damn it, that hurts. Yet even then, he was not unscathed. Countless branches had pierced into his body, especially in his right arm, where a branch had penetrated clean through. Roar! Before Tang Yujie could extricate himself from the thicket, an enraged roar resounded from above. In a way, it's still alive. His expression shifted dramatically. Fearing for his safety, he gritted his teeth and forcefully broke off the branches lodged in his body, leaving some behind in his arm. Fortunately, he had fortified his defenses. Otherwise, he would likely be immobilized by now. De Huang was still alive. He could not linger here. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yujie staggered outward. This moment, regardless of where a first-tier beast emerged from, it could spell disaster for him. Tang Yujie was betting on his luck. However, it was evident that luck was not on his side. Before he reached the entrance, he caught sight of 3 wild dogs loitering outside. Their size indicated they had undergone evolution, and one of them exuded a third-tier aura. Damn it. Tang Yujie hastily retreated, pressing against the wall, paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, he was downwind. Otherwise, with a dog's keen sense of smell, finding him would be a simple task. As for why they hadn't entered directly but were lingering at the door. Tang Yujie understood. It was their lingering territorial instinct. Evidently, this neighborhood had a master. Until they gauged the strength of the owner, outside beasts would not easily trespass. He wondered if De Huang was the master here. If not, trouble would ensue. For Tang Yujie, De Huang was undoubtedly formidable. If it were not the region's master, it implied that at least one third-tier beast lurked nearby. This was not good news. With enemies ahead and pursuers behind, what was he to do? As Tang Yujie pondered, he suddenly heard what sounded like someone calling from above. Hey, hey. He paused, looking up to see someone peering out from the 5th floor of the building he was hiding in. Gesturing for him to come up, clearly cautious not to startle the mutated dogs. Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, contemplating his injuries and the precarious situation. Hiding here was no longer viable. Ascending the building seemed the only option. Resolute, he turned and darted into the stairwell, gritting his teeth against the pain as he ascended. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found the corridor stained with blood, a solitary human left hand submerged in a pool of crimson. Tang Yujie's body tensed instantly, retrieving his hammer and cautiously surveying his surroundings. Blood trailed from a room on the 3rd floor, the door wide open, yet silence reigned within. He dared not enter for fear of encountering a beast. Being gravely injured, he would be walking into a trap. Cautiously, he continued upwards until he reached the 5th floor, finally exhaling in relief. He gently knocked twice on the door, which swung open to reveal a head peering out. Come in quickly. Tang Yujie was taken aback. The one aiding him was a young girl, seemingly in her 20s, radiating vitality, though her expression was slightly panicked, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she regarded him. Xiao Han. How could you let him in? Do you know who he is? What if he is a bad person? As soon as Tang Yujie stepped inside, a woman's shrill voice echoed from within. Xiao Han, who had opened the door, cast an embarrassed glance at Tang Yujie. Great one. I believe you are not a bad person. Tang Yujie momentarily froze, about to inquire further, when suddenly a man and woman rushed out from within. Both stylishly dressed. The woman sported a short haircut, large earrings dangling from her ears, her face pale, indicative of heavy makeup. The man beside her donned designer attire, brandishing a kitchen knife, casting a menacing glare at Tang Yujie, as though warning him not to make any sudden moves. Upon seeing the standoff, Xiao Han immediately lunged for the knife in the man's hand. Wang Qian, what are you doing? Put down that knife. The man raised the knife defensively, glaring at her in frustration. Xiao Han, how could you let such a person in? What if he is a bad guy? We'd be inviting a wolf into the house. Xiao Han, sensing the urgency in the situation, retorted. What do you intend to do? This is my home. I want to save someone. What's wrong with that? Hearing her words, the knife-wielding man looked heartbroken. Xiao Han, how can you say that? You're my girlfriend, and I can't let you get into trouble. Get out of here. You're not welcome. After much persuasion, neither of them budged, infuriating Xiao Han, whose eyes began to redden. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes at the pair, secretly amused by their covert exchanges, and gently patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Don't cry. If you help me tend to my wounds, I'll leave. No way. Who knows if you'll try to stay, taking advantage of us? The girl with earrings said disdainfully, blocking his path with outstretched arms. Tang Yujie, demonstrating surprising agility, raised his hammer, nearly pressing it to her nose. His voice cold. I'll count to 3. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1. The girl flinched at Tang Yujie's sudden movement, instinctively stepping back, while Wang Qian, with the knife in hand, glared fiercely. You're clearly not a good person. You dare to make a move? 2. Tang Yujie shot him a chilling glance, causing Wang Qian to clamp his mouth shut in fear. The girl's face paled further, wanting to retract her hand. Yet she found herself paralyzed by Tang Yujie's intimidating presence. 3. As his words fell, Tang Yujie swung the hammer down towards the girl's forehead. With the full force of 10 points, this strike would undoubtedly be fatal if it connected. The girl screamed. Yet Wang Qian suddenly intervened, yanking the earring girl away just in time. Boom! The countenance of the crowd turned pale. As they felt the floor beneath them tremble slightly, Tang Yujie's formidable hammer relentlessly struck the tiles, shattering them into fragments. As he withdrew the hammer, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xiao Han's gaping mouth beside him. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two onlookers, he strode into the living room. Xiao Han, filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation, gazed at the pulverized tiles and exclaimed, "So impressive." Meanwhile, the girl with earrings turned a ghastly shade of white. Had it not been for Wang Qian supporting her, she would have collapsed. Wang Qian's eyes flickered with terror as he murmured, observing the blood-soaked backdrop of Tang Yujie, "He truly dares to kill." The knife in his hand fell limply to the ground. He had been genuinely frightened moments ago. Xiao Han, undeterred by fear, hurried into the living room to find Tang Yujie standing there, removing his clothing. She approached him, eager to assist in cleaning the tattered fabric clinging to his body. "So many wounds," she exclaimed, noticing his back riddled with various lacerations, some stained with crimson leaves and others with small twigs embedded in his flesh. Tang Yujie inhaled sharply and turned to the girl who was helping him, saying, "Please help me clean the wounds." He offered a grateful smile. Xiao Han paused momentarily. To be fair, Tang Yujie was quite handsome, though his previous demeanor had exuded a rustic simplicity. However, now, with his forceful return, he had become bold and sharp-edged, evoking an impression akin to that of a soldier. "Wait." Tang Yujie chuckled helplessly at the dazed girl. When Xiao Han returned, carrying a professional first aid kit, she began to tend to his wounds. The girl with earrings and Wang Qian, upon re-entering the living room, were met with the sight of Tang Yujie seated on the coffee table, facing away from them. Recalling his earlier ferocity sent a shiver down their spines. Wang Qian watched as his girlfriend focused intently on treating another man's injuries, a pang of jealousy swelling within him. Though he knew Xiao Han's relationship with Tang Yujie was merely playful, he could not bear the thought of another man being so close to her. Yet, as he recalled Tang Yujie's menacing demeanor and glanced at the large hammer resting nearby, he felt a chill of fear. Chapter 10. Beast blood. Healing. A twinge of pain made Tang Yujie furrow his brow as he observed Xiao Han's adept technique. Her movements were impressively precise. Curiosity piqued, he cast her a questioning glance. Sensing his gaze, Xiao Han looked up, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. I'm studying to be a nurse, but I haven't graduated yet." Tang Yujie nodded in understanding. That explained her proficiency in no time. All the minor wounds were tended to, and once the dirt and congealed blood were cleaned, the wounds were treated with antiseptic, appearing slightly whitened. Xiao Han glanced at Tang Yujie's right arm, a look of concern crossing her face. "Brother Tang, what about your arm?" "I don't have the proper tools to remove the twigs. If this continues, you'll risk losing it." Upon hearing her words, the two behind her brightened, secretly relishing the prospect of Tang Yujie's arm becoming incapacitated. They would prefer if he were to be mauled by wild dogs upon leaving. The girl with earrings, harboring a venomous glare, thought to herself, "Just wait. Once you're crippled, I'll make you pay." Tang Yujie tilted his head, examining the twig embedded in his arm. Suddenly, he flashed a reassuring smile at the worried Xiao Han, and, with a firm grip, yanked the protruding branch out. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, leaving the three onlookers in shock. The girl with earrings let out a piercing scream, her face splattered with the spray of blood. "Heavens, how could you just pull it out like that?" Xiao Han, disregarding everything else, hurriedly sprayed a hemostatic agent onto the wound. "No, the wound is too large. I can't stop the bleeding. It seems like a blood vessel is ruptured. Brother Tang, we need to get you to the hospital." Tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Han recalled witnessing Tang Yujie slay a ferocious beast and leap through the window. Having always admired military valor, she had been in awe of him. Yet she could hardly comprehend how this man could extract the branch from his body without uttering a sound. Tang Yujie gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, and weakly waved his hand. "Yes, fine. Just clean the wound for me. I can handle the rest." This injury, while appearing serious, was merely a superficial wound in the age of evolution. Thus, Tang Yujie was not overly concerned. However, Xiao Han was oblivious to this. All she knew was that if this continued, he would soon succumb. Once the wound was cleaned, Tang Yujie staggered to his feet. "Thank you. I'm leaving now." Xiao Han was taken aback, disregarding the blood covering her hands as she grabbed his arm. "Brother Tang, where are you going in this condition?" Tang Yujie smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Thank you for today. I'll be fine. As Xiao Han attempted to stop him, the other two seized her arms from either side. Xiao Han, let him go if he wants to leave. Why do you care? Exactly. We barely have enough food as it is. Why should we concern ourselves with this outsider? Tang Yujie paid no heed to their remarks, stepping steadily toward the door. He turned slightly to glance back at Xiao Han. Remember, to survive, trust no one completely aside from yourself, not even those closest to you. With that, he closed the door, leaving the three in stunned silence. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yujie could hear the two outside berating him. Xiao Han, look at him trying to sow discord among us. Indeed, we are good sisters, and Wang Qian is your boyfriend. How can we trust an uncivilized man we barely know? Tang Yujie dismissed their complaints, considering it a debt of gratitude owed to Xiao Han. Should the opportunity arise, he would assist her. However, as the new era had only just begun, he did not wish to waste words in lecturing others. Returning to the third floor, he stumbled into an unlatched room. Given his current state, escaping the complex was a distant fantasy. Thus, he needed a place to recuperate. Carefully closing the door, Tang Yujie's hawk-like gaze scanned the room. Ensuring it was secure before allowing himself to relax, he noticed a torn dog cage within the room, suggesting that the house had once housed a dog that had since evolved and left after devouring its owner. Tang Yujie could not afford to dwell on such matters. He sank into the sofa, blood still seeping from his myriad wounds. Even with his enhanced physique, continued blood loss would soon become perilous. Yet, oddly, he felt no fear. Struggling to grasp a paper cup, he concentrated, and to his astonishment, a cup filled with fresh, crimson blood gradually materialized within it, still radiating warmth. Beast blood, a necessary antidote for various potions, had different effects depending on its source. However, consuming it directly was not particularly effective. In his past life, there was a general who bathed in the blood of a dragon, achieving an unprecedented enhancement. Rumored to withstand the force of an atomic bomb with mere flesh, the blood in Tang Yujie's hand, however, was not nearly so miraculous. It was merely pure rabbit blood, extracted through the decomposition process. Rabbit blood, a level 1 medicinal blood, possessing limited healing properties for external wounds. This conclusion had been drawn from his prior analysis of the decomposed substance. He downed the blood in one swift motion. The hot liquid flowed down his throat like thick cherry juice, carrying a slight metallic tang. Not unpleasantly so as the blood settled in his stomach. A wave of warmth began to radiate from his core. Spreading throughout his body, a surge of excitement coursed through him. For someone who had yet to undergo evolution, even a level 1 blood remedy was nothing short of miraculous. Soon, he felt a tingling itch across all his wounds. Remarkably, his body began to flush with a faint hue, gentle heat rising from his skin. The mist thickened, and fatigue enveloped him, his eyelids growing heavy. Never had Tang Yujie anticipated such potency from a level 1 blood remedy. This was unprecedented. In his previous life, he had consumed the blood of ferocious beasts countless times, but had never experienced such a strong reaction. As he succumbed to drowsiness, he unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber. Lying on the sofa, he was enveloped in a soft, pale mist, and his wounds began to visibly heal at a remarkable pace. He could even hear the faint cracking sounds of scabs drying. He moaned in satisfaction, stretching contentedly. It had been a decade. Even in the week since his rebirth, he had never experienced such restful sleep. With a resounding crack, his bones shifted, and he suddenly realized he had actually fallen asleep. How was that possible? A decade in the apocalypse had conditioned him to remain perpetually alert. Gazing into the mirror at his bare form, he observed the scabs covering his body. Gently tearing one away revealed pristine, new skin beneath. How potent was this rabbit blood? Tang Yujie could scarcely imagine that the blood he had decomposed in his spatial realm was refined through spatial energy. That small cup from yesterday was equivalent to the blood of an entire mutated rabbit. Hence its extraordinary efficacy. Certainly, this is also because Tang Yujie can still be considered an ordinary person at this moment. If he were to become an evolved being, the healing ability of rabbit blood would diminish significantly in its effectiveness for him. After indulging in a warm bath, when Tang Yujie emerged from the bathroom, astonishingly, all his wounds had vanished without a trace, leaving only slight skin discoloration to indicate that he had once been injured. Although his right arm was now unhindered in movement, The severity of the injury meant that the wound had not yet fully healed. He could still feel a twinge of pain in the muscles of his arm during vigorous activity, though it did not impede his daily movements. Licking his lips in excitement, Tang Yujie retrieved the last 2 pieces of mutated chicken and set about simmering them in a pot. Just a hint of salt infused the aroma of the chicken soup throughout the kitchen. Not only that, the fragrance wafted through the air and into the neighboring apartments within the same building. In every household where someone was present, the enticing scent made them unable to resist salivating. On the 5th floor, Xiao Han, who had just been instructed by Wang Qian and the girl with earrings, felt aggrieved as she prepared to cook for them. Upon entering the kitchen, she was immediately captivated by the overwhelming aroma. Inhaling deeply with a look of bliss on her face, "How delightful, Wang Qian! What delectable dish are you cooking? It smells so good." Wang Qian also caught the scent of the chicken soup and felt a surge of pride. He expected Xiao Han, who usually couldn't even manage to fry an egg without confusing sugar for salt, to possess such culinary talent. He thought to himself that he should bring her along when he returned home. However, when he followed the aroma into the kitchen and saw the cold pot on the stove, his expression darkened. "Xiao Han, what are you doing? Why haven't you started cooking? I'm starving." Startled by Wang Qian's voice, Xiao Han quickly inhaled and lowered her head, blushing with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone was stewing chicken. The smell was too enticing, and I completely forgot to cook." Wang Qian took a deep breath, glaring at Xiao Han as he bellowed. "Are you a pig? Can this aroma fill your stomach? Hurry up and start cooking." Xiao Han jumped in fright, hastily scrambling to wash the rice and clean the pot. Wang Qian, with a sense of superiority, turned and left, not noticing the tears that dripped from Xiao Han's downcast face into the pot. Once, Wang Qian had treated her gently, like a gentleman. Yet, at some unknown point, he had begun to shout at her, losing his gentleness, particularly the night before last, when he had claimed he needed to study, yet ended up bringing his friends over to her place, insisting they had been chased by a pack of rats, and refusing to leave. Xiao Han had an inkling of what was happening, but her timid nature left her uncertain of how to express it. She could only bury her suspicions deep within her heart. Wang Qian also understood that with the chaos outside, he could only rely on this girlfriend he had never taken seriously. However, Xiao Han, who was not adept at cooking and had not paid much heed to the rumors outside, found their food supply dwindling. After 3 people had eaten for several days, they were nearing the end of their provisions. Consequently, Wang Qian began to grow increasingly disdainful towards Xiao Han, especially after she had invited outsiders in to tend to his injuries and bandage him. This caused the last remnants of his facade to slip away. Chapter 11. Battle against the second-level mutant beast. Tang Yujie was unaware that his cooking would spark such events. Within an hour, he had devoured both chickens entirely, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The taste was exquisite, yet the evolution points gained from the 2 chickens were somewhat disappointing. 6 points in total, allocated to his physique, defense, and speed. In the next moment, Tang Yujie felt a tremor throughout his muscles. Although his strength had not changed, the increase in his physique allowed him to exert greater control over his power. Presently, his foundational attributes stood at 5 points in physique, 4 in defense, 10 in strength, 4 in speed, and 4 in spirit. At this juncture, Tang Yujie had completely shed the frailness of his former self. Such values would easily surpass even soldiers, let alone the evolved third-class soldiers. Now, Tang Yujie possessed the strength to confront a first-level beast without trepidation. Yet, instead of feeling relieved, he gazed at the menacing beasts roaming the streets with a furrowed brow. In his previous life, he had hidden in a supermarket for over 2 months, only emerging when the rescue teams had cleared the area of beasts before accompanying them to Long Province. However, in this life, Tang Yujie had no intention of waiting. As waiting meant squandering opportunities, he vividly recalled that in the early days of Long Province, there were numerous rare treasures, and obtaining just one would grant him the qualification to advance to a higher rank. Yet, in his previous life, by the time he arrived in Long Province, the good items had already been taken, leaving nothing for those who came later. In this life, Tang Yujie harbored ambitions of becoming stronger. So he intended to fight and seize what he could. He would not succumb again. Tang Yujie had resolved that once he advanced, he would immediately depart from this place. Advancement required a significant number of beasts, and he planned to clear the beasts in this building first. With a hammer in his right hand and an iron axe in his left, Tang Yujie exited the house. Many residents in this community kept pets, and there were also feral cats and dogs hiding in every corner, providing a plethora of hunting opportunities. Tang Yujie dared not provoke the second-level beasts, so he targeted the weaker pets instead. By chance, he remembered that in another unit of this building, there was an elderly man who loved to keep fish. If those fish had also evolved, they would be no different from rabbits confined in cages. Regardless of how aquatic creatures evolved, they could never fully escape the water. This law held true even for the 15th level ferocious shark, let alone ordinary goldfish. With a target in mind, Tang Yujie cautiously crept along the walls and dashed out of the unit door, swiftly entering another unit that he wished to avoid alarming the other beasts hiding within the community, as his current strength was still too feeble. The old man was a retired cadre with mobility issues. Residing on the second floor of this building, Tang Yujie easily made his way up. The front door was tightly shut, and as he pressed his ear against it, he listened intently. His enhanced physique had also improved his hearing. He could faintly detect subtle sounds from behind the door, though they did not resemble human footsteps. Taking out a set of specialized lockpicking tools, Tang Yujie inserted them into the keyhole and, after a few adjustments, easily unlocked the door. After struggling as an ordinary person for 5 years in the apocalypse, such lock-picking skills had become essential for survival. Now, with professional tools, he found it even easier. Quietly opening the door, Tang Yujie stepped inside slowly. A trail of blood led from the living room into the bedroom, and the entire place was in disarray, with the floor swollen from water damage. As he entered the living room, he could not help but break into a grin. A fish tank that should have been over a meter long had shattered, leaving shards of glass everywhere, and several hefty goldfish were flopping about in a frenzy. Upon seeing Tang Yujie, they opened and closed their mouths wildly, their bodies propelling towards him. Unfortunately, lacking water, these mutated goldfish could only struggle futilely like animals with severed legs. Tang Yujie chuckled, brandishing his dagger and lunging toward the nearest solid black goldfish. The fish, entirely black, had bulging eyes like lanterns. As Tang Yujie pierced it with his knife, it continued to thrash violently. He showed no mercy, gripping the dagger tightly and stabbing the black goldfish while bringing down the hammer on its head. Tang Yujie's current strength was such that, with a kitchen knife, he could effortlessly cleave a car hood in two. Such power was sufficient to claim the life of a ferocious beast. Sure enough, with a single blow to its head, the goldfish ceased to struggle, its mouth moving a few times before vanishing from the dagger's blade. Tang Yujie, brimming with excitement, proceeded to eliminate all 7 goldfish scattered across the floor. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden splash startled him, and he looked up to see a long koi fish leaping gracefully through the air, flipping elegantly before crashing back into a cement pond built into the windowsill. Water splashed all over Tang Yujie, but instead of being angered, he felt elated and rushed over. Initially, he thought that catching a few goldfish would be fortunate, but he was taken aback to discover that this household had also constructed a fish pond on their balcony. As he rushed over, he saw the pond's water stirring chaotically, with large scales glimmering beneath the surface. Within the water, a gold koi fish, measuring over a meter in length, swam back and forth, consuming the remnants of fish flesh. This was a windfall. Tang Yujie's eyes sparkled with excitement, observing the koi fish's red-hued eyes. He realized that it was actually a second-level ferocious beast. Moreover, it was a second-level beast trapped here, awaiting slaughter. Tang Yujie trembled with exhilaration. Such a sizable second-level beast contained terrifying energy, and if he could consume it, he might leap directly into the ranks of second-class soldiers. Without further ado, he swung his hammer and aimed for the massive fish head submerged in the water. Boom! The hammer struck the surface, sending a spray of water soaring over 2 meters high. Yet, the koi fish nimbly twisted in the water, evading the overhead strike, while Tang Yujie's hammer collided with the fish's scales, leaving his right hand numb from the impact. However, the shimmering scales remained completely unscathed. Wow, such hard scales, Tang Yujie thought, having never encountered aquatic ferocious beasts in his previous life. He was astonished that even a mere second-level koi fish possessed scales as tough as steel. A colossal koi fish thrashed wildly in the water, utterly unprepared for an audacious assault. With a sudden leap, it charged directly at Tang Yujie. Startled, Tang Yujie swiftly evaded. Yet the koi's momentum caused it to crash heavily against the edge of the pool, shattering a corner of the cement structure. Tang Yujie, taken aback, quickly repositioned himself, ready to strike again. However, the fish was remarkably astute. Apart from its aggressive attacks, it remained submerged at the bottom of the pool, refusing to surface. Gasping for breath, Tang Yujie found even the hammer, though not particularly heavy, exhausting to wield continuously. Just as Tang Yujie contemplated taking a brief respite, the koi suddenly leapt into the air. Soaring over a meter high as it descended, its enormous mouth opened wide, unleashing a powerful jet of water aimed directly at him. Caught off guard by this unexpected tactic, Tang Yujie was struck squarely in the chest by the forceful spray. The immense power sent him hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground 2 meters away. Gasping in pain, Tang Yujie clutched his chest, coughing violently as flecks of blood escaped his lips with great effort. He lifted his shirt to reveal a large bruise forming on his chest, blood oozing from the wound. The terror of facing a second-tier beast was overwhelming. This was merely a spray of water. But if it had been a water arrow fired by a mutated creature with special abilities, one strike could have pierced him through. After a moment of relief, anger surged within Tang Yujie as he chided himself for his carelessness. Assuming the creature could not emerge from the water had led him into a severe lesson. Yet, staring at the pool, he squinted, realizing that even a second-tier beast dared to target him. That it was evident he was far too weak. Did it truly believe he could not contend with it? Struggling to rise, Tang Yujie grasped the hammer with both hands, summoning all his strength to swing it down with a mighty force. The iron hammer whistled through the air as it descended with tremendous impact. With a resounding crash, he shattered the bottom of the pool, creating a gaping hole from which water gushed forth. Tang Yujie smirked, proceeding to smash several more sizable openings, and within moments, the 3-meter pool was nearly drained. Only the massive koi remained, thrashing desperately at the bottom. Deprived of water, even a second-tier beast was reduced to a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, Tang Yujie hesitated to charge in as he had against the goldfish. The raw power of a second-tier beast was far too formidable, and even he could not subdue it. However, he had devised a plan. Grasping the crumbling edge of the drained pool, he exerted force. Tearing away a massive slab of cement, weighing over 100 pounds, he hoisted the stone above his head in the terrified gaze of the mutated koi. With a booming shout, he hurled the massive boulder down upon it. The impact was devastating. Even a second-tier beast could not withstand such crushing force. The koi's skeletal structure shattered under the overwhelming blow. Yet, even in death, it continued to thrash, reducing the broken cement into a fine powder. Tang Yujie, panting heavily, sat aside, observing the koi's futile struggles. It took a full half-hour before the second-tier beast finally succumbed to its injuries. Gazing at the lifeless fish, Tang Yujie furrowed his brow. It lay there, not vanishing as before, but remaining in its place. With no alternative, as his spatial capacity had long been exhausted, he had no choice but to carry it back. Resigned, he bent down to grip the fish's mouth, preparing to lift it when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. His hair stood on end as he lunged forward, reaching for the nearby hammer, but it was too late. He could see the shadow closing in under the sunlight. And without time to grab his weapon, he threw himself into the pool in a desperate bid to escape. Chapter 12. 6 Techniques versus the Mutated Turtle Crack. The sound of splintering wood echoed. Ignoring the pain from the stones that had grazed his body, Tang Yujie looked up in horror to find his hefty wooden hammer's handle had been bitten cleanly in two around. Beastly head slowly emerged, spitting out the broken piece of wood. Tang Yujie rose to his feet, drenched in cold sweat as he beheld the enormous turtle, its shell the size of a grinding stone. When had it appeared behind him? How had he not sensed its presence? He could hardly believe that a creature of such size could go unnoticed in the room. If he had not noticed the movement in the shadow on the ground, that turtle would have surely bitten into his leg. Without doubt, the strength capable of crushing such a thick wooden stick could easily sever his leg. A second-tier mutated turtle. This was indeed troublesome. After spitting out the wood, the massive turtle glanced at Tang Yujie, then at the corpse of the koi. It paused momentarily before swaggering over to the koi's remains, opening its beak, reminiscent of an eagle's, and sinking its teeth into the fish's belly. To Tang Yujie's astonishment, the koi's seemingly impenetrable scales were easily crushed, and the turtle greedily swallowed a hefty chunk of flesh. Seeing this, Tang Yujie's eyes turned blood red with fury. How dare you eat my fish? You shall die. Stepping out of the pool, he swung his right hand, sending the axe from his spatial storage hurtling towards the turtle's head. If this strike connected, even a second-tier beast would surely meet its demise. In the eyes of any evolved being, one could rob them of wealth and status, but never their food. Having clawed his way up from the apocalypse, Tang Yujie regarded his prey as more valuable than anything else. Anyone who dared to take his food would face his wrath. The turtle, mid-bite, instinctively recoiled its head into its shell as Tang Yujie's axe came crashing down, cleaving through the floor instead. The turtle, now tucked within its shell, charged directly at Tang Yujie. His expression shifted. He sensed that while the turtle's speed was not particularly swift, it harbored terrifying power within. He could not withstand this blow. With nowhere to evade, Tang Yujie barely managed to retract his axe, swinging it with all his might as the turtle collided with him. The force surged through his right arm, sending him flying, and his axe merely sparked against the turtle's shell, dulling its edge. Tang Yujie struck the ceiling before crashing back down. Gasping in agony, he struggled to rise. Yet, just as he did, darkness enveloped him as the turtle leapt into the air, its limbs and head retracting into its shell, descending upon him with a thunderous crash. Damn it! Tang Yujie quickly rolled away, but it was too late. He felt the weight of the massive shell crashing down upon his left foot. Eliciting a scream, without hesitation, he gripped the turtle shell and forcefully heaved, freeing his crushed foot. Hobbling on one leg, he fled, but the turtle was already in pursuit. Its speed, while not rapid, far surpassed Tang Yujie's current condition. Cursing under his breath, he grasped the broken hammer and turned to deliver a fierce strike. But the turtle, undeterred, retracted its head once more, and once again, he missed. Frustration boiled within him as he resorted to circling the room, evading the turtle's relentless chase. Fortunately, while a second-tier mutated turtle possessed explosive strength, it lacked endurance. Outside of its attacks, its speed was comparable to a limping Tang Yujie. This allowed him to continuously evade within the confined space, even managing to land a few strikes. Yet, the turtle's notorious defense made it nearly impervious. With Tang Yujie's current strength, he could hardly inflict any damage upon the creature. What to do? As he dodged, frantic thoughts raced through his mind. In his previous life, evolutionaries despised turtle-type mutated beasts. Their armored shells were notoriously difficult to deal with. Only those several levels stronger could easily slay them. Tang Yujie lacked such power and advantageous conditions. Yet he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Those who survived in the apocalypse were ruthless, merciless to beasts and even more so to themselves. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned evasive tactics and charged straight into the bedroom. Upon entering, the stench of decay assaulted him. 3 human corpses lay gruesomely strewn across the bed, evidently victims of the massive turtle. The sudden intrusion ignited the turtle's fury, prompting an urgent roar as it pursued Tang Yujie. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he quickened his pace, creating distance before downing a cup of vivid red liquid. The pungent taste seared his throat, and a flush spread across his face. A mist enveloped him. Twisting his form within the haze in this extraordinary moment, Tang Yujie felt his strength surge, blood essence, a first-tier potion that could temporarily enhance strength. Discarding the paper cup, Tang Yujie felt a surging power within his body and couldn't help but wonder. Could this be what people referred to as being charged with energy? At that moment, the large turtle that had rushed into the bedroom since the change in Tang Yujie hesitated for a fleeting instant. But soon, in a bid to protect its precious supplies, it cast aside that odd feeling and lunged at Tang Yujie with a roared S. He felt the strength within him escalate wildly. Tang Yujie let out a hearty laugh. Gripping the broken hammer tightly, he took a deep breath, and the energy throughout his body began to accumulate, visibly causing his previously slender arms to swell to more than double their size. At that moment, Tang Yujie's arms appeared remarkably out of proportion, yet they brimmed with power. This was merely a combat technique refined by later generations, designed to maximize the enhancement of the fundamental 5 attributes. When the power reached its zenith, Tang Yujie unleashed a thunderous blow with the hammer. The impact resonated like a shockwave, and without resorting to any underhanded tactics, he struck with all his might against the turtle's shell. The sound of the collision reverberated like thunder, shattering the glass in the vicinity. For a brief moment, It felt as though time had come to a standstill between Tang Yujie and the mutated turtle, with neither daring to move. Until, with a series of cracking sounds, the remaining half of the hammers hussated after consuming the last morsel of fish, Tang Yujie felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Gently patting his now rounded belly, he concentrated, and to his astonishment, his abdomen swiftly returned to its flat state. Simultaneously, his evolution points surged by 15. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. 7 fish had only yielded 15 points of energy, considerably less than what the mutated chicken had provided. However, upon reflection, he understood that fish, being significantly lighter than chicken, naturally contained less energy. He unreservedly allocated the 15 points to enhance his 5 foundational attributes: physique at 10 points, defense at 8, strength at 10, speed at 4, and spirit at 10. With 3 attributes maxed out, Tang Yujie felt as though a colossal fireball was igniting within him, his formidable mental prowess commanding an overwhelming force that made him believe he could shatter a wall with a single punch. Of course, these sensations were mere illusions. Once his body acclimated to the sudden surge of strength, such delusions would dissipate. Even though Tang Yujie's physique had become exceptionally robust, the thought of colliding with a stone was absurdly naive. Suddenly, as he was washing the pots, a knock on the door startled Tang Yujie. Tilting his head to glance at the sound, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be a relative of the previous owner? Peering through the peephole, he was taken aback. Upon opening the door, he found Ning Xiaohan, her head bowed in modesty. Ning Xiaohan, what brings you here? Ning Xiaohan, slightly flustered after knocking, felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she heard the door open. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, she looked up, her surprise evident. Tang Gu, is that really you? Tang Yujie invited her inside, gesturing toward the blood-stained dog cage in the living room. I left your place and noticed this door ajar. It seemed something had happened, so I decided to stay here for a while. Ning Xiaohan's spirits lifted as she turned to observe Tang Yujie, only to realize that all his previous injuries had vanished, leaving no trace of the harrowing state he had been in days prior. You? How have you recovered completely? Tang Yujie blinked, recognizing that although Ning Xiaohan was innocent, she had saved his life, prompting him to share the truth about this world with her. Thus, he recounted his fortuitous discovery that consuming the flesh of mutated beasts not only enhanced physical attributes, but also accelerated the healing of injuries. As she listened, Ning Xiaohan blinked repeatedly, her expression a mixture of innocence and awe. Tang Gu, is everything you said true? Though her demeanor suggested skepticism, her eyes betrayed her burgeoning belief in Tang Yujie's words. Amused, he gently patted her head, contemplating how easily she might believe him if he claimed to have reincarnated from a decade into the future. After a moment's thought, Tang Yujie entered the kitchen, discreetly retrieving 2 rabbits. He quickly stir-fried them to perfection and presented the dish to Ning Xiaohan. Here, give it a try. Ning Xiaohan swallowed hard, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen since earlier had left her on edge with anticipation. By the time Tang Yujie brought out the dish, her eyes were glued to it. With a resigned sigh, he placed a piece of rabbit leg into her bowl. Enjoy. Ning Xiaohan was taken aback by the size of the rabbit leg. Is this a dog leg? It's enormous. Shyly tearing off a morsel, the rich flavor of the stir-fried rabbit exploded in her mouth. From that moment on, she seemed oblivious, her eyes widening as she gnawed on the leg like a hamster. Disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum, Tang Yujie chuckled heartily and joined her in feasting. The 2 rabbits, weighing over 20 pounds, were nearly consumed by Tang Yujie, leaving only a small portion for Ning Xiaohan. This meal marked the most she had ever eaten in her life. However, Tang Yujie could not help but shake his head, noting her modest appetite. What a pity it was to miss an opportunity for reinforcement. Once satiated, a sense of rationality returned to Ning Xiaohan as she surveyed the messy table, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Tang Yujie. Hold on. Take a moment to feel how you are doing. Ning Xiaohan paused, and just then, she felt a wave of warmth radiating from her stomach, a force so potent it engulfed her entire body in a fiery glow. Ah, it's so hot, she exclaimed, enveloped in mist, only to be followed by a look of pain. Tang Gu, I feel such intense pain all over. Am I going to die? Tang Yujie chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, although it may hurt a bit, it will pass quickly. Just focus on how you feel. Reassured by his words, Ning Xiaohan endured the discomfort, carefully observing the changes within her. Indeed, as Tang Yujie had said, the initial pain gradually subsided, replaced by a revitalizing surge coursing through her body. Alas, her meager appetite limited the intensity of the reinforcement, and soon the sensation faded into nothingness. When Ning Xiaohan finally opened her eyes, she felt as if the world had transformed. The sunlight appeared brighter, and the air crisper. Chapter 14. The Evolver unlocks new abilities. Tang Yujie sat back with a smile, watching Ning Xiaohan's astonished expression. So, how do you feel? Ning Xiaohan regarded him curiously. Tengu, why does it seem like your movements have slowed down? It's quite amusing. Tang Yujie paused before realizing. It was not his speed that had diminished, but rather her own had increased. She had just undergone a reinforcement and had yet to adapt. In time, this sensation would dissipate. Ning Xiaohan nodded, hanging on to every word he spoke, her trust in him unwavering. She marveled at the thought that such ferocious creatures could enhance her physical capabilities, especially considering how delicious they were. The prospect of indulging in such meals daily was delightful. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead. Oh no! I completely forgot. Frantically glancing at the table, she was dismayed to see a pile of bones, with not a drop of broth remaining. How could I have been so selfish? Qian and the others are waiting for me to bring back food. Looking up at Tang Yujie, she implored, Tengu, do you have any more of this meat? Could you sell me some? Tang Yujie was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned on him. Shaking his head, he replied, Xiaohan, you must understand how precious this meat is. You have yet to face those ferocious beasts and truly comprehend their terror. I possess little of this meat myself, so I cannot sell it to you. Moreover, I need you to promise that you will not speak of anything that happened here today to anyone, including your boyfriend and that woman. Do you understand? Tang Yujie did not wish to adopt such a tone with Ning Xiaohan, but he genuinely feared she might act foolishly under the influence of others. Ning Xiaohan dejectedly nodded, accepting his terms, and returned home with a heavy heart. Closing the door, Tang Yujie shook his head in resignation. He had said what needed to be said. Whether Ning Xiaohan would heed his warning was beyond his concern. Earlier, he had refrained from directly reinforcing himself due to her presence. After consuming so much rabbit meat, his body had reached its limits. With a total of 9 evolution points, he was ready to advance as he maxed out his 5 attributes. Tang Yujie felt an immense energy radiating from within him, as if a roaring furnace had ignited inside. Sensing the transformation within, he smiled faintly. The time had finally come. Returning to his bedroom, he lay on the bed, tilted his head back, and swallowed a beast core whole. Despite its glassy exterior, the core melted instantly upon contact with his mouth, transforming into a warm stream that slid down to his stomach. In that moment, a terrifying energy erupted within him, a force that felt capable of obliterating everything in its path. Drawing from his past experiences, Tang Yujie remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the transformation of his body under this newfound power. However, just as the energy surged, it was abruptly absorbed by some mysterious substance, leaving him no time to react before he lost consciousness. Once again, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, but unlike the destructive force of the beast core, this energy felt nurturing, rejuvenating Tang Yujie's body. As he lay on the bed, his body underwent rapid changes. He grew taller, and his once dull yellow hair fell out in clumps. Not only that, but even his eyebrows and body hair shed due to the accelerated metabolism. Tang Yujie was unaware of how long he had slept. But when he finally opened his eyes, he shot upright, his clothes bursting open as the pent-up power within him was unleashed. His arms spread wide, and he felt as light as a feather, as if he could float to the ground effortlessly. Have I leveled up? Tang Yujie marveled at his hands, sensing a newfound vitality coursing through him. Noticing the unpleasant odor emanating from his body, he rushed into the bathroom for a cold shower. Staring at his reflection, he was delighted to see he had grown 5 centimeters taller. Though he was completely hairless now, Tang Yujie felt no urgency. This was a natural occurrence after leveling up, and hair would eventually grow back. Neglecting to admire his sleek muscles, he eagerly checked his status. At long last, he confirmed that on the 4th day of the apocalypse, he had unlocked his genes and evolved. His attributes now stood at Physique 10, Defense 10, Strength 10, Speed 10, Spirit 10, and Extraordinary Energy 6. The foundational 5 had transformed into 6. From this moment forth, Tang Yujie may commence his cultivation. Although it may seem merely an addition of extraordinary energy, it signifies the hallmark of becoming an evolver. Only by possessing this extraordinary energy can evolvers wield their unique abilities and even facilitate the evolution of those powers. With this thought in mind, Tang Yujie could hardly contain his eagerness to observe any alterations in his spatial ability. With a mere thought, he sensed his spatial realm, and indeed, following his evolution, his space had expanded to twice its previous capacity, an impressive 2 cubic meters. However, Tang Yujie felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, 2 cubic meters hardly constitutes a vast expanse. In 4 years, when spatial backpacks developed by others come into existence, even those would match his current dimensions. Yet, soon, a subtle shift in Tang Yujie's expression revealed an unusual intrigue. It is a well-known fact among evolvers that extraordinary energy can enhance abilities and even promote evolution. However, the inheritance of his dreamlike power explicitly informed him that his space could not absorb extraordinary energy for growth. In other words, he could never restore the immense space he once possessed. Cursed be it! How could I have forgotten? The divine artifact repository only expands in size with level increases. There are no alternative means. Tang Yujie felt an overwhelming urge to curse aloud. Just as he was lamenting the inadequacies of his space, he suddenly sensed that his spatial realm had unlocked a new function, attachment. Having lost the advantage of spatial expansion, gaining a new function left Tang Yujie in a quandary. Should he laugh or cry? Perhaps he should first explore what attachment truly entailed. The attachment function allows one to affix a material to a piece of equipment, thereby enhancing its performance. With the properties of the material transferring to the equipment, Tang Yujie's breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already begun to comprehend the remarkable nature of his space. But he could hardly fathom that upon becoming an evolver, the new functionality of his space would resemble the attachment skill found in games. Although it differed somewhat from the traditional blacksmith's craft he had envisioned, it must be said that this function was exceedingly advantageous, especially as he was contemplating where to procure suitable weaponry. After all, his current strength was so formidable that ordinary weapons either felt too light or would become unusable after only a few strikes. Eager to test this new function, Tang Yujie glanced at the rather unimpressive assortment of weapons in his possession: a handleless hammer, a dulled axe, a dagger, and several kitchen knives. Such a meager collection caused Tang Yujie's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. It truly was a disgrace for a reborn individual in the novels, who among the resurrected did not wield extraordinary power and command respect. Yet here he was, appearing so pitiful. Shaking his head, Tang Yujie resolved to first experiment with the dagger. He had originally purchased 2 daggers, but one had long since been bent by a mutated chicken. The dagger Tang Yujie acquired was made of excellent steel, yet its design was utterly unremarkable. Almost devoid of distinctive features, with limited materials at hand, Tang Yujie surveyed his surroundings and extracted a chicken beak. Within his space, a chicken beak emerged from a bubble, forming a small separate bubble. Tang Yujie directed it towards the dagger, and a wondrous sight unfolded. The 2 bubbles merged into one, and as the beak made contact with the dagger, the entire blade transformed into a brilliant white. Elongating slightly as the light dissipated, the chicken beak vanished, leaving behind a dagger of deep black hue, elongated and striking. The dagger now measured approximately 25 centimeters in length, with a blade width of 3 fingers. The tip of the blade was slightly curved upward, and the blade itself was a silver-plated dark black, gleaming only along the sharpened edge. Tang Yujie rejoiced, twirling the dagger in his right hand with effortless grace. The weapon, enhanced by the addition, would evolve in accordance with Tang Yujie's innate abilities, effectively tailoring it to his needs. His fingers interlocked perfectly with the hilt, and Tang Yujie tenderly caressed the dagger, suddenly thrusting it backward, aiming directly at the wall. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the dagger embedded itself to the hilt, and Tang Yujie felt nearly no resistance. In astonishment, he withdrew the dagger, finding no trace of a scratch upon the blade, while the wall bore a deep, albeit short, fissure. What a sharp blade! Tang Yujie exclaimed in awe, scrutinizing the dagger in his grasp. Chicken beak dagger. Level 1 equipment, with the additional property pecking strike. Upon appraising the dagger, Tang Yujie realized the sheer terror of his newfound ability. He had transformed an ordinary object into a level 1 weapon, a power typically reserved for blacksmiths. Never underestimate blacksmiths. In the coming decade, their rarity would rival that of giant pandas. They would undoubtedly be treasured as national treasures across various bases. Tang Yujie sat on the ground, clutching the dagger with a foolish grin. He had become a blacksmith. Heaven knows the advantages of being a blacksmith. One blacksmith could sustain a legion of thousands. With this ability, Tang Yujie could forge his own dominion. He envisioned himself reigning supreme over Huaxia. Slapping his face, he chided himself. Enough with the fanciful thoughts. The time for dominance over Huaxia is still far off. Tang Yujie hastily interrupted his own musings. He cherished the dagger, which was indeed impressive, particularly with its pecking strike property. However, it was not quite suitable for him, as his strength was too overwhelming. Even after the enhancement, the dagger felt somewhat cumbersome in his hands. Thus, Tang Yujie resolved to venture forth in search of equipment more fitting for his prowess before further enhancements. Chapter 15. The method of using attachment. After tidying up, Tang Yujie stored the two level 2 ferocious beasts lying in the living room within his space, and then set out with the axe in hand. A weapon tailored to one's needs can significantly elevate an evolver's combat prowess. Lacking any offensive abilities, Tang Yujie had placed great emphasis on his physical training over the past decade. In his previous life, he had focused on enhancing his physique, as he was neither particularly strong nor swift, opting for a spear as his weapon of choice. However, now, his basic attributes far surpassed those of an average person. To maximize his combat potential, Tang Yujie unhesitatingly opted for a strength-based weapon. Unable to find a suitable knife in the short term, he decided to seek out a few axes to utilize. When it came to axes, the first thing that sprang to mind for Tang Yujie was the fire axe. He recalled that in the supermarket where he had once worked, there was a fire axe in the safety corridor. It was just a short walk away from his residential area, taking no more than 2 or 3 minutes. However, the main entrance was blocked by mutated beasts, making it evidently impossible to exit through there. Tang Yujie chose to navigate around the base of the building, heading in a different direction. On the other side of the complex stood a 3-meter-high wall, which had originally been a seldom-used gate. Due to people taking shortcuts, the gate had been sawed off, leading the property management to seal it up with a wall 0.3 meters high. With no means of assistance, an ordinary person would find it impossible to scale. Yet for Tang Yujie, 3 meters posed no challenge. Spotting the towering wall from a distance, he began to accelerate. With a speed of 10, he covered a 100-meter distance in under 7 seconds, reaching peak velocity. Like a monkey, Tang Yujie leapt into the air, his fingers gripping the wall's edge. With a gentle pull, he effortlessly perched himself atop the 3-meter wall. At that moment, Tang Yujie resembled a cat lurking in the shadows. Every movement silent and stealthy. Gazing down at the street below, which had once been bustling with activity, it now lay eerily quiet, devoid of pedestrians or vehicles. Tang Yujie leaped down quietly, surveying his surroundings with keen vigilance. Upon confirming there was no danger, he dashed outward. Tang Yujie's speed was remarkable, yet his footsteps made almost no sound. The aftereffects of the previous day's battle had dissipated with his recent promotion. Otherwise, he would not have dared to traverse the streets so boldly. Upon reaching the main street, he encountered a great many people, for the apocalypse had only just begun, and many had yet to grasp the terror of mutated beasts. Groups of individuals roamed the streets in search of food and weapons. Occasionally, vehicles sped past, their interiors laden with supplies, clearly intending to flee. Unfortunately, while mutated beasts had yet to form packs, those outside the city posed a higher threat than those within. Such blatant outings would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Tang Yujie could not afford to linger on these thoughts. The cacophony would soon draw on nearby mutated beasts, prompting him to quicken his pace. He sprinted ahead, his speed surpassing that of a cyclist. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at Huimin Shopping Mall. Huimin Mall was the largest shopping center in Wanshi, comprising 5 floors, with his former workplace, Fuyuan Supermarket, located on the basement level. Tang Yujie touched his nose, observing the throngs of people frantically surging inside, and halted his stride as he turned and circled to the rear of the mall, where he found a gray iron door tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. This was the employee entrance, which only opened in the morning and was locked by security during business hours. Tang Yujie retrieved his lock-picking tools and twisted them a few times. The seemingly robust iron door was easily opened by him. Slipping inside quietly, he was met with instant darkness, illuminated only by a dim yellow bulb casting light down the corridor. Relying on memories from a decade prior, Tang Yujie navigated through the twists and turns, effortlessly finding the mall's emergency exit. These passages were seldom traversed, rendering them remarkably quiet. Unfazed by danger, Tang Yujie strode confidently upward. Upon reaching the second floor, he opened the safety door and emerged. The second floor of the mall housed men's clothing, typically bustling with activity, yet now it was nearly deserted. Even when these individuals reached the second floor, they merely hurriedly gathered a few articles of clothing before racing back downstairs, showing no regard for the sudden appearance of Tang Yujie. Upon opening the door, Tang Yujie made a beeline for the fire cabinet, his gaze lighting up at the sight of the red fire axe secured with steel wire within. Indifferent to the need for a key, he pressed his fingers lightly against the glass door of the cabinet, exerting a gentle force, and with a resounding crash, the shatterproof glass splintered into 1,000 pieces. The moment he grasped the axe handle, a wave of tranquility washed over him. With a vigorous tug, he effortlessly severed the steel wire securing it with a triumphant grin. He relished the possession of the axe. Rather than hastily departing, Tang Yujie retraced his steps through the second floor, guided by memory, until he discovered a brand store specializing in leather apparel. At that moment, the store's glass door had been smashed by someone, resulting in a significant reduction of merchandise inside. Yet the remaining items were still sufficient for Tang Yujie's selection. Considering his physique, he chose 10 sets of leather jackets, pants, and boots. These were not merely good items. They were durable and offered a degree of protection. Not content with just that, he also raided other stores for men's underwear and long-sleeve t-shirts, both thick and thin, stuffing anything that caught his eye into his spatial storage until the 2 cubic meters were completely filled. At which point he finally paused, satisfied. Licking his lips in delight, Tang Yujie paid no heed to the commotion emanating from below as he strode purposefully towards the third floor. The third floor was designated for women's clothing. And without lingering, he simply retrieved the axe before moving on. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he encountered a significant increase in the number of people. Both men and women were present, all laden with bags of varying sizes. Frantically snatching up the scant food available in the restaurant, as Tang Yujie made his sudden entrance, eyes turned towards him. Noticing his empty hands, some individuals quickly dismissed him, but many others regarded him warily. Fearful he might covet their gathered supplies, Tang Yujie merely scratched his nose, apathetic towards them. But to be frank, he held no interest in their possessions. Even if offered food, he would disdain it. He strode towards the fire cabinet. And with a resounding crash, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he secured his third fire axe. Damn, this guy's impressive. Why didn't I think of that? Exclaimed a young man nearby, suddenly slapping his forehead in excitement as he turned to look at Tang Yujie. This act seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration among the crowd, prompting them to not only seize food, but also to snatch any item that could be considered a weapon. Leading to an immediate frenzy of theft, Tang Yujie let out a bitter smile, feeling no inclination to speak, and was about to head downstairs when his peripheral vision caught sight of the shopping mall's office area in a corner of the fourth floor. His eyes brightened suddenly. He remembered having visited this place before and recalled that there were some valuable items in the office. He hurried over, pushed open the glass door, and proceeded towards the manager's office. Guided by memory, the office area remained remarkably clean, though the bustling figures that once occupied it had vanished. 4 days had been ample time for most institutions in Huaxia to become paralyzed. Who would still come to work now? Everyone was either hiding at home or devising ways to survive. Thus, no one impeded Tang Yujie's entrance. He kicked open the manager's office door, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon a knife rack on a display shelf. The rack held 3 Tang swords, the shortest measuring 2 feet, while the longest extended to 4 feet. Although these 3 swords were merely artistic pieces, their craftsmanship was exquisite. Tang Yujie, filled with excitement, drew out the shortest blade. Sunlight streaming through the window reflected off the blade, giving it a mirror-like sheen. The Tang sword had a narrow blade, with a spine half an inch thick, ideal for cleaving. He swung it a few times in his hand, finding no faults aside from its slight lightness. Though merely art, the quality of the 3 swords was exceptional, particularly the handles and sheaths, which were crafted from precious red sandalwood, creating an illusion of high-end elegance at first glance. Running his fingers along the blade, Tang Yujie shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, these swords had not been sharpened. However, this was not a concern for him. He stored all 3 swords in his spatial storage and, rather than rushing out, he decided to fashion himself a set of equipment right there in the office. Entering his spatial realm, Tang Yujie surveyed the fully stocked space, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Over the past decade of apocalyptic turmoil, his greatest hobby had been filling his storage. Regrettably, the space was now too small. Various items jostled against one another, distorting the protective bubbles that encased them. With an air of decisiveness, Tang Yujie tossed aside the broken hammer and shabby axe, creating a bit of breathing room. Among all the equipment, the weapons were of utmost importance to him. With limited materials on hand, he was reluctant to squander the rare opportunity presented by the 3 Tang swords, and thus decided to first affix enhancements to the axe. After assessing the meager assortment of materials in his space, Tang Yujie conducted a thorough appraisal of each, gaining a clearer understanding before contemplating his options. Legendary items demanded freedom, allowing any material to be affixed to the desired equipment. However, in reality, Tang Yujie could not afford to be so wasteful. With his materials being scarce and their effects varying, he needed to make judicious choices. Few items were suitable for enhancing the axe. While a chicken beak possessed the pecking trait and seemed promising, it was not appropriate for the axe. Neither were rabbit teeth suitable. After much deliberation, he ultimately opted for a chicken claw. As he attempted to merge the chicken claw with the axe, he was surprised to find that they did not seamlessly integrate as before. He hesitated momentarily, trying twice more, yet to no avail. Frowning, Tang Yujie felt a growing sense of urgency. Could it be that the affixation ability was limited to a single use? Testing with other items yielded the same result. Tang Yujie, feeling defeated, meticulously searched for the underlying reason and inadvertently discovered that the foundational 6 attributes had changed. Constitution, 10 points, defense, 10 points, strength, 10 points, speed, 10 points, spirit, 10 points, and ability energy, 1 point. Everything else remained unchanged, except that ability energy had decreased from 6 points to 1. Could it be that affixation consumed ability energy? To validate his hypothesis, Tang Yujie promptly swallowed a beast core, feeling a warm current flash through his stomach. He noticed that his ability energy had increased by 3 points. Testing affixation once again still resulted in failure. Yet, undeterred, he consumed 2 more beast cores, and with the aid of his mutated spatial ability, the 2 cores were quickly transformed into ability energy. Ability energy, 11 points. It seemed that not all beast cores of the same level contained the same amount of energy. With no time to ponder this, he fervently directed the chicken claw towards the axe for fusion. In the tense gaze of Tang Yujie, the 2 energy bubbles finally reacted, merging instantaneously. Bathed in a white glow, the axe's form underwent a remarkable transformation. With a deep sigh of relief, Tang Yujie realized he had not been mistaken. As the light dissipated, he found himself momentarily at a loss, gazing at the axe before him. The axe retained its original red hue, but the handle was no longer cylindrical. It tapered in the middle and flared slightly at the bottom. Resembling a massive femur at first glance, the handle was adorned with textures reminiscent of chicken skin. The axe blade, exaggeratedly elongated on both sides, resembled a crescent moon at the sharpened edge. The rear of the axe was no longer a sharp point, but instead curved like a chicken claw's tip. From every angle, it appeared as though he was wielding a giant chicken claw, now magnified to a height of 5 feet. Tang Yujie marveled at his new weapon. Despite his verbal disdain, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly identified the axe, Earthshatter Axe, level 1 equipment, with the added attribute rend, thump, thump. Tang Yujie's heart raced with anticipation as he eagerly brandished the Earthshatter Axe, feeling its weight settle comfortably in his grasp. The grip's texture ensured he would not lose hold, and after swinging it a couple of times, the sharp blade seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of reality, emitting a low, resonant hum. What a magnificent axe! Laughing heartily, Tang Yujie swung the axe down upon a solid wooden office desk. With a resounding explosion, the heavy desk shattered in the center, splintering into countless wooden shards. While the 2 halves toppled to either side, Tang Yujie gazed in astonishment at the destruction wrought by his single strike. This axe was perfectly suited to him. Examining the desk's jagged edge, he noted that it did not resemble a cut made by a sharp object. Rather, the break appeared chaotic and ragged, as if something had violently torn it apart. What a powerful rend! So, this was how it worked. Tang Yujie was utterly satisfied with the Earthshatter axe, cradling it with affection. However, he was even more exhilarated by the capabilities of the mutated space, though its non-offensive nature left him with a tinge of regret. As for the fact that affixation required the consumption of ability energy, Tang Yujie did not dwell on it, as his spatial storage could not rely on ability energy for enhancement. For the time being, ability energy was of no use to him, and he would never lack for beast cores in the future. After all, the ability to acquire a weapon for the consumption of just 1 or 2 beast cores was an incredibly advantageous trade compared to the prospect of needing over 100 for a single weapon in the future. With this successful experiment under his belt, Tang Yujie's interest in affixation deepened, spurring him on to eagerly begin crafting his first set of personal equipment. A white t-shirt fused with rabbit fur became rabbit hair shirt. Level 1 equipment, with the added attribute constant temperature, a set of leather jacket and pants, directly fused with fish scales, resulted in a complete armor set. Scale armor. Level 1 equipment, with the added attribute slippery, lizard skin pants. Level 1 equipment, with the added attribute of slippery, a pair of leather gloves, merged with chicken claw guards, also boasts a level 1 status, accompanied by the attribute grip strength. Lastly, the leather boots, enhanced by the integration of rabbit legs, endowed Tang Yujie with a delightful surprise. Bouncing boots. Level 1 equipment, with the additional attributes of jumping and leaping. To possess not 1 but 2 attributes was a rarity, evident from the value of this singular piece among the multitude of gear Tang Yujie had crafted. Eagerly, he stripped down to his bare skin, donning each piece of equipment in succession. It must be said, the mutated space was remarkably accommodating. The previously ill-fitting sizes now seemed tailor-made for Tang Yujie. The rabbit fur shirt, pristine and immaculate, glided under his touch, smooth to the feel, as if a delicate layer of rabbit fur adorned its surface. Clad in it, it clung to his skin without a hint of irritation, instead providing a refreshing sensation akin to wearing nothing at all. Instantly, he perceived the once sweltering air transforming into a cool embrace, as if every pore in his body breathed in the refreshing atmosphere. Clearly, the constant temperature feature of the attire was in effect. Draped in leather pants and a leather jacket, the supple fabric adhered to him without friction, feeling as if it were a second skin. Gazing into the mirror, Tang Yujie beheld his elevated stature, cloaked entirely in black leather, instantly amplifying his allure, prompting a grin to spread across his face. The leather jacket, pure black in hue, revealed a shimmering array of iridescent colors under the sunlight, reminiscent of fish scales reflecting light. Curiously, he reached out to touch it. The surface felt extraordinarily slick, devoid of any resistance or friction. Satisfied, Tang Yujie slipped on the leather boots and felt an immediate lightness throughout his body, prompting a gentle leap that nearly sent him crashing into the ceiling. "Wow, that's high," he exclaimed, having effortlessly jumped over a meter into the air. The jumping effect of the boots was astonishing. As he took a few steps within the confines of the room, a sensation of buoyancy enveloped him. Each step felt as if he had launched into a standing long jump, his feet barely grazing the ground, akin to treading on clouds, weightless and ethereal. Tang Yujie reveled in his newfound springiness. In his previous life, even after attaining the rank of second lieutenant, he had never encountered such fitting equipment. Now, as a mere third-class private, he found himself adorned in a complete set of gear. Finally, with the gloves donned, the strikingly dark Tang Yujie exuded an aura of charisma, his inherent presence amplified by the enhancements from his evolution. If he weren't caught in a fit of laughter at his own reflection, he would undoubtedly inspire awe in others. Transformed in his attire, Tang Yujie felt invigorated, his spirits soaring higher than ever before. He swiftly exited the office area, striding down the stairs under the watchful eyes of the crowd on the 4th floor. With a leap, he descended the 50-step staircase in a matter of 5 bounds, effortlessly. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he leaned against the railing, glancing down at the 1st floor, approximately 7 or 8 meters below. With a firm grip on the railing, he exerted a slight force and launched himself off, resembling a black fish leaping through the air. Close to 10 meters. Even professional parkour athletes would seldom dare such a direct jump. Yet, Tang Yujie brimmed with confidence, especially with his formidable gear bolstering his resolve to challenge his limits. He plummeted from 8 meters and almost instantaneously landed on the ground. As his feet touched down, he felt a cushioning effect emanating from the soles of his shoes. His legs barely registered any rebound force, and he stood firmly on the first floor. Moreover, his descent from the second floor was nearly silent. Only a sudden dark figure startled the people below, causing several to involuntarily scream. Tang Yujie was immensely pleased with the bouncing boots, their effects surpassing even that of level 2 equipment, however, upon hearing the startled cries. He realized he had perhaps drawn too much attention to himself. Fortunately, the first floor was not overly crowded. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, he swiftly dashed toward the underground stairwell. His figure vanished at the entrance of Fuyuan Supermarket, prompting those left behind to exclaim, "Goodness, a superhero! An ability user, undoubtedly an ability user." They speculated, echoing the tales they had read in novels about how, with the advent of the apocalypse, humanity could transform into extraordinary beings. "Puffed! You've read too many novels," they scoffed. Unbeknownst to Tang Yujie, his astonishing leap had ignited a flurry of imaginations among the onlookers. As he gazed upon the familiar yet strange supermarket, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. After a series of twists and turns, he had returned to this place once more. Upon entering, he immediately detected a cacophony of voices ahead. "I dare you to break in. Is there no law anymore? Ha, law? Are you going to lecture us about law? Have you lost your mind? Look at the chaos outside. The police can't even handle it, let alone your petty troubles. Be smart and get out of the way, or my knife will taste blood again." Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, standing behind the crowd, piecing together the unfolding situation. He procured a shopping cart and skillfully climbed atop it, gaining a vantage point to observe the scene within. At the checkout area, 3 factions had formed. The supermarket's contingent was the smallest, comprising individuals of both genders, predominantly in their 30s. Leading them were 3 men in suits. Behind them stood individuals clad in white shirts and supermarket uniforms. Tang Yujie recognized a few faces, likely familiar employees. Armed with steel pipes and other makeshift weapons, they glared indignantly at the other 2 factions. The second faction was a motley crew, ranging from teenagers to septuagenarians. They resembled a makeshift gang, their eyes gleaming greedily at the supermarket's goods, yet hesitant to charge in due to the armed employees. Each of them carried bags, some so bulging that the zippers could barely contain their contents. Lastly, there was the most boisterous group of all, composed entirely of adult men clad in leather outfits. Tang Yujie quickly deduced that they were the very individuals who had looted the leather shops on the second floor prior to his arrival. These men wore expressions of defiance, many wielding baseball bats, while others brandished knives or cleavers. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes, fixating on the leader of this unruly band. Towering above the rest at over 2 meters with a robust build, he exuded an aura of raw strength. Moreover, Tang Yujie's senses hinted that this man had undoubtedly consumed the flesh of ferocious beasts. Indeed, this supermarket isn't your personal domain. You're merely a manager. How can you possibly presume to control us? A plump woman in the group, hands on her hips, pointed and shouted at the store manager. The manager's expression darkened significantly. Just 4 days prior, the supermarket had been thriving, and all employees were working overtime. However, when their shift ended, they discovered that the outside had been overtaken by monstrous creatures. A third of the staff had been mercilessly torn apart before they could react, forcing the manager to lead the remaining employees back into the supermarket, where he had quickly established control over them, maintaining a semblance of authority amidst the chaos. Yet, with the sudden intrusion of these ruffians, the manager felt his reign threatened. He recognized the imposing figure before him as Brother Xiong, the local thug who had previously refrained from causing trouble due to the supermarket's backing. But in this new world, who cared about such allegiances? Tang Yujie squinted, keenly observing a man in a supermarket uniform lying motionless on the ground. Bloodied and clutching his abdomen, a lean man behind Brother Xiong was still dripping fresh blood from the blade he wielded. Clearly, a conflict had erupted before Tang Yujie's arrival. Brother Xiong reveled in his dominance, unconcerned about resistance from the opposing faction. Should they dare to fight back, he would simply eliminate them. As for the older individuals nearby, he deemed them inconsequential, unworthy of any spoils. Faced with such ruthless adversaries, the manager felt utterly powerless. His authority paled in comparison to that of a seasoned thug like Brother Xiong. What can we do? If we allow them entry, I have but 2 choices: submit to Brother Xiong or be expelled. He mused, both options distasteful to him. As Brother Xiong grew impatient, He ripped the electronic barrier from its moorings. At that moment, the store manager's gaze landed on Tang Yujie, standing tall at the back of the crowd. Although Tang Yujie had undergone a transformation, growing taller and more muscular, with his hair and eyebrows completely shaven, the manager recognized him instantly as the individual who had previously blocked his number. A sinister smile crept across the manager's face as he called out to Tang Yujie, "Tang Yujie, what are you doing lingering in the back? Hurry up and get in here." The sudden shout from the supermarket manager startled everyone. Brother Xiong halted in his tracks, and the crowd turned to look back. Tang Yujie, somewhat taken aback, never expected this fellow to drag him into the fray. Frowning slightly, he jumped down from the vehicle, causing those in front to instinctively part a path for him. There was no denying that Tang Yujie, with the strength of a mere private, had begun to exude a unique aura characteristic of an evolved being. A presence that served as a deterrent to ordinary individuals, leaving them devoid of any rebellious spirit. Step by step, Tang Yujie advanced through the throng, leaping past Brother Xiong and striding into the supermarket. Brother Xiong furrowed his brow, watching as the bald man walked by without so much as a glance in his direction, igniting a surge of fury within him. His loyal subordinate, noticing the slight frown on Brother Xiong's face, immediately understood the implication and swung his baseball bat toward Tang Yujie's head, shouting, "You little brat, die!" The blow was clearly delivered with all his might, the sound of the wind generated by the swing audible even to those at a distance. Onlookers instinctively screamed, fearing they would witness Tang Yujie's head being smashed open. Unfortunately, this was a scene they were destined never to see. If he had eyes in the back of his head. Tang Yujie subtly shifted his body, allowing the bat to narrowly miss him and crash onto the ground instead. The yellow-haired man could hardly fathom that his full-force strike had been evaded, and in his overexertion, he stumbled forward. Just as he was about to fall, his neck was suddenly seized. After dodging the swing, Tang Yujie's left hand swiftly grasped the yellow-haired man's neck, his speed astonishingly quick. It was as if the yellow-haired man had voluntarily offered his neck to Tang Yujie in that fleeting moment. With a grin, Tang Yujie forcefully slammed the yellow-haired man's head against the ground. Bang! The sound reverberated in the hearts of all present. The yellow-haired man barely had time to utter a cry as his forehead crashed violently against the marble floor, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The event unfolded so rapidly that by the time the crowd processed what had happened, Tang Yujie was already rising to his feet, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He turned to his former colleagues, nonchalantly dusting off his hands before continuing deeper into the store. "Stop right there. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone?" The furious shout from behind did not halt Tang Yujie's steps. Brother Xiong, seething as he gazed at Tang Yujie's retreating figure, felt his blood boil. One else present had discerned how Tang Yujie had struck with such precision. Instinctively, he realized that he was no match for Tang Yujie. Yet he could not afford to appear weak in front of his subordinates after one of them had been attacked. Seeking death, seeing that Tang Yujie was blatantly ignoring him, Brother Xiong's eyes reddened. He lunged forward, swinging his massive fists toward Tang Yujie's back. Squeak! The crowd believed that Brother Xiong had launched his attack, and this little bald man was surely doomed, having no chance to evade. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. Brother Xiong's powerful punch struck Tang Yujie's back, but suddenly slid off as if it had hit a slick eel. The force of the blow dissipated almost entirely, and Tang Yujie remained largely unfazed, while Brother Xiong nearly lost his balance from the impact. Tang Yujie paused momentarily before slowly turning around, his expression impassive, though internally he was elated. A full-powered strike from a strength enhancer had been reduced by approximately 90% due to the sliding attribute of his scaled armor. Tang Yujie was well aware of Brother Xiong's approach. He had deliberately chosen not to evade, wishing to test the effectiveness of his level 1 equipment. The outcome was exceedingly satisfying. However, Tang Yujie had no intention of letting Brother Xiong off the hook. Under Brother Xiong's bewildered gaze, Tang Yujie pivoted back and swiftly seized his neck. Astonishment enveloped the crowd of 70 to 80 individuals, who could hardly believe their eyes. A man who appeared to possess little strength was effortlessly lifting Brother Xiong, who was as hefty as a bear, with just one hand. At this moment, Brother Xiong dangled in midair, his hands frantically clutching at Tang Yujie's left wrist, struggling in vain. His once proud strength paled in comparison to Tang Yujie's power. Moreover, the grip of the armor inherently possessed a grip strength attribute that could secure any object held within its confines. Under the enhancement of this grip strength, Tang Yujie could easily squeeze the life out of Brother Xiong with mere finger pressure. Yet, Tang Yujie did not wish to kill Brother Xiong. He was not out of fear, but rather because he recognized that Brother Xiong had not only enhanced his strength, but also fortified his physique and defenses, indicating that Brother Xiong was a triple-enhanced individual. Should he successfully evolve in the future, he could potentially become a formidable expert of at least the rank of a major. Nonetheless, Tang Yujie had no designs to recruit Brother Xiong, as he still deemed him too weak. The notion of 3 enhancements was insignificant to Tang Yujie, who had reached the pinnacle with 5. With a swift motion, he hurled Brother Xiong, who weighed over 200 pounds, into the supermarket as if he were a mere sack of garbage, crashing into a row of shelves and becoming buried beneath them amidst Brother Xiong's pained cries. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What manner of monster was this? Brother Xiong's subordinates instinctively retreated, only to rush back in moments later, shouting in unison, "Brother Xiong! Boss, are you all right? Say something. Boss, I'm coming to rescue you." Tang Yujie chuckled softly, realizing that despite Brother Xiong's brutish demeanor, his subordinates displayed a surprising loyalty. Ignoring the commotion, he continued to advance toward the supermarket manager, who, in the face of Tang Yujie's imposing presence, recoiled with each step he took. The manager's face turned pale, and he backed into the shelves behind him. Unable to retreat further, when he finally raised his head, he found himself face to face with Tang Yujie, causing him to yelp in fright, nearly collapsing to the ground. Tang Yujie sneered, "What did you call me here for?" Although it was phrased as a question, to the ears of those present, it was laden with menace, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat another 2 steps, fearing Tang Yujie might suddenly engage in some reckless act. No, Tang Yujie. It's all right. The supermarket manager, who had previously faced Brother Xiong without faltering, now stuttered, his words tumbling over one another in a frantic manner. Tang Yujie raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the manager's neck, causing an involuntary chill to run down the latter's spine. He smiled and said, "If all is well, please step aside that I would like to take a few items. That wouldn't be a problem, would it?" No problem. Please, take whatever you want." The supermarket manager, now utterly terrified, was more concerned with appeasing Tang Yujie than anything else. As long as Tang Yujie refrained from violence, he wouldn't dare utter a word of dissent. Tang Yujie nodded, smiling, "Thank you." With that, he maneuvered around the manager and ventured further inside. As Tang Yujie's imposing aura dissipated, the crowd felt as though they could breathe again, while the supermarket manager collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way as a wave of relief washed over him. Just as Tang Yujie took a few steps, one of the supermarket employees suddenly handed him 2 plastic bags, exclaiming, "Tang Yujie, use these." Though Tang Yujie had no need for such items, he was reluctant to reveal his abilities in front of everyone, so he accepted them with a smile. "Thank you." Gazing at the familiar, earnest smile of the young man before him, Tang Yujie experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, faintly recalling who he was. He couldn't remember the boy's name, only that he was the youngest employee at the supermarket, having started working there right after graduating high school, in a position similar to Tang Yujie's. The boy was cheerful and chatty, and during Tang Yujie's free time, he would often converse with him, sharing tales of his university life. In his previous life, Tang Yujie, like the others, had been trapped in the supermarket during a shift when they suddenly encountered a pack of mutated cats. He had been relentlessly pursued by a black cat, sustaining a deep scratch that nearly ruptured his intestines. It was this boy who had saved him during the final moment, sacrificing himself to the black cat, who tore through his throat and caused him to die in Tang Yujie's arms. Looking at the grinning boy before him, Tang Yujie found himself at a loss, struggling to face his savior. After 10 years of survival, he had encountered countless individuals who had wronged him, each one etched in his memory. Yet, those who had helped him were few and far between, and he could hardly recall their faces. It wasn't that he was ungrateful, but rather that in the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, kindness often held little value. One might save a life one moment, only to be betrayed the next. Such occurrences were commonplace in the future. Good people seldom lived long. The only reason Tang Yujie remembered this boy was that he was the first person to save his life after the world had changed. Chapter 18. Shen Yu joins. Observing the boy, Tang Yujie, whose heart had grown desolate, could not entirely disregard the significance of this encounter. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined not to leave any regrets behind. Vowing to hold accountable those who had wronged him while never letting go of those he had loved, yes, for those who had aided or saved him, he was more than willing to reciprocate. In this lifetime, he sought neither regrets nor remorse. With resolve, Tang Yujie placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, asking, "Will you come with me?" The boy hesitated. Confusion etched across his face as he replied, "Tang Yujie, aren't you staying? There's plenty of food here. We won't have to worry about anything to eat. You're so strong, everyone would welcome you here." Tang Yujie shook his head and said, "No, I will leave once I have gathered my things. If you wish to stay, I can teach you a few things. If you choose to accompany me, I shall not abandon you." After a brief pause, Tang Yujie continued, "If you remain here, you may lead a comfortable life. However, should you decide to join me, I will instruct you on how to become as strong as I am." Shin Yu found himself in a quandary. He had never contemplated leaving the crowd. As an orphan who graduated from high school and departed from the orphanage, he longed for familial affection and friendship, thus forging good relations with the supermarket staff. Perhaps due to his habitual self-effacement, he had garnered their acceptance. While such circumstances lacked purity, he savored them nonetheless. Suddenly, his closest companion, Brother Tang, resigned, leaving Shin Yu feeling utterly despondent these past few days. Today, seeing Brother Tang's unexpected return filled him with joy. Yet Tang Yujie's sudden words placed him in a dilemma, leaving him uncertain about his choice. Tang Yujie, not hastening to pressure him, harbored a desire to repay Shin Yu but felt no obligation to take him along. He merely sought sufficient recompense. Even if Shin Yu chose to accompany him, Tang Yujie would not coddle him, but rather teach him how to evolve and fight. If Shin Yu proved to be a burden, Tang Yujie would not hesitate to forsake him in the future. Opening his bag, Tang Yujie did not reach for the tantalizing food items, but instead filled it with a plethora of daily necessities: soap, towels, shampoo, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Anything that caught his eye, he diligently packed into the bag, ensuring he did not overlook any essentials. Soon, both bags were bulging and unnoticed by anyone. Tang Yujie cleared the cigarette cabinet, taking everything, though he himself did not smoke. Recognizing its value to a certain type of individual, even surpassing that of beast cores. Had his space not been limited, he would have also taken the expensive branded liquor. As Tang Yujie contemplated acquiring more bags, Shin Yu approached, shouldering 2 textile bags, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tang Yujie understood. The lad had evidently made a decision. Indeed, Shin Yu stood resolutely beside Tang Yujie and declared, "Brother Tang, I have made up my mind. I wish to walk with you and become strong like you." Tang Yujie smiled and nodded. "Good. I believe you shall not regret this decision." Shin Yu, slightly bashful, scratched his head with an innocent grin, his youthful visage momentarily evoking an impression of cuteness in Tang Yujie. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he pointed to the ground. "What have you gathered?" Upon hearing this, Shin Yu excitedly opened his bag. "Food, Brother Tang. See how clever I am. I've selected high-calorie, filling items, beef jerky, Snickers, and a plethora of instant noodles." As he listed the items, Tang Yujie's expression darkened. With an exasperated shake of his head, he instructed, "Throw all of this away and fetch something else." "Ah? Why, Brother Tang?" Shin Yu, bewildered, gazed down at the food with a hint of sorrow. Tang Yu's expression turned stern. "From now on, if you follow me, you must heed my orders. These are worthless. Take them outside and do not consume them." Shin Yu paused, taken aback by this unexpectedly harsh side of Brother Tang, who seemed even more intimidating than their frequently scolding supervisor. He felt a twinge of regret for hastily deciding to leave with Tang Yujie due to some jibes from others. However, recalling Tang Yujie's formidable prowess, he dared not dissent, nor admit his regret, and instead silently emptied the contents of his bag onto the ground. Tang Yujie perceived Shin Yu's resistance, but chose not to explain. While he was willing to reciprocate Shan Yu's loyalty, it required the latter's cooperation and obedience. Otherwise, he would never keep a disobedient individual by his side. All that remained was to observe Shan Yu's future conduct. Shan Yu begrudgingly filled his bag with the items Tang Yujie had designated: chopsticks, paper cups, pots, and pans, until the weight became burdensome. Tang Yujie insisted on adding several bags of toilet paper, exacerbating Shin Yu's sense of grievance, causing his eyes to redden. Tang Yujie found this amusing but refrained from comforting him. After all, he was still a child. However, Tang Yujie was not entirely unreasonable. The 10 years of apocalypse had dulled his ability to communicate normally. In this harsh reality, relationships were dictated by commands and obedience. Without such structure, survival was impossible. In the end, Tang Yujie allowed Shenyu to carry the lighter bags he had packed previously, while he effortlessly lifted the 2 textile bags. Shenyu, pouting, followed Tang Yujie step by step toward the exit, casting lingering glances back at the food scattered on the ground. Upon reaching the supermarket entrance, Tang Yujie observed that the crowd remained stationary. Brother Xiong and Huang Mao had awakened. Brother Xiong appeared relatively unscathed, merely fatigued and sitting on the ground, while Huang Mao looked comical, his forehead swollen, resembling a youthful deity. Shenyu could not suppress a laugh, which immediately provoked Huang Mao, who shouted, "Which brat dared to laugh?" "Step forward." Shenyu trembled, silenced by fear. As Tang Yujie emerged with Shenyu, he looked down at Huang Mao. My companion is laughing. What do you intend to do about it? His commanding tone rendered Huang Mao compliant. And even Brother Xiong dared not raise his head. The supermarket staff, previously cowering behind the counter, now felt emboldened, for in their eyes, Tang Yujie was their protector. The supermarket manager, puffed with arrogance, attempted to assert his authority over Brother Xiong but was abruptly caught off guard by Tang Yujie's next words. Not only was the manager stunned, but the assembled groups were also rendered speechless as Tang Yujie inquired, "Why are you all still standing there? Why not go inside and gather supplies?" For a moment, no one responded, but Brother Xiong suddenly raised his head, incredulously asking, "What? You want us to take things?" Tang Yujie nodded, "Indeed. You came here to gather resources, did you not? There is an abundance of supplies here, including a warehouse. Even double the number of people could not deplete it all." The supermarket staff stood in shock, then quickly erupted into chaos, urging each other to act. The supermarket manager, momentarily forgetting Tang Yujie's fearsome reputation, rushed forward, shouting, "Tang Yujie, what nonsense are you spouting? This supermarket isn't yours. You've been fired. What right do you have to dictate here?" Everyone froze and Brother Xiong stood up, bewildered. "Are you not part of this supermarket?" Tang Yujie chuckled lightly, casting a disinterested glance at the employees with reddened eyes. "Did you not hear? I have been dismissed. Thus, I am no longer affiliated with this establishment." At this revelation, the crowd's eyes brightened, while the supermarket employees felt a pang of dread. Indeed, Brother Xiong suddenly laughed heartily, gesturing to his subordinates, "Are you all deaf? Get moving and gather." The crowd could no longer contain themselves. They had longed to seize the opportunities before them, but Tang Yujie's presence had deterred them. Now, with the fear of him dissipated, even Huang Mao, despite his disorientation, pushed a cart and rushed inside. Brother Xiong remained by Tang Yujie's side, showing him respect. "You all cannot take these. They belong to us." The supermarket staff grew frantic, attempting to intervene, but they were outnumbered. Even the gathering civilians could no longer resist the temptation to rush in. Previously, Brother Xiong would never allow others to take from him. But now, he simply did not care. The truth was, this place was vast. Even if they doubled in size, they could not clear it all. He had no desire to guard this location for himself. So why not let others take what they could? Reflecting on this, Brother Xiong felt a newfound respect for Tang Yujie but refused to acknowledge it verbally, simply bowing slightly. Tang Yujie, unbothered, nodded in response. The supermarket manager was stubbornly trying to prevent a man from entering, only to be met with a forceful slap that sent him spinning. Observing the chaos akin to a locust swarm, the supermarket staff glared at Tang Yujie with resentment. Yet, Tang Yujie remained indifferent to their opinions, instead turning his attention to Brother Xiong. "Have you consumed any mutated beast meat?" Brother Xiong, watching his men return with armfuls of food, smiled with satisfaction. Upon hearing Tang Yujie's question, he paused, then nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, 5 days ago, I was ambushed and locked in a derelict building. Just as I was about to faint from hunger, an enormous pigeon flew in. Attempting to peck me, however, it could not gain altitude inside the building, and I managed to kill and eat it." As he spoke, Brother Xiong licked his lips. "That flavor, without a doubt, the best thing I have ever eaten in my life." Tang Yujie nodded, quietly marveling at Brother Xiong's fortune. Although pigeons were herbivorous, in their evolved state they ranked among the top-tier beasts, their strength surpassing that of the turtle he had slain. To my astonishment, Brother Xiong was compelled to eliminate a creature for sustenance. thereby enhancing his own strength. Indeed, Brother Xiong is a robust individual. Otherwise, he could not have attained such prowess by merely consuming a single pigeon. I patted his shoulder, feeling the tautness of his muscles. There are still many mutated beasts outside. If given the chance, we should feast more. Tang Yujie refrained from directly mentioning the matter of enhancement. Such realizations could be gleaned from repeated experiences. There was no need to divulge too much information that others might remain oblivious to, as it would yield no benefit to himself. Chapter 19. The rat plague. Brother Xiong erupted in laughter. Excellent, Brother Tang. Once I procure some fine meat, I shall treat you to a drink. Tang Yujie nodded, not taking it too seriously. The supermarket manager, witnessing his two adversaries engaged in jovial conversation before him, felt a surge of fury that threatened to rupture his lungs. Alas, he lacked both strength and manpower, forced to watch helplessly as his supplies were pilfered away. His hands clenched around the steel pipe, veins bulging with rage. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, a gray shadow darted from beneath a corner shelf, scuttling towards his feet. The supermarket manager was startled. Upon glancing down, he discovered a sizable rat, weighing no less than a pound. To his astonishment, the creature, instead of fleeing, stood upright on its hind legs, staring at him with its bright, dark red eyes, chirping defiantly. The supermarket manager's anger boiled over. Even you dare mock me? He swung the steel pipe with murderous intent. Tang Yujie, intending to share insights about the apocalypse with Brother Xiong, caught a glimpse of the impending assault on the rat and shouted, "Stop!" Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The massive rat had no time to react before the pipe struck its head, sending it sprawling to the ground, squealing in agony, blood gushing forth. Hearing Tang Yujie's shout, the supermarket manager did not relent. Instead, he cast a triumphant glance at Tang Yujie and continued to strike until the rat's head was reduced to a pulp. Tang Yujie's brows furrowed, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. Brother Xiong, standing beside him, was taken aback, as if confronted by a colossal beast, his legs trembling in fear. Quickly, summon everyone in the supermarket. We must flee, Tang Yujie bellowed at Brother Xiong. Momentarily stunned, Brother Xiong's reaction was sluggish. But the previous chaos had already drawn the attention of the others, who were making their way back. Without hesitating, Tang Yujie grabbed a bag and called out to Shunyu, "Don't look back. Just keep running towards the exit." The supermarket manager laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, Tang Yujie, look at that silly expression of yours, afraid of a mere rat." His mocking words prompted laughter from the crowd. Brother Xiong's face darkened. He despised such remarks, instinctively feeling as though they were aimed at him. Yet, Tang Yujie offered no retort, fleeing without a glance back. "Ha ha, begone. Trash is merely trash." The supermarket manager felt a wave of resentment dissipate, reveling in Tang Yujie's panic. Suddenly, from atop the high shelves, 3 dark shadows leaped down. The supermarket manager screamed, caught off guard, and before he could comprehend the situation, pain exploded across his face. Blood splattered as chunks of flesh were violently torn from his neck, arms, and face. The crowd stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene. Brother Xiong's eyes twitched as he clearly saw 3 rats, each the size of a small dog, leap from the shelves and pounce on the manager, tearing into him with savage ferocity. "Help! Save me!" he cried, but no one had the presence of mind to heed his pleas. The crowd suddenly noticed that, unbeknownst to them, the soundproof panels above had been gnawed through, and countless rats were raining down, charging towards the nearest humans. "Run!" Brother Xiong shouted, swinging a monitor at the nearest rat, saving one of his subordinates from its jaws. However, despite the blow that sent the rat tumbling, it was not fatal. These rats were far larger than those previously dispatched. Their steel-like fur provided them with a degree of resistance to harm. Panic ensued as people abandoned their belongings, some even discarding their weapons, frantically rushing towards the exit. Only Brother Xiong's subordinates maintained some semblance of order, realizing that they could not toss aside their weapons, as they needed to fend off the rats. Brother Xiong did not spare a thought for anyone else. Witnessing that the majority of his men were escaping, he dashed forward. Hearing the screams behind him, Brother Xiong felt his heart rend for the manager. By this point, he recognized that the rat horde had been summoned by the death of that one rat. Contemplating it now was futile. The man was likely reduced to nothing more than bones. Having undergone enhancement, Brother Xiong understood that he could not single-handedly eradicate the swarm, but guiding his men to safety should not pose a significant challenge. However, just as they reached the elevator, he noticed that the man who had previously been capable of tossing him aside was still engaged in battle. Tang Yujie did not wish to remain. He simply found himself unable to escape. He had never anticipated that the rat horde, which was supposed to erupt a week later, would materialize prematurely due to the supermarket manager's actions. Although the rats were not particularly formidable, ranking low among first-tier beasts, they always appeared in swarms. Even third-tier beasts would think twice before confronting them. By nature, rats are timid creatures. Even after evolving into beasts, they initially shy away from attacking humans. However, when one of their kind is killed by humans or other beasts, the blood of their kin incites them, plunging them into a frenzied rage. At this juncture, they would attack indiscriminately, even if faced with a group of cats, relentlessly pursuing their prey until death. Moreover, after feasting on human flesh, these rat swarms would haunt ordinary humans for the next decade. Though Tang Yujie reacted swiftly, he was still obstructed by the rats. Drawn in by the scent of blood from their fallen brethren, he shoved Shenyu back, tossing the bag to him. "Hold on to this. Do not move. You shall not go anywhere." Tang Yujie's reluctance to part with the supplies stemmed not from greed, but from a lack of fear regarding the rat horde. As long as their numbers did not reach the thousands, they posed no threat to him. However, relinquishing the hard-won supplies to protect Shenyu seemed a waste for an evolved being like him. Shenyu trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror. Even if Tang Yujie urged him to flee, he found himself rooted in place, clutching the bag without knowing whether to set it down. Tang Yujie had no time to mock him. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson, bizarrely shaped axe materialized in his grasp. Shenyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping as he beheld the sudden appearance of the weapon, collapsing to the ground in shock. With the Earthshatter axe in hand, Tang Yujie laughed heartily and charged forward. The rats on the first floor were not numerous, yet they were impressively sized, the smallest comparable to a toy poodle from days gone by. These rats, with their blood-red eyes and muscular bodies, darted forward with remarkable speed, colliding with Tang Yujie in an instant. With a single swing of his axe, he struck one rat squarely on the head, eliciting a horrifying shriek as it was launched into the air, its head exploding in a shower of gore. Tang Yujie roared with laughter. With just a fraction of his strength, he could dispatch the rats. The Earthshatter axe proved to be an exceptionally formidable weapon. With each swing, he claimed the life of a rat. Not a single one landed intact, the most intact among them having its belly ripped open, entrails spilling forth. "Brother, how ferocious!" As Tang Yujie reveled in the carnage, he heard Brother Xiong's hearty laughter behind him. Covered in blood, Brother Xiong disregarded the stench, slamming a rat against the wall with a mighty blow. While his subordinates maintained a semblance of order amidst the chaos, though fear flickered in their eyes, they did not succumb to panic. In stark contrast, the other two factions had barely managed to escape. Not a single older individual had made it out. Tang Yujie's expression turned grim as he noted that from nearly 100 individuals, fewer than 30 remained. The death toll was staggering. The sheer number of corpses would undoubtedly allow the remaining rats to evolve into a multitude of second-tier beasts. With a mighty swing, he cleaved another rat in two, shouting, "Everyone, flee!" "Brother Xiong, are you brave enough to face me again?" Brother Xiong paused, suddenly understanding, and burst into laughter. "Though I am called Brother Xiong, I am no coward. If it comes to it, I shall face you." Hearing Brother Xiong's words, many of his subordinates rallied, shouting, "Boss, we shall stay and slay the rats, to hell with them." Brother Xiong wiped the blood from his face. "Enough of this nonsense. Get out of here. If I survive this, I shall still be your leader, and I will ensure you live well." With a swift motion, he seized a rat by its tail. Using it as a weapon to fend off the oncoming horde, in that moment, he resembled a guardian at the elevator, causing a bloody tempest. "Still lingering? You wish to become my corpse collection?" Brother Xiong's roar sent everyone scrambling, following Tang Yujie's path through the blood-soaked chaos toward the exit. Fortunately, the majority of the rat horde remained confined beneath the first-floor ceiling. The first floor itself was not overly crowded, and the commotion alerted those on the upper levels to escape first. With Tang Yujie and Brother Xiong guarding the exit, not a single rat managed to escape. However, the two had no means of retreat. as the seemingly endless tide of mice surged upwards from below. Were it not for their advantageous position, it was likely that they would have been devoured alive long ago. Yet, even with this elevation, Tang Yujie found it increasingly unbearable, especially considering that Brother Xiong had yet to evolve and was already covered in countless wounds from the rodent bites. Tang Yujie understood that if this continued, both of them would be dragged to their demise. With a decisive swing, he cleaved the mouse beneath him into pieces, the sharp edge of his axe driving deep into the metal floor. Becoming lodged within it, Tang Yujie was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Roar! Brother Xiong suddenly bellowed and, with a powerful punch, sent a mouse lunging at Tang Yujie sprawling back down the elevator. He shouted, "What are you dazed for? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tang Yujie cast a grateful glance at him, then abruptly wrenched the axe free from the iron plate, bursting into laughter. "I've thought of a way." "Quickly, get behind me!" Brother Xiong blinked in surprise and, unable to endure any longer, leaped out of the fray. Tang Yujie swung his axe in a wide arc, sending a horde of mice flying, solidly planting his feet. Suddenly, he felt an intense surge of energy, and to Brother Xiong's astonishment, Tang Yujie's arms expanded to more than double their size. Chapter 20. The Dominance of the Overlord, lifting the earth-shattering axe high. Tang Yujie resembled a titan hoisting a mountain, as all his strength coalesced into the axe. At this moment, Brother Xiong could not help but retreat to the corner, feeling an overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Yujie. Overlord, slash! A brilliant light erupted. The unparalleled edge of the earth-shattering axe crashed into the elevator's junction with a thunderous roar, shattering the glass railings on either side and sending shards flying into the climbing mice, inflicting numerous gruesome wounds. Some mice lost their footing and tumbled down the stairs, causing chaos among their ranks. Yet, this was not the end. The earth-shattering axe cleaved deep into the elevator, causing the entire structure to tremble. And it suddenly sank slightly. Tang Yujie's eyes reddened as he struck down several more times. The elevator entrance devolved into chaos, wires and panels severed until only the final support board remained. Tang Yujie had previously utilized Overlord to devastating effect, shattering the internal organs of a second-tier mutated tortoise with a single blow. This demonstrated the sheer might of the Overlord. At that time, he had relied on the potency of chicken blood to trigger it, but this time, he effortlessly invoked its power through sheer will, doubling his strength. 20 points of power, truly unmatched among peers. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Tang Yujie could not afford to pause, relentlessly smashing through the elevator. Just as the mice were about to surge upward once more, he obliterated the entire elevator, its heavy structure unable to bear the weight, breaking apart from the base and crashing down to the lower level. Countless mice that had been waiting below to surge upward were caught off guard as the elevator toppled, leading to a cacophony of destruction as the supporting panels collapsed, creating a bloodbath below. An innumerable number of mice were crushed into a pulp. However, soon more mice began to swarm over the wreckage of the collapsed elevator, standing upright and staring at the two humans above. Tang Yujie panted heavily, his arms gradually returning to their original size. Brother Xiong stood in stunned admiration, gazing at Tang Yujie. "Bro, that move was incredible. When can you teach me?" Brother Xiong's envy was palpable. The Overlord was simply too impressive. Tang Yujie chuckled, shaking his head. "No rush. Just eat more meat, and you'll learn." Tang Yujie was not lying, but it was evident that Brother Xiong was skeptical, shaking his head in disappointment, believing Tang Yujie was unwilling to teach. However, he thought to himself, if he possessed such a skill, he would probably be reluctant to share it with others. Observing the mass of mice below, who were seeking a way to ascend, Tang Yujie frowned. "We should leave quickly. These mice might find another way out." Brother Xiong immediately retreated in haste. "You're right. Let's go. I never want to return to this cursed place." As Tang Yujie stood at the edge, preparing to depart, he suddenly noticed, with horror, that the mass of mice had parted in the center, revealing a rodent larger than a kangaroo slowly crawling into view. This enormous mouse, muscular yet not overweight, exuded an aura that filled Tang Yujie with dread. At that moment, the gigantic mouse stood upright, its tail, thicker than a human arm, came crashing down, shattering the entire elevator wreckage. Tang Yujie's hair stood on end, and a wave of fear washed over him as he met the creature's piercing orange eyes. Thankfully, he had destroyed the elevator beforehand. He never anticipated that a fourth-tier mutated rat king lurked below. How could this be possible? A mere mouse reaching fourth tier. This was certainly beyond his capabilities. Its presence was overwhelmingly powerful, likely unmatched even in the entirety of Wonshur. Urgently pushing the bewildered Brother Xiong, he urged, "Run." He did not trust that such a height could deter a fourth-tier beast. The creature clearly regarded them with disdain, unwilling to engage directly. One must never underestimate a fourth-tier beast. At this level, their intelligence was comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. Once they confirmed that no mice were pursuing them from behind, Tang Yujie and Brother Xiong could not help but gasp for breath. Brother Xiong was terrified, while Tang Yujie was simply exhausted. What in the world was that creature? How could it grow so large? Brother Xiong, despite his experience, had never encountered a mouse of such size in his life. Just the sight of it sent his heart racing. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Tang Yujie dipped his finger in the mouse blood on the ground and wrote on the white wall, "Rodent swarm below. Do not enter." Brother Xiong shook his head. "I say, bro, at a time like this, you're still worried about others." Tang Yujie shot him a glance. "I'm not worried about someone going in. I'm concerned that someone might lure the mouse swarm out." Brother Xiong was taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. He had thought Tang Yujie was being overly kind, but it turned out he had misjudged. What a pity for all that food below. Why, brothers will likely go hungry tomorrow. With danger averted, Brother Xiong couldn't help but reminisce about the supplies they had abandoned in their flight, feeling a pang of regret. After a day of effort, fighting and taking hits, he had only managed to grab a pack of cigarettes. Tang Yujie halted, observing Brother Xiong's sorrowful expression, and suddenly smirked enigmatically, "Out of food? I wonder how brave you are." Brother Xiong pounded his chest, declaring, "I'm Brother Xiong, but I'm no coward. I fear nothing." Tang Yujie grinned. "That's good. If that's the case, there's plenty of food, and it's quite delicious." Outside the supermarket, the crowd had fled, yet Brother Xiong's subordinates remained, red-eyed, staring intently at the supermarket, awaiting their leader's emergence. Shunyu, having set down her belongings, grew increasingly anxious as she noticed that Tanggu had yet to exit. Finally, she sat down on the stairs and began to see why no one reprimanded her, for compared to those who had fled at the first sign of danger, this young girl, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, had chosen to stay behind. Therefore, Brother Xiong's subordinates tolerated her incessant weeping. Emerging from the supermarket was Brother Xiong. Someone with keen eyes spotted the two figures walking out, and the crowd rushed forward. Shunyu, disregarding the supplies, dashed inside. However, within mere 5 meters of the two, everyone involuntarily halted, recoiling in horror. There was no choice but to retreat. The appearance of the two was simply too terrifying. Brother Xiong's expression mirrored that of someone stricken with constipation, and his entire body looked as though he had just emerged from a pool of blood. But that was not the worst of it. He was shouldering and carrying massive rat corpses. Although evolved beasts did not carry an odor, the sight was enough to instill fear. These rats were the size of medium-sized dogs at the very least, and even Brother Xiong, with his towering stature, was nearly engulfed by the 10 rat carcasses. Ugh! No one dared to call him Brother Xiong anymore. As half the crowd turned away to vomit, Brother Xiong's face darkened. These cubs had the audacity to ridicule him while he endured the disgust to bring them food. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Are you all laughing at me? Hurry up and take this." Shunyu, terrified, maneuvered around Brother Xiong to reach Tang Yujie. Her worried gaze fixed upon him, in stark contrast to Brother Xiong's disheveled state. Tang Yujie appeared as though he had just returned from shopping. His sleek attire pristine, with only a few drops of blood on his face, devoid of any signs of battle. "Tanggu, are you all right?" Tang Yujie, gazing at Shunyu's tear-streaked face, felt a warmth in his heart. In truth, had Shunyu chosen to leave earlier, he would not have felt disappointed. In a way, it would have repaid his debt from his past life. Yet, Shunyu was still Shunyu, that pure-hearted individual who risked her life to save him. Such a Shunyu, even if somewhat weaker, was worth nurturing. Having been granted a second chance at life, Tang Yujie did not wish to walk the solitary path as he had in his previous existence. Instead, he sought companions with whom he could trust his back, rather than those who would constantly leave him on edge. Tang Yujie merely nodded, saying nothing further, and instead addressed Brother Xiong. "Brother Xiong, let us part ways here. Take care of yourself." They had already exchanged everything that needed to be said inside, and Tang Yujie declined Brother Xiong's invitation. Gathering a group at the onset of the apocalypse was undoubtedly courting death. However, Tang Yujie also expressed his intention to head to Long Province, and Brother Xiong indicated that once he had arranged a few matters, he would join as well. Brother Xiong tossed the mouse he held to someone else. Laughing, "All right, see you in Long Province." Tang Yujie nodded. "Mei Chim, take care." After saying this, he picked up the textile bag that Xinyu had forgotten and led Xinyu back. Xinyu turned his head every few steps, glancing back at Brother Xiong and his group with a hint of reluctance. Tang Yujie noticed this and, out of curiosity, asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to part with them?" Xinyu was startled and quickly shook his head. "No," but after thinking for a moment, he cautiously inquired, "Brother Tang, why don't we stay with them? Even though they aren't as formidable as you, there is strength in numbers, right?" Tang Yujie nodded. If this were the first meeting, he would have certainly refrained from questioning or explaining. However, having decided to take Xinyu under his wing, he felt no hesitation in sharing some of the experiences he had accumulated over the years following the apocalypse. "You are correct. Strength lies in numbers. However, the outside world has descended into chaos, with ferocious beasts lurking everywhere, driven by hunger. While we are not lacking in food, they are. A gathering of 2 or 3 individuals may be manageable. But once the numbers swell, we become a moving feast in the eyes of these beasts. All the ferocious creatures within a 5-kilometer radius would be drawn to the scent emanating from us." Xinyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Then we must hurry and inform them. What if they are devoured by those beasts?" Tang Yujie, with a hint of exasperation, stopped him. "Rest assured. I have conveyed everything that needed to be said. Brother Xiong will handle it." Was Xinyu too kind-hearted? Would such a disposition allow him to survive the year? Tang Yujie shook his head, choosing not to engage further, and led Xinyu back toward the neighborhood they had previously inhabited. The reason for returning was that, for the time being, Tang Yujie was most familiar with that area. If he wished to remain in one city for a while longer, it was undoubtedly the most suitable place. Chapter 21. Strengthening with rodent meat along the way, Tang Yujie did not abandon his efforts to gather additional supplies, pushing both his and Xianyu's stamina to the limit. In addition to collecting various small items, he also managed to find Xinyu several articles of clothing. Even though Xinyu felt a twinge of resentment that most of the items were for him, he kept silent. With the apocalypse just beginning, the beasts, despite their evolution, retained some instincts, such as avoiding the main roads. Thus, the streets, bustling with people, were largely free of interference from ferocious creatures. However, should anyone venture into narrow alleys or hidden corners, they would be at the mercy of the beasts lurking in the shadows, who could swiftly drag them into darkness. With Tang Yujie's protection, no beasts dared to disturb them. Finally, the two returned safely to the neighborhood. After tossing the bags over the wall, Tang Yujie grasped Xianyu's waist and effortlessly lifted him over the 3-meter-high wall, following suit with a single leap, requiring no assistance whatsoever. Grabbing Xinyu by the neck, he leaped down, ignoring Xianyu's pale, distressed expression as they made their way back, laden with bags, upon entering the neighborhood. Tang Yujie keenly sensed numerous eyes watching from the shadows. The unmistakable presence belonged to the surviving residents of the building, while the more concealed observers were the beasts hiding within the vicinity. This was the advantage of having full mental clarity. Despite being only a private, Tang Yujie had developed the ability to sense his surroundings. The number of beasts was considerable, and the thought of their delectable flesh and energy made Tang Yujie's mouth water. In the next moment, every beast that had been spying on Tang Yujie felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were no longer the hunters, but had become the hunted. A large portion of the beasts retreated in fear, while only a few of the more ferocious ones continued to fixate on the two figures in the distance, yet hesitated to make a move. Though his stomach was already secreting copious amounts of gastric juices, stirring his appetite, Tang Yujie restrained his predatory instincts. He had no desire for Xinyu to be snatched away while he hunted. After all, he still had plenty of food. Strengthening Xinyu took precedence. Upon returning to the room they had previously occupied, Tang Yujie instructed Xinyu to take advantage of the available water and have a good wash. Meanwhile, he slipped into the kitchen to prepare the ferocious beast meat necessary for Xianyu's first strengthening. Halfway through his shower, Xinyu caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting into his nostrils, causing his stomach to growl uncontrollably. Unable to resist, he hastily dried off and dashed to the kitchen. Just in time, he witnessed Brother Tang emerging with a steaming pot of cooked meat. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled. This was the aroma he had been yearning for. Finished washing? Perfect timing. Eat up. Don't leave a single bite. Ecstatic, Shen Yu perched at the table, hastily shoving a piece of meat into his mouth. It was scalding, yet the flavor was divine. He could hardle Shen Yu was infuriated, his feet stamping in agitation as he rushed forward, intent on snatching a piece of sashimi. The aroma was intoxicatingly rich, a scent that wafted through the air, distinct from that of rat meat, and it left one feeling almost weightless. Tang Yujie, however, would not allow himself to be so easily overtaken. Even with Shen Yu's enhanced speed, he was but a fleeting shadow against Tang Yujie's prowess. Despite pushing his limits, Shen Yu could not catch up, while Tang Yujie effortlessly evaded him, all the while shoveling sashimi into his mouth. "Come on, Brother Tang. Just let me have a piece," Shen Yu exclaimed in desperation, realizing that he was no match for Tang Yujie, even with his own upgraded physique. Tang Yujie swallowed the morsel he had just consumed and replied, "It's not that I refuse to share, but rather that you cannot handle it. I am eating the flesh of a second-tier ferocious beast, and for you, the energy is far too overwhelming. It would do more harm than good." Indeed, Tang Yujie spoke the truth. He was indeed feasting on the flesh of a mutated koi, a second-tier beast. The energy contained within such creatures was not something to be trifled with. For an evolved individual, the maximum threshold for consuming beast meat was limited to creatures of one tier higher than themselves. Carelessly indulging in higher-tier beast meat could lead to mild symptoms of indigestion or, in severe cases, a fatal explosion of one's body. Upon hearing Tang Yujie's explanation, Shen Yu gazed longingly at him as he savored the sashimi, suddenly realizing, "Brother Tang, are you saying that you've already reached the first tier?" Tang Yujie nodded while chewing, not merely the first tier, but rather a private, with strength equivalent to that of a first-tier ferocious beast. Having witnessed the terror of mutated rats, Shen Yu now comprehended the extent of Tang Yujie's might. It seemed that even Brother Xiong had not advanced to the rank of private, yet he was still capable of vanquishing ordinary first-tier beasts, indicating that human evolution was inherently superior to that of ferocious beasts. This, however, was a misconception on Shen Yu's part. Not everyone possessed the ability to confront rat hordes at the first tier like Tang Yujie did. His extraordinary capabilities stemmed from his 5 enhancements and the combat techniques honed by strong individuals over the past decade. Most importantly, humanity's distinct advantage over ferocious beasts lay in their ability to wield weapons. Without his full arsenal, Tang Yujie would never have emerged unscathed from an onslaught of rats. As this realization dawned on him, Shen Yu felt a surge of youthful vigor coursing through his veins. The notion of becoming an evolved being was exhilarating, akin to the existence of superheroes. At that moment, Tang Yujie pointed to a neatly folded outfit on the couch. "Here. This set of clothes is for you. Put it on." Chapter 22. The moment of brilliance, Shen Yu picked it up to find a hoodie and a pair of jeans, all in a shade of gray that felt oddly familiar. The fabric was of exceptional quality, something he had never worn before. Filled with excitement, he dashed to the bedroom, cradling the outfit in his arms, while Tang Yujie continued to eat, glancing towards the bedroom door. Mouse skin hoodie, first tier equipment, with the added attribute of flexibility. Mouse skin pants, first tier equipment, with the added attribute of flexibility. Chicken claw running shoes, first tier equipment, with the added attribute of quick walk. These were the very items Tang Yujie had prepared for Shen Yu. While they paled in comparison to his own gear, they were perfectly suited for someone who had yet to evolve, like Shen Yu, as expected. When Shen Yu emerged with a beaming smile, clad in his new attire, he appeared every bit the youthful teenager, striding as if carried by the wind. Once his initial excitement subsided, Tang Yujie gestured for him to sit down. "Little Yu, you have now become an enhancer. But to survive in the future, you must learn many things. Do you have the confidence for that?" Tang Yujie's tone was earnest, for it pertained to Shen Yu's future. Having calmed from his earlier exhilaration, Shen Yu nodded gravely. "Brother Tang, I understand what you're trying to convey. In the supermarket, when you asked if I wanted to leave with you, I initially declined. But when I heard others mock me for merely greeting you, as if I were trying to curry favor, it suddenly struck me that the world has changed. The old ways of human interaction are now but a joke. To avoid being looked down upon, I must become strong and earn respect. Thus, I wish to give it a try. I no longer want to hide among the crowd, gazing up at others' successes. Suddenly, Shin Yu noticed Tang Yujie smiling, genuinely delighted. Overcome with shyness, he flopped onto the couch, burying his head in the cushions, repeatedly exclaiming, "Ah, I'm so sorry. I got carried away, brother Tang." Tang Yujie chuckled heartily. "No, you are absolutely right. If I had possessed such ambition back then, I wouldn't have squandered 5 years of my life. Kid, you're quite remarkable. Strength isn't solely about physical power. Mental fortitude is equally vital. The extent of your ambition determines how far you can go." "Well done." Shen Yu froze, his body rigid on the couch. As Tang Yujie's words sank in, tears began to flow uncontrollably. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner throughout his life. In the orphanage, he was bullied for being small. At school, he was taunted for being an orphan. Even at the supermarket, he was often directed around due to his youth. Shen Yu had never lacked thoughts, but they had always remained locked within his heart. Today, he had feared that Tang Yujie would mock him for his momentary bravado, yet instead, he had received words that felt like a key unlocking the sealed doors of his heart. Hey, you're not crying, are you?" Tang Yujie noticed Shen Yu trembling and inquired. Shen Yu hurriedly wiped his face. "Of course not. I wouldn't he cry." His voice was nearly a roar, yet his tear-streaked face betrayed him. Tang Yujie shook his head with a smile, reassured that he could now confidently guide Shen Yu. As the dark light dissipated, a chicken-beak dagger materialized in his hand, which he presented to Shen Yu, who gazed at it in astonishment. "This dagger will be your weapon. Handle it with care. It's quite sharp." Shen Yu was more intrigued by Tang Yujie's miraculous abilities than by his new weapon. "Brother Tang, how did you do that? It's amazing. Is it magic? Or some kind of superpower?" Tang Yujie chuckled. "It's a superpower. I am an evolved being with spatial abilities. Wow, can I have superpowers too? Spatial ones, that's incredible. Do we keep all our stuff in there?" Shen Yu exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Tang Yujie scratched his nose awkwardly. "Once you become a private, you'll likely have your own superpower. Yes, for what kind? I can't say." "Everything is indeed stored within." As he spoke, Tang Yujie cast a somewhat uncomfortable glance at his tightly closed bedroom door. With his limited spatial capacity, it was impossible to contain everything. "It was all piled up within his bedroom. I'm proud of my spatial abilities. Would I share that with you?" Tang Yujie shot Shen Yu a disgruntled look. "All right, enough of the excitement. We don't want to attract any ferocious beasts." Upon hearing Tang Yujie's words, Shen Yu immediately transformed into an obedient child. However, the admiration in his gaze towards Tang Yujie revealed just how much he idolized him at that moment. "Ahem, can you behave normally? Let us get back on track. Now that you've decided to grow stronger, you know that consuming ferocious beast meat can enhance your abilities. However, we are running low on ferocious beasts, so I will take you hunting." At this, Shen Yu's expression darkened, not from fear of hunting beasts, but from the memory of having devoured an entire giant rat. Afraid that Tang Yujie might serve him rat meat again, Shen Yu eagerly exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." Tang Yujie nodded and stood up. Just as he had mentioned, the supply of ferocious beast meat in his spatial pocket was dwindling. During their previous escapade in the supermarket, they had only managed to stash away 2 mutated rats. Tang Yujie bore no aversion to eating rat meat, and although low-tier evolved beings could not consume high-tier beast meat, they could still benefit from lower-tier meat for enhancement. However, apart from 1 rat, he had just half a portion of mutated koi and 1 piece of mutated turtle meat remaining. That meager amount wouldn't last him long. Thus, the quest for food had become urgent. The 3 pounds of sashimi had granted him 6 enhancement points, which he directly allocated to his physique. Strengthening his physique not only increased endurance, but also bolstered his defense and power. So a stronger physique was undoubtedly beneficial. The energy contained within second-tier beast meat was indeed remarkable, being twice that of first-tier meat. If he could consume second-tier beast meat daily, he believed he would be on the brink of further evolution. However, Tang Yujie was also troubled, for he was unlike most others. Few could achieve full enhancement in all 5 areas like him. Essentially, the energy required for his evolution was 3 to 4 times that needed by ordinary evolved individuals. In the early stages, it was manageable, but as time progressed, evolution became increasingly difficult, demanding ever more terrifying amounts of energy. This was why, within a decade, only 3 marshals and 10 generals had emerged throughout Huaxia. After a brief preparation, Tang Yujie hoisted his earth-splitting axe, clad in leather armor, while Shen Yu grasped his black chicken-beak dagger. Donning black jeans paired with the gray hoodie at the doorway, he gently pushed it open and instructed Shenyu. From now on, you must stick with me and refrain from wandering off, understood? Shenyu, filled with a mix of tension and excitement, nodded vigorously, her hand gripping the dagger slightly damp with perspiration. As an evolved being, Tang Yujie had acquired a plethora of techniques in the decade since the apocalypse began. He had memorized numerous vital skills pertinent to evolutionists, even those he had not practiced. Standing in the corridor, Tang Yujie closed his eyes, his left hand forming a sword-like gesture pressed against his forehead. In this moment of tranquility, he severed his senses. Sight, hearing, smell, and taste, immersing himself in a pitch-black void. Suddenly, as if centered within a vast spherical realm, he saw everything within 100 meters radius, his vision unencumbered in all directions. This sight was devoid of color, presenting itself as a grayish haze in his mind. Yet within this vision, walls became transparent. The ground too, and even life itself appeared translucent. Tang Yujie could see every household within the building, noting how many inhabitants were present and what they were engaged in. Most remarkably, in this state, he discerned a flicker of flame residing within every living being, a dim and feeble gray fire. The essence of humanity, the vibrant crimson flame, pulsating with formidable life energy, was the only hue he could perceive. Within that 100-meter sphere, only 3 sources of life existed. He had found them. Tang Yujie abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming with exhilaration. Shenyu, perplexed, scratched her head. Just moments ago, as Brother Tang assumed that peculiar posture, she felt an inexplicable breeze sweep past her, despite the closed corridor devoid of windows. Killing heaven, instant radiance, a technique known solely to Tang Yujie at that moment. However, he believed it would not be long before similar abilities emerged among the mental enhancers after their evolution. Tang Yujie was unconcerned. After all, in 10 years, nearly all evolutionists would have access to these skills. He was surprised to discover that this building housed 3 ferocious beasts, all fortuitously of the first level of mutation. Perfect for Shenyu to hone her skills. Patting her shoulder to signal her to follow, Tang Yujie ascended the staircase. Both enhanced their speed, equipped with specialized footwear, and traversed from the 3rd to the 6th floor in the blink of an eye. This experience marked Shenyu's first encounter with the sensation of heightened speed. Based on Tang Yujie's estimates, Shenyu's innate speed should not fall below 5, combined with her earlier enhancement of around 2. Her speed had evidently undergone a significant transformation. Indeed, with the augmentation from her running shoes, Shenyu surprisingly managed to keep pace with Tang Yujie, whose speed reached 10, arriving at the door of room 601. Tang Yujie pointed to the locked iron door. There should be a beast inside. When I open the door, stay behind me with that. He skillfully unlocked the door under Shenyu's astonished gaze. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the foul stench of decay. Shenyu's face paled, while Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, having already detected a faint sound emanating from the bedroom. He gestured towards the room. Nodding at Shenyu, go. Not entirely at ease with leaving Shenyu alone, Tang Yujie positioned himself behind her, brandishing an axe. Chapter 23. The hunt begins. In Tang Yujie's eyes, the first-level mutated beast posed no threat. However, for the newly enhanced Shenyu, it was exceedingly perilous. As Shenyu pushed the door open, a flash of silver darted out. Be careful, Tang Yujie shouted, instinctively shoving Shenyu aside, narrowly preventing her from having her throat bitten. He shot her an admonishing glare. What were you doing, dawdling during a fight? Shenyu dared not speak. Upon opening the door, she had caught sight of a dismembered female corpse sprawled across the bed, its wide-open eyes staring blankly at her. Quickly turning away, she suppressed the urge to vomit, staring at the silver flash that had emerged. This sight nearly made her retch again, while Tang Yujie wore a mischievous smile. He had chosen this encounter for Shenyu's maiden battle purely to tease her. In the center of the living room, a plump silver rodent shrieked defensively at the 2 intruding humans. Shenyu cast a resentful glance at Tang Yujie before sizing up her opponent. This rodent was extraordinarily large, resembling a sumo wrestler among its kind. Its appearance differed from that of ordinary mice, being entirely silver, with a striking white stripe along its back. Its round head and ears, coupled with large eyes, gave it an almost adorable look, if not for the menacing red gleam in its gaze. Tang Yujie stroked his chin. Ah, a first-level advanced hamster. This could be interesting. Go for it. Saying this, he nudged Xinyu forward, startling her, while the mutated hamster leaped into the air, lunging at her. Xinyu screamed, clumsily rolling away and narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. Tang Yujie shook his head. You fool! You have speed enhancement. Utilize your advantage. As Xinyu found herself being relentlessly pursued by the hamster, she suddenly accelerated, pivoting sharply to deliver a kick. The hamster, lacking in intelligence, was unprepared for the counterattack and collided headlong into her foot. This kick sent the 3-kilogram rodent flying across the room. Squeak! The hamster crashed against the television, tumbling to the ground, struggling to rise. Xinyu momentarily froze, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Tang Yujie, exasperated, scratched his head. What are you standing there for? Finish it off. Ah? Oh, right. Xinyu snapped back to reality, instinctively drawing her dagger and charging at the hamster. The earlier kick had left the creature with a broken spine, rendering it incapable of evading Xinyu's clumsy assault. With a sickening thud, blood splattered across her face as the razor-sharp dagger pierced through the hamster's skull, pinning it to the ground. Due to its incredible sharpness, the hamster momentarily survived, thrashing violently. Xinyu, terrified, released her grip on the dagger, collapsing to the floor, wide-eyed as she watched the creature writhe in agony, pinned beneath the dagger that had sunk deep into the concrete. It was only a matter of time before the hamster succumbed. Tang Yujie shook his head. All things considered, Xinyu's performance was commendable for an ordinary person. In fact, she had fared better than Tang Yujie did during his first encounter. Yet, from his current perspective, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Extracting the dagger and stowing the rodent in his space, he helped Xinyu to her feet. How do you feel? Are you all right? Gasping for breath, Xinyu wiped the blood from her face. Offering a silly smile, I am fine. Tang Yujie nodded, reassuring her that all was well. At the very least, this marked a promising beginning. After briefly discussing Xianyu's earlier mistakes, they descended to pursue the location of the second beast. This beast resided in the unit housing Tang Yujie's second-level koi and turtle beasts. He gestured for Xinyu to take the lead. Having learned from her previous experience, Xinyu felt emboldened. Despite lacking lockpicking skills, armed with her chicken claw dagger, she astonishingly sliced through the lock on the safety door, leaving Tang Yujie astounded. How did I not think of that? He lamented, watching Xinyu's back with a mix of frustration and admiration. Knowing that unlocking a door could be this simple, he regretted the time he spent earlier trying to do it manually. Xinyu felt a chill run down her spine and turned to see Tang Yujie grinning widely at her, causing her to scratch her head in confusion. The second beast proved intriguing. It was a mutated yellow sparrow, the size of a human head, flitting chaotically around the living room. Upon spotting Xinyu, it screeched and charged at her. Lacking experience in combating flying creatures, Xinyu instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, only to be met with a torrent of blood as the sharp beak of the dagger sliced into her flesh. Crying out in pain, she swung her dagger blindly, but the yellow sparrow deftly evaded her strike by flapping its wings. Tang Yujie shook his head. A first-level avian beast was not particularly challenging for Xinyu, especially given her speed enhancement. As long as she could restrain its wings, victory was within reach. Just as he was about to offer guidance, he was taken aback as Xinyu leaped into action, disregarding her injured arm, and seized the sparrow by its slender leg. The enhancement not only amplified her running speed, but also her striking speed. Xinyu's response was so swift that the bird barely had time to take flight. No escape. Ignoring the sparrow's attempts to peck at her, she thrust her dagger, decapitating the creature in one clean strike. Tang Yujie was left speechless. Was this truly Xinyu? Her learning ability was astonishing. Just moments ago, she had struggled to utilize her speed effectively during the hamster encounter. Yet now she was adeptly applying her enhancements in combat. Brother Tang, what do you think? Xinyu asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Tang Yujie smirked, taking hold of the yellow sparrow's lifeless body. Too reckless. You charged in despite your injury. What if the sparrow had pecked out your eyes first? Xinyu, initially expecting praise, was rendered speechless by Tang Yujie's inquiry. Scratching her head in distress. What should I have done? Tang Yujie stored the sparrow in his space. You need to understand the nature of your opponent. The greatest advantage of birds lies in their ability to fly. And this space restricts their movements. That's your advantage. Remember, birds tend to attack from above. Can't you use that to your advantage and turn the tables? The weapon in your possession is not without merit. Wherever the yellow bird strikes, you must anticipate and position your blade accordingly. With the instinct of avian creatures, they would never dare to collide head-on. With your enhanced speed, achieving this is well within your capabilities. The process of a bird diving, pausing, and then taking flight provides ample opportunity for you to deliver 2 or 3 strikes. Do you understand? Shen Yu was taken aback. It turns out this method could be employed. Compared to Brother Tang's approach, his own was undeniably clumsy, and it had resulted in his injury. His arm had been torn, leaving 3 gaping wounds. Observing Shen Yu's despondent demeanor, Tang Yujie offered him a cup filled with a crimson liquid. Drink this. Shen Yu inhaled its aroma, finding it surprisingly pleasant, and without questioning its nature, he consumed it. As the liquid slid down his throat, he felt as if a nimble fish was swimming within him, swiftly settling at the site of his injury, causing the bleeding to clot rapidly. Once the warmth dissipated, his arm no longer throbbed, though it had not yet fully healed. Noticing the curiosity etched on Shen Yu's face, Tang Yujie chuckled. This is goldfish blood. It possesses certain hemostatic properties. Goldfish blood, a grade 1 medicinal fluid, known for its mild ability to staunch bleeding. Regrettably, it lacks the potency of rabbit blood. Tang Yujie mused internally about whether he should seek out some rabbits to draw blood from in the future. Could beast blood possess such remarkable effects as well? Shen Yu moved his arm excitedly. Tang Yujie led him outside while elucidating the value of ferocious beasts. It could be said that every part of a fierce beast is a treasure. Its flesh is edible. Its blood serves as medicine. Its claws can be fashioned into weapons. Its hide can be crafted into armor. And most importantly, there are the beast cores. This moment, Shen Yu was elated beyond measure. Having gradually shed some of his fear of these beasts, he had begun to revel in the thrill of the path of the strong. I felt akin to a thrilling game in reality, exhilarating and perilous. Since Shen Yu repeatedly insisted he was fine, Tang Yujie wished to test the limits of his endurance, and together they made their way to confront the last ferocious beast. Once slain, the entire building would be secure. Tang Yujie sensed someone lurking behind the secure door, observing him, yet he paid it no mind. These individuals lacked the courage to venture out, far inferior to Brother Xiong's subordinates. The final ferocious beast was situated in an unusual locale. It had taken refuge on the rooftop. Had it not been for Tang Yujie's use of momentary radiance, he would never have guessed that a beast resided atop the building. Ascending to the rooftop required climbing the wall from the 6th floor. Tang Yujie felt uneasy about Shen Yu going up first, so he ascended alone, deftly leaping to grasp the rooftop ladder. With a powerful punch, he smashed the locked iron door, sending it flying with a swift pull. He vaulted himself onto the rooftop. The expanse was desolate, save for 2 small mechanical rooms resembling tiny houses. Tang Yujie did not waste time glancing about, fixated instead on the mechanical room across from him. When Shen Yu finally reached the top, he gestured towards the mechanical room. Shen Yu understood immediately and sprinted over, vaulting atop the structure, where a beam of light emerged from the shadow of the small building. Shen Yu quickly drew his dagger to defend himself, and amidst a flurry of sparks, both he and the beast retreated simultaneously. That moment, Shen Yu beheld the creature attacking him, a black and white cat the size of a leopard. Where did a leopard come from? Shen Yu exclaimed, only to be lightly tapped on the head by Tang Yujie. Look closely. This is a cat. As if responding to Tang Yujie, the leopard-sized wildcat let out a meow. Shen Yu felt as though he had swallowed 10 flies. How could he possibly combat such a large cat? Suddenly, the ferocious feline dashed forward with astonishing speed, closing the 20-meter gap in just 3 strides. Shen Yu, startled, barely managed to dodge, while the cat's razor-sharp claws gouged out a chunk of concrete from the rooftop, leaving 3 deep cuts beneath his feet. Tang Yujie furrowed his brow. Indeed, this cat possessed the strength of a high-tier first-level beast. And most alarmingly, its evolutionary path was centered on speed. Just like humans, mutated beasts also have distinct evolutionary directions. Some are incredibly swift, while others boast formidable defenses. These mutated creatures all possess various advantages, making them exceptionally challenging to confront. Under the relentless pursuit of the feral cat, Shen Yu found himself in a desperate scramble. Had it not been for his equipment, he would have likely been clawed to death by the beast already. He was clearly outmatched. This cat was on the brink of another evolution, while Shin Yu had only just begun. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Even with equipment enhancements, he could barely escape. This cat was undeniably his nemesis. Chapter 24. Kicking leg. Tang Yujie could no longer afford to wait. With a bend of his legs, he propelled himself into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters before delivering a powerful punch to the waist of the approaching beast. Meow! Came a pained cry as the massive black and white cat was sent flying. Meanwhile, Shin Yu, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. As Tang Yujie approached the wildcat, he remarked, "You've only just begun to evolve. In terms of speed and physique, you hold no advantage. If you wish to battle such ferocious beasts, you must at least become an evolved being." Shin Yu nodded vigorously. He had already discerned the disparity between being evolved and unevolved. The most significant difference lay in his inability to completely control his enhanced body at present. This issue would only be resolved upon his evolution. Once he had evolved, he believed dealing with this cat would pose no challenge. Tang Yujie cracked his knuckles, gazing at the wildcat, its fur bristling in alarm, and licked his lips. They say cat meat is sour. Today, I shall finally have a taste. Meow. The feral cat felt as though it were standing on the dinner plate of a colossal beast, being scrutinized intently. Though both were first-level beings, Tang Yujie's starting point was far superior, rendering the wildcat no match for him. Merely by virtue of his presence, he had already secured victory. With a swift motion, he wielded the earth splitter axe, elevating his aura even further. The wildcat, sensing the danger, could no longer restrain itself and lunged forward. Its speed was impressive, but Tang Yujie was not slow either. He sprang into action like a coiled spring, delivering a ferocious blow with the axe that radiated murderous intent, crashing down upon the cat's shoulder. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound opened, nearly severing the creature in half. Meow! The wildcat shrieked in agony, fighting on 3 legs, its entire body trembling. Shin Yu watched in awe, astonished by such strength. Could it be that Brother Tang had augmented his physical power? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly defeat Brother Xiong? Tang Yujie twisted his neck. Indeed, it was a cat, its body too pliable. Had it been another type of ferocious beast, that single blow would have surely cleaved it in two. The cat, now terrified, realized it had sustained life-threatening injuries and no longer dared to linger. Turning to flee toward the edge of the building, Tang Yujie was unconvinced that it intended to leap to its demise. After all, it was a cat. This height posed no risk to it. There was no way he would allow his quarry to escape. Tang Yujie pursued it, closing the distance with 10 strides, 8 strides. Just as he was about to catch up, the cat suddenly halted and darted to the right. Tang Yujie, following suit, was caught off guard as the cat had no intention of fleeing. As he shifted directions, it turned back and lunged at him ferociously. Tang Yujie smirked. Such a petty trick would not deter him. With the axe in his right hand, he found it cumbersome, so he acted without hesitation, launching a powerful kick. The sound echoed across the empty rooftop, startling Shin Yu. The massive cat was sent flying, soaring away at astonishing speed. Tang Yujie was momentarily stunned as he watched the feline hurtle off the rooftop, crashing down beyond the community walls and onto the street, twitching a few times before becoming utterly still. Tang Yujie's eyes brimmed with tears. Such a hefty piece of meat lost. He pondered whether he should descend to retrieve it, only to see the 3 dogs that had previously blocked the entrance rush forward, snatching the wildcat and darting into an alley. Damn it, stealing my meat! Tang Yujie yelled in exasperation, almost ready to leap down after them. Shin Yu, frightened, quickly clutched Tang Yujie. Brother Tang, it's just a cat. Cat meat isn't even palatable. Tang Yujie, momentarily confused, inquired, Really? Shin Yu, unaware of the truth, nodded vigorously. Yes, really. It's quite unappetizing. Tang Yujie sighed. Well then, what a shame. Tang Yujie had not anticipated that his leg strength, combined with the kicking leg attribute of his boots, would prove so formidable, propelling the 30-kilogram cat a distance of over 20 meters. Alas, it was a squandered opportunity to acquire a ferocious beast. With his mood soured, Tang Yujie led Shin Yu back to rest. With Shin Yu's conflicted expression, he prepared another mouse for him. Eat up, you'll get used to it in time. After consuming over 4 kilograms of fish himself, he retreated into the house to rest, all while under Shun Yu's resentful gaze. At this moment, his status was as follows. Physique 20 points, Defense 10 points, Strength 10 points, Speed 10 points, Spirit 14 points, and Anomalous Energy 8 points. Lying on the bed, he swallowed 2 Grade 1 Beast Cores, boosting his Anomalous Energy to 15 points. To his astonishment, Tang Yujie settled into a meditative position, contemplating the faint anomalous energy within his dantian. Though anomalous energy could only be augmented by consuming beast cores, its application extended beyond mere enhancement of his abilities. In fact, over the decade of the apocalypse, humanity had achieved unprecedented advancements in the enhancement of evolved beings. For someone like Tang Yujie, whose inherent anomalous abilities were not particularly strong, cultivating anomalous energy was of utmost significance. Tang Yujie's current endeavor is to concentrate his mind on the foreign energy, striving to mobilize it. This is a protracted process, for the foreign energy intrinsically belongs to the realm of inertia. Aside from its inherent consumption methods, its mobilization relies solely on the willpower of the evolver. Achieving this feat is exceedingly challenging. After diligently cultivating for 3 to 4 hours, Tang Yujie merely perceived the presence of the foreign energy, yet to manipulate even the slightest amount was utterly impossible. He remained unperturbed, systematically directing his focus towards the foreign energy, gradually wearing down his mental barriers. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted into slumber, he was suddenly roused by a tantalizing aroma. Upon inhalation, he discerned that someone was cooking the flesh of a ferocious beast. Could it be Shun Yu? However, upon reflection, that seemed improbable, as he had not provided her with any beast meat. Nor was it likely that she ventured out to hunt. Indeed, as Tang Yujie emerged from his bedroom, he encountered Shun Yu, who was rubbing her stomach and wearing an expression of eager anticipation. "Brother Tang, have you eaten yet?" The enticing scent lingered in the air, and following it, Tang Yujie found himself standing at the kitchen's vent. Momentarily taken aback, was it already possible for someone to hunt ferocious beasts? Curiosity piqued, Tang Yujie instinctively employed momentary radiance. To his astonishment, it was indeed her. He observed from the 5th floor, directly above him, where Ning Xiaohan stood in the kitchen, simmering a pot of ferocious beast meat. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. The unique white flame, indicative of an enhancer, flickered within Ning Xiaohan. The 2 gray flames belonged to the other 2 individuals sharing her abode. A flicker of anger ignited within Tang Yujie. Ning Xiaohan had explicitly promised him not to disclose matters regarding the ferocious beast meat, yet here she was, brazenly cooking it for others. This transgression had crossed a line for Tang Yujie. It wasn't that he opposed others enhancing themselves. Rather, he simply did not wish these particular individuals to do so. Fueled by indignation, Tang Yujie charged up to the 5th floor, rapping forcefully on the door. The one who answered was the girl with earrings, who paused in surprise at the sight of Tang Yujie before breaking into laughter. "Oh dear, have you taken up monastic vows?" Tang Yujie, his expression darkened, shoved her to the ground, disregarding her shrieks as he stepped inside. A fragrant pot of beast meat awaited on the table, and Wang Qian was voraciously gnawing on a drumstick. Tang Yujie discerned it was indeed a chicken leg. Startled by Tang Yujie's sudden appearance, Ning Xiaohan hurriedly stood, flustered, and looking at him helplessly. "Brother Tang," Wang Qian, still chewing, slammed his hands on the table. "What do you want? Who invited you here? Are you planning to snatch our meat?" With a cold smirk, Tang Yujie glanced at the chicken on the table and then at Ning Xiaohan, which made her lower her head in guilt. He opened his mouth to speak, but his keen eyes caught sight of the bandages wrapped around Ning Xiaohan's arm, which were seeping with blood. Suddenly, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back, replaced by disappointment and resignation. Shaking his head, Tang Yujie said nothing and turned to leave. Ning Xiaohan had anticipated an outburst of rage from Tang Yujie, a reprimand for her actions. Yet, upon witnessing his expression of disappointment, her heart twisted and she instinctively took a few steps after him. "Brother Tang, do you even remember who your girlfriend is? I'm still here, and you're flirting with other men." Wang Qian's face flushed with anger as he pounded the table furiously, causing the meat broth to splatter. Tang Yujie suddenly turned back, exuding a murderous aura. A cup on the coffee table closest to him shattered, the water spilling forth. "If you wish to eat meat, then shut your mouth, or I won't hesitate to remove it from your face." Wang Qian fell silent, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale. The girl with earrings was equally shaken, kneeling at the door, devoid of the strength to rise. Tang Yujie shot one last glance at Ning Xiaohan. Today, you have violated your promise, nullifying the favor of treating my wounds. I advise you. Act in your own interest, for life is futile if one does not look after oneself. With that, he strode out without a backward glance. Ning Xiaohan pursued him to the door, watching as he descended the stairs without a word, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within her that left her breathless. Leaning helplessly against the doorframe. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Tang Yujie paused, noticing Shin Yu waiting on the 3rd floor. Shin Yu grinned. Brother Tang, are you all right? Tang Yujie shook his head absently. Nothing to worry about. Merely acquaintances passing by. Neither spoke further. Upon returning to their room, Tang Yujie remarked, there are no ferocious beasts left in this building. Let us change locations. Shin Yu readily agreed, quickly packing her belongings that could not fit into her spatial bag. And the two made their way to the next building. What Tang Yujie failed to notice was that barely 3 minutes after their departure, a group of individuals stormed into the building, knocking on doors. Although ferocious beasts were formidable, those below the 3rd level lacked any extraordinary traits aside from enhanced strength and speed. Tang Yujie aimed to train Shin Yu while collecting more ferocious beasts, thus commencing the clearing from Building 1 that, having engaged in multiple battles and undergone enhancement the previous day, Shin Yu gradually developed a sense of self-awareness in combat, her speed increasing with each encounter. By midday, the two had successfully cleared Building 3, perhaps due to many residents having sent their pets away in advance. The 3 buildings contained few ferocious beasts, predominantly smaller varieties. Tang Yujie felt no inclination to engage in battle, leaving it all to Shin Yu while he bore her spoils on his shoulders. As they stood before Building 4, Tang Yujie's brow furrowed increasingly tight. Shin Yu's fighting spirit soared, eager to engage, but noticed that Brother Tang had suddenly frozen. Xiao Yu, have you noticed that there appears to be no one in the building? Shin Yu hesitated, suddenly realizing that despite the commotion they had caused, not a single family had emerged to investigate. It was one thing for 1 or 2 to remain indoors, but across 3 buildings with 7 units and 90 households, not a soul had appeared. Tang Yujie's perception was more acute. He could distinctly every household. It wasn't simply that no one had come out. Rather, there was genuinely not a single person in the 3 buildings. Moreover, there were scarcely any deceased bodies. Where had everyone gone? With suspicion brewing, Tang Yujie turned his gaze towards Building 4, suddenly struck by a revelation. Through Tang Yujie's momentary radiance, he discerned a ferocious beast and a human within the building. The presence of a person was not surprising, but what if they were in the same room as the beast? Quickly, to the upper floors. Tang Yujie felt a nagging intuition. Perhaps this individual could elucidate the mysterious disappearance of the building's residents. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shin Yu knocked on the door, and a cacophony of frantic sounds erupted from within. Yet, no one came to answer. Tang Yujie frowned, signaling Shin Yu, who chuckled and swiftly cut the door lock with a knife. Upon entering the room, the first impression was one of immaculate cleanliness. The space was orderly, with furniture arranged with precision, even the cushions on the sofa lined up neatly. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from the small bedroom. Tang Yujie recognized it as a 2nd-level ferocious beast. However, the solid wooden door was sturdy enough that even a 2nd-level beast could not easily break through. Unperturbed, Tang Yujie stood outside the master bedroom door and gently knocked a few times. Hello? May we ask you to come out? Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Shin Yu was taken aback, surprised to find that the voice belonged to a woman, and she sounded quite young. Tang Yujie, fully aware, paid it no mind. We are here to clear out the ferocious beasts. Your home has won, so we entered. Upon hearing this, the bedroom fell silent for a moment, but no one opened the door. Aren't you the group that came earlier? Tang Yujie was momentarily taken aback. Someone came earlier? At his words, footsteps sounded from within. Step back. I will come out. The two complied, stepping back a few paces, and soon the sound of the door lock was heard. The door swung open, revealing 2 gleaming kitchen knives. Tang Yujie raised an eyebrow, raising his hands to display his lack of malice. Once the occupant fully emerged, Shin Yu gasped, and Tang Yujie's eyes brightened. While he had encountered many beautiful women, the one before him was a paragon of beauty. The woman stood tall, clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. She wore a sky blue t-shirt emblazoned with a large pink peony, perfectly framing her stunning features, enough to distract even the most steadfast of hearts. A snug denim jacket adorned her t-shirt, enhancing her allure rather than concealing it. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, partially obscuring her fair complexion, delicate cherry lips, and slender nose, with captivating fox-like eyes framed by long lashes. The more he observed, the more Tang Yujie felt his breath catch, suppressing the heat rising within him. He playfully smacked Xinyu on the head, who had fallen into a daze, and greeted the stunning woman before him. "Hello." The woman exhibited no sign of appreciation towards Tang Yujie's advances. Rather, she crossed her arms, emanating an air of coldness. "How did you get in here?" she inquired. Tang Yujie scratched his nose and replied, "Well, we broke the lock to get in." "What? My front door?" The woman was taken aback, incredulously glancing at her custom-made security door that had cost over 50,000 yuan. It wasn't that she felt any sorrow for the door. She simply couldn't believe it was so easily compromised. However, she quickly dismissed her concerns, her gaze shifting to the bloody beasts at the entrance, and she began to trust Tang Yujie's claim that they were there to slay the monsters. As the sounds of impact echoed from the small bedroom, a rare flicker of sorrow crossed the woman's icy visage. Yet she did not dwell on it. The world had changed, and she could not afford to keep it, lest she become its first victim. "Thank you for your help," the woman said coolly. Tang Yujie discerned the reluctance in her eyes, yet her willingness to act indicated her strong mental resilience. She had not lost her grip on reason. "All right then, watch me," Xinyu exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a chicken-beak dagger. However, Tang Yujie pressed her back down. "You stay back and protect this young lady." Xinyu was taken aback. "Brother Tang, I can handle it myself." Tang Yujie shook his head. "You cannot deal with this beast?" Xinyu was astonished. It was the first time she had seen Tang Yujie take such initiative. After all, today he had merely directed her during battles without once engaging directly. But now, he was stepping forward, claiming she couldn't handle it. After several battles, Xinyu was brimming with confidence and was about to protest when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the beautiful woman behind her. Her eyes lit up as she noticed the woman fixated on Tang Yujie's back. Suddenly understanding, she grinned mischievously at Tang Yujie. "All right, Brother Tang, don't worry, I will definitely protect her. You just focus on performing well." If Tang Yujie had known that his assertiveness led Xinyu to mistakenly think he was trying to impress the beauty, he would have been utterly infuriated. Approaching the solid wood bedroom door with a sharp axe in hand, Tang Yujie leaned slightly to the side, signaling the two behind him to move away. He then gently twisted the doorknob. Boom! The moment the lock clicked open, he suddenly released his grip, and the heavy wooden door was violently flung aside. Inside, the woman screamed in fright, dropping her knife and covering her ears, while Shan Yu's complexion turned pale. Tang Yujie quickly retreated, and a glint of gold shot towards his face, as a massive golden python with 4 sharp fangs lunged at him. Tang Yujie bellowed, "You dare!" Clenching his left fist, he delivered a powerful blow that struck the python's head, which was as thick as a thigh. The force of Tang Yujie's punch was terrifying. He actually sent the enormous golden python hurtling back, causing chaos inside the small bedroom. With a swift kick, he charged in, axe in hand. The two outside leaned against the wall, their faces ashen. Xinyu wore a look of disbelief as she gazed at the 6-meter-long golden python in the secondary bedroom. "Sister, how did you end up with such a monstrous creature?" Gao Hanxue was pale, her slender legs trembling as she struggled to remain upright, barely able to stand without the support of the wall. Little did she know how much she regretted her decision. Exceptionally beautiful, she had always attracted numerous suitors. However, the abundance of attention had become a burden. She had often discovered that someone had been sneaking into her home. Yet nothing valuable ever went missing, only some of her personal belongings. After fruitless police reports, Gao Hanxue, with the help of her friends, resolved to adopt a more ferocious pet. Coincidentally, a friend no longer wanted their albino golden python, so she took it in. To her surprise, although she had initially been apprehensive, ever since adopting it, she had not experienced any thefts. Furthermore, the golden python was not nearly as terrifying as portrayed on television. It could coexist peacefully with humans and required little maintenance. However, everything changed 2 days ago when the once docile snake inexplicably grew several times larger and became extremely ferocious. It was no wonder she had become accustomed to locking it in the small bedroom. Now, she feared it would consume her. Gao Hanshue contemplated escaping, but there were also mutated beasts outside, leaving her in a predicament. She could only rely on the scant food in her home until Tang Yujie and Xin Yu arrived. Initially, Tang Yujie hadn't anticipated encountering a giant python, but after the initial shock, he felt ecstatic. This was snake meat. Among the second-tier beast meats, snake meat was undoubtedly a great source of nourishment, containing abundant energy. As for its ferocity, Tang Yujie didn't worry too much. In such a confined space, the python's immense size was a significant hindrance. Moreover, it was well known that pythons could not unleash their full strength in tight quarters, particularly their speed, which gave Tang Yujie the confidence to challenge a second-tier beast alone. If it had been an open area, he would likely have chosen to flee first. After all, snakes were a uniquely formidable presence among all mutated beasts. However, under the current circumstances, Tang Yujie held a definitive advantage in the cramped bedroom. He stood in the center, allowing the snake to circle him. Though it appeared to be a careless posture, it prevented the python from finding any opportunity to attack. The snake was simply too large. It could only coil up in the room, which effectively turned it into a cage, restricting its movement. Chapter 26. Unyielding Mountain. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the massive snake's body contract slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leaped lightly. The golden python, fortuitously, launched an attack but failed to even catch a glimpse of Tang Yujie. He barely avoided the ceiling, using his left hand to brace against it as he dove down, the sharp edge of his axe slicing through the python's massive form, tearing a substantial gash. Hiss! The golden python writhed in a frenzy, its formerly resilient skin brutally torn apart. It was as though a pair of colossal hands had ripped it open. Tang Yujie gracefully dodged the sweeping tail and lifted his right foot, delivering a heavy kick to the incoming golden python, sending it soaring through the air. As its body fell, it emitted a low, plaintive groan. Suddenly, like a leopard, he leaped into the air, colliding with the python just before it hit the ground. The python's enormous eyes flashed with fear. It could not comprehend how this human possessed such terrifying strength and speed. Tang Yujie faced the snake's head directly, swinging his axe with all his might. The massive head struck the wall with a sickening thud, splattering dark red blood. Yet the golden python rolled a few times before rising upright, coiling its immense body like a cobra, bracing itself. Tang Yujie shook his tingling hands, observing that the golden python had sustained minimal damage. Although his first-tier equipment appeared formidable, it seemed the axe's tearing capability was inadequate, merely shredding the surface layer of the snake's skin. Inflicting damage upon its densely muscled body proved to be quite challenging. Roar! The golden python, feeling the pain coursing through its body, unleashed a furious roar, its massive tail striking towards Tang Yujie like a battering ram. Tang Yujie dodged a few strikes, but confined by the space, he was caught off guard and was swept away by the python's powerful tail. Even though he raised his arm to shield himself, he was still sent flying. Crash! The bedroom window shattered, and Tang Yujie's body was propelled out, perilously close to plummeting to the ground. Just in time, he hooked his axe onto the deformed steel window frame. With a swift motion, he swung back inside. Utilizing this momentum, Tang Yujie rushed forward, delivering a powerful strike to the sweeping tail once more. The collision produced a tremendous force, causing both Tang Yujie and the golden python to stagger back. Tang Yujie was taken aback. This snake beast could actually match his strength of 20 points. Glancing down at his twisted left arm, he frowned. It was already broken and visibly swelling. This was troublesome. The injury he sustained would significantly impact his combat ability, indicating he had underestimated the strength of this second-tier beast. It seemed that defeating it would likely require shedding some blood. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a low growl escaped his throat, his eyes gradually turning blood red. A murderous aura radiated from Tang Yujie, causing the snake beast's scales to bristle in fear as it gazed at the suddenly transformed human. It could not comprehend Tang Yujie's change, but the beast's primal instincts drove it into a frenzy. Its massive body thrashing wildly as its enormous tail came crashing down. Buzz! At that moment, Tang Yujie, who had been keeping his head down, slowly raised his face. His exposed skin glimmered with a dark yellow glow, and the veins bulged prominently, making him look like a bronze statue dusted with gold powder. Bang! Hiss! When the snake beast struck, Tang Yujie did not move from his spot. He simply raised his right arm to shield himself. The robust tail slammed against him, emitting a sound akin to a bell tolling. Following that, the python let out a heart-wrenching cry as the scales from its tail exploded, and blood gushed from the wound. Soaked to the skin by the rain, Tang Yujie remained utterly still, embodying the defensive stance known as a movable mountain. With a low murmur, the dim golden glow enveloping him abruptly vanished, leaving him in a daze as if he had momentarily ceased to exist in his original position. With a single stride, he lunged toward the serpent beast, leaving behind a flickering afterimage. The serpent beast felt as if it had collided with an imposing mountain, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon its foe. And instead, it suffered intense agony. Then, within the confines of its limited awareness, Tang Yujie appeared to multiply, seemingly advancing toward it yet eluding its grasp. The creature, now gripped by fear, beheld Tang Yujie drawing ever closer. Ignoring the pain from its injured tail, it struck out once more, each blow infused with the savage strength characteristic of a second-tier ferocious beast. Yet, without exception, every strike met only empty space, the floor of the bedroom splintering under the force. Even displacing the concrete, while Tang Yujie remained unfazed, deftly evading all attacks. Suddenly, he pressed against the serpent's underbelly, raising his right arm, which swelled with power, and with a thunderous roar, he brought it crashing down. With a resounding whoosh, the sharp axe cleaved through the serpent's skin and flesh, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood. The colossal golden python writhed in a frenzied dance, severed in half with a single lethal strike. Without a hint of remorse, Tang Yujie dashed out of the room, and the sound of destruction echoed behind him as the two halves of the serpent thrashed violently within the confines of the bedroom. The creature still struggling for life, reducing the surroundings to ruins. Tang Yujie stumbled into the living room, where Shin Yu and another companion awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Tang Yujie's disheveled state, they were taken aback. "Brother Tang, what happened to you? Are you all right?" Shin Yu, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, rushed to support Tang Yujie and retreat to safety. Having witnessed the entire battle, he now fully believed Tang Yujie's earlier words. Such a terrifying mutated beast was beyond his capacity to confront. However, in less than 3 minutes, Tang Yujie had managed to sever it in half. Most importantly, Shin Yu and Gao Hanxue had clearly observed that within those 3 minutes, Tang Yujie's body underwent several transformations. While Gao Hanxue was still trying to comprehend, Shin Yu felt a surge of excitement. If he was not mistaken, Tang Yujie had undoubtedly employed an extraordinary technique. Particularly, the move that created afterimages ignited an instinctive urge in Shin Yu to imitate it. Tang Yujie's complexion had turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow, and his left arm was swollen beyond recognition as he staggered forward. Weakly uttering, "We should move away a bit. This creature is likely to continue thrashing about for some time." Gao Hanxue, disregarding her chaotic thoughts, quickly supported Tang Yujie on his other side. "Let's go to my room." "You re gravely injured." Tang Yujie nodded, and the three of them helped him into the master bedroom, where, ignoring the exquisite decor, they laid the bloodied Tang Yujie onto the soft bed, listening to the relentless commotion outside. A faint smile crept onto Tang Yujie's lips at the thought of the delectable snake meat. Even in his wounded state, he could not help but swallow hard with anticipation. However, his immediate concern was to restore his own strength. After instructing the two to keep their distance, he gulped down some rabbit blood, and a thick mist of vapor enveloped him, causing Gao Hanxue to gaze in stunned silence at the sight of Tang Yujie. Her expression unchanged, but her trembling body betraying her inner turmoil. Tang Yujie groaned as the wounds on his body slowly began to heal amidst the fog. Although rabbit blood possessed remarkable restorative properties for external injuries, it could not mend bones as effectively as a higher-grade potion. But a slight movement revealed that his left arm had not yet healed significantly, and a dull ache radiated from the bones. Prompting him to furrow his brow, Shin Yu watched Tang Yujie with concern. "Brother Tang, why hasn't your arm healed yet? Is there a chance it might become disabled?" Shin Yu's anxiety was palpable. He could hardly fathom that a ferocious beast capable of inflicting such harm on Tang Yujie could exist within this house. The sounds of the severed python thrashing about in the small bedroom sent shivers down his spine. Gao Hanxue, too, wore a guilty expression. Despite her haughty demeanor, she was not ungrateful. She had witnessed how terrifying her former pet had become. Even though pythons could go extended periods without food, there would come a day when hunger would strike. Given its destructive capabilities, Gao Hanxue had no doubt that one day it would break free and consume her whole. Though she enjoyed watching sci-fi horror films, she had no desire to experience the horror of being devoured by a giant python. Seeing Tang Yujie injured in his own home at the hands of his pet filled her with guilt. Yet, she was equally astonished by this man's terrifying recovery abilities. Despite being covered in wounds, he somehow radiated a searing vapor, causing even the tiniest injuries to vanish before her eyes. Having lived for over 20 years, Gao Hanxue found herself questioning the scientific theories she had once accepted after witnessing her pet's mutation just days prior. Tang Yujie furrowed his brow. In this apocalyptic world, the most fundamental element of survival was to maintain one's body in optimal condition at all times. Such injuries, not particularly severe, could be healed within 2 to 3 days thanks to his current physical constitution of 20 points. And with the right medicinal salve, instant recovery was not out of reach. However, Tang Yujie was unwilling to leave what seemed to be a minor risk unaddressed, even if, at present, there was nothing in the neighborhood that could genuinely threaten him. Must he resort to this? After contemplating, Tang Yujie resolutely raised his head to look at Gao Hanxue. "Miss, what is your name?" Gao Hanxue was taken aback, her heart racing under the scrutiny of Tang Yujie's expressive gaze. Lowering her head, she shyly replied, "My name is Gao Hanxue. I'm truly sorry for the injuries you've sustained." Tang Yujie smiled gently and shook his head. "It's nothing. Even if you hadn't been in the room, we would have still entered." Shunyu, initially elated by Gao Hanxue's expression, thought to himself that there might be hope for Tang Yujie, but he quickly covered his face in exasperation. He had never realized that Tang Yujie could be so socially inept. Such a golden opportunity, and he couldn't even muster a simple "you're welcome" without stating the obvious. Fortunately, Tang Yujie did not continue down that path but instead asked, "May I borrow your kitchen?" Gao Hanxue, momentarily taken aback by his response, nodded numbly upon hearing his request that of course, "Oh, you want something to eat? I can prepare it for you." Tang Yujie nodded and glared at Shunyu, who was still anxiously lingering nearby. "What are you doing here? Hurry and join Miss Gao in the kitchen. Prepare me some meat, the more, the better." Shunyu was momentarily stunned before the realization dawned on him. He quickly nodded, "Ah, right," and rushed out, bringing their spoils from the day into the kitchen. Under Gao Hanxue's astonished gaze, he began to butcher a long, bloodied rabbit, its flesh still twitching. Tang Yujie did not remain seated on the bed. Instead, he stood up and surveyed the room. He had to admit that the beauty's space was not only meticulously arranged, but also exuded a fragrant allure that tickled his nostrils. Rubbing his nose, he thought of Gao Hanxue's captivating visage and couldn't help but chuckle. In this apocalyptic world, women were defined by their strength or weakness. Beauty for the weak was merely a chance at survival or a source of disaster. Only powerful women deserved to possess extraordinary beauty. Gao Hanxue? Gao Hanxue? Tang Yujie mused over her bashful demeanor, chuckling softly as he repeated her name. Yet, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. He froze. This name felt so familiar. Who was Gao Hanxue? As he stroked his chin and exited the bedroom, preparing to sit on the living room sofa, he suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the circle of black leather whips displayed on the cabinet. The whips, Gao Hanxue. Could it be her? In this apocalyptic world, aside from the top-tier commanders and 10 generals, there existed super-strong individuals who could rival even the most formidable generals. These strongest lieutenant generals surpassed ordinary lieutenant generals and possessed unique and powerful abilities. One such individual was a woman of ethereal beauty whose weapon was a long whip, and her name was Gao Hanxue. Tang Yujie swallowed hard, staring at the slender figure busy in the kitchen, nearly shouting, "Let me go!" Heaven help him. This was a future powerhouse of the lieutenant general level. Who would have thought she would be cooking for him? Steady yourself, steady yourself. Tang Yujie took several deep breaths, cursing himself for being a reincarnated soul, losing composure merely upon encountering a powerful future evolutionist. However, in the next moment, he cast aside any hint of embarrassment. To hell with being flustered. This was a potential future lieutenant general. Even though he had previously wavered about forming his own team, after meeting Gao Hanxue, he decisively resolved to keep her by his side. Such a formidable individual. If she could become his subordinate. Tang Yujie felt he could wake from a dream with a smile. As for whether his reckless actions might alter the course of the apocalypse, Tang Yujie harbored concerns. If he alone possessed the ability to change the future, then the apocalypse would never have come to pass. Gao Huanxue. You cannot escape. Suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable chill while adding spices to the pot, Gao Huanxue glanced around, puzzled. The weather was splendid. How could it have turned so cold so abruptly? Under Tang Yujie's eager gaze, Xin Yu and Gao Huanxue emerged carrying the enormous pot of soup. For the first time, Tang Yujie's attention did not linger on the pot, but was instead fixated on Gao Huanxue, who held the bowls and chopsticks, causing her to feel an unsettling shiver down her spine. Although she sensed the fervor in his gaze, it lacked any semblance of desire. Thus, while she felt a touch of shyness, she surprisingly did not harbor any aversion towards Tang Yujie. Unbeknownst to him, his intense stare nearly ignited Gao Huanxue, until Xin Yu, worried, called out to him several times, prompting him to clear his throat and redirect his focus to the dining table. The massive pot still bubbled, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. Although Tang Yujie yearned to be forthright with Gao Huanxue, he ultimately refrained from doing so. After all, her past achievements were merely his own experiences. Entirely foreign to her, this moment. She was but a frail girl who had not even begun her enhancement journey. If he could guide her gradual growth, it would yield significant benefits for both her and himself. He feared that if he were to reveal to her that she would one day become a formidable figure, a near general-level expert, it might instill in her a sense of arrogance or even betrayal. It was not that Tang Yujie was overthinking. Rather, he had witnessed countless such occurrences upon returning from the apocalypse. Resolute in his plan, Tang Yujie instructed Xin Yu to portion out a leg for Gao Huanxue and to explain the enhancement process to her while he dedicated himself to swiftly consuming the rabbit meat in the pot. His terrifying appetite was indeed astonishing. Gao Huanxue initially listened intently to Xin Yu's explanations, but soon her attention was wholly captivated by Tang Yujie's frenzied eating. My goodness, how could he devour such a large pot of meat so rapidly? In no time, several pounds of meat had vanished into Tang Yujie's stomach. Although he ate with remarkable speed, his movements were neither crude nor haphazard, and his demeanor remained composed. He resembled an elegant vampire, savoring the delectable feast before him. Yet, to Xin Yu and Gao Huanxue's eyes, the seemingly joyous Tang Yujie was not truly happy. Despite the first-grade beast meat providing him with ample energy, he found the taste utterly bland for reasons unbeknownst to him. How could this be? Tang Yujie had never encountered such a phenomenon. Prior to his rebirth, he cherished every morsel of meat he consumed, relishing even the most repulsive beast meat. However, since his rebirth, every meal had been a delightful indulgence. It was the first time in over a decade that he found beast meat devoid of flavor. Casting aside the leg of meat onto the table, he glanced at the remaining portions. And for the first time, he did not finish them, leaving them for Xin Yu and Gao Huanxue. He's eaten so much. Gao Huanxue stared in astonishment at the pile of bones before her. Xin Yu, scratching his head in confusion, thought it peculiar that Tang Yujie would leave meat for them. After consuming over 10 pounds of meat, Tang Yujie slowly rose, struggling to remove his leather jacket and long robe. Exposing his sculpted torso, Gao Huanxue gasped, hastily averting her gaze, her cheeks flushed. She felt an impulse to chastise Tang Yujie for undressing, yet a hint of delight flickered within her. His physique was truly remarkable. Despite her resolve to look away, her eyes instinctively darted back repeatedly. Xin Yu, chuckling to himself, observed Tang Yujie's revealed form and felt an urge to shout, "Tang Yujie, you are magnificent." However, Tang Yujie was oblivious to their frivolous thoughts. Casually tossing his clothes onto the sofa, he stood quietly in the empty living room, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the beast meat within him that was undergoing digestion. Indeed, the beast meat began to be broken down into pure energy by his formidable digestive capabilities. Just as the energy was being absorbed, Tang Yujie abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed, "Life return, activate!" He forcefully pressed his palms together, producing a resounding crack. Then, under the astonished gazes of Xin Yu and Gao Huanxue, the once slender Tang Yujie suddenly began to swell, expanding in circumference, each second inflating further. His previously bald head rapidly sprouted a dense mane of black hair, which shimmered like lustrous obsidian in the sunlight. radiating brilliance. Furthermore, the eyebrows above his striking eyes began to sprout as well. Heavens, what is this? Gao Huanxue screamed in terror, momentarily forgetting the delicious rabbit meat in her hands. Not only her, but Shen Yu was so shocked that he forgot to swallow the soup in his mouth, nearly choking that moment. Tang Yujie stood over 2 meters tall, his frame thickening substantially, resembling a humanoid beast. His thick hair not only grew but also seemed to float in the air, akin to lively black serpents swaying in rhythm. Once his body ceased its expansion, Tang Yujie shook his left arm vigorously, and with a sudden jolt, his arm twitched, the previously distorted forearm returning to its natural state amidst the sound of grinding bones. And the bruises on his skin vanished without a trace under the glow of his skin. Satisfied, he shook his neck and exhaled deeply. Return to origin. In an instant, it was as if a deflated balloon had suddenly regained its shape. Tang Yujie reverted to his original size. The abrupt transformation left Shen Yu and Gao Huanxue utterly petrified. If they could accept that consuming beast meat might enhance physical strength, this phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. What on earth was happening to Tang Yujie? How had he achieved this? Could they do it too? Questions swirled in their minds as they gazed at Tang Yujie dressing with fervent curiosity. In an unseen corner, a subtle smile crept onto Tang Yujie's face, for he would not reveal that he had intentionally performed for their benefit. His sole purpose was to Tang Yujie could not help but exclaim in admiration as he swiftly devoured a considerable portion of fish, the bowl diminishing at a remarkable pace. Gao Huanxue swallowed hard, her appetite piqued, yet she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Simultaneously, she noticed that although Shen Yu gazed at the meat bowl with the forlorn expression of a palace concubine, he had yet to take a single piece of fish for himself. Uncertain of the dynamics between the two, Gao Huanxue felt a slight dissatisfaction, but given that she was consuming someone else's food, she refrained from voicing any complaints. After Tang Yujie had consumed a substantial amount of fish, he finally sensed a considerable boost in his physical condition, only then realizing that Gao Huanxue was sulkily munching on the meat in her hand. Her eyes fixated on her own hand, he felt an urge to laugh, but was momentarily taken aback when he noticed Gao Huanxue had transformed, her demeanor markedly more vibrant than before. As she asked, "When did you complete your enhancement?" It was no wonder Tang Yujie was astonished. Aside from himself, others typically had to endure a period of painful enhancement to assimilate the energy from the meat. Gao Huanxue, despite having been eating, clearly exhibited signs of already having undergone enhancement. Enhancement? Gao Huanxue was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yujie's sudden inquiry, curiously touching her face. "Is something wrong with me?" Hearing Tang Yujie's remark, Shen Yu also lifted his head to glance at Gao Huanxue, instantly looking as if he had swallowed a tea that moment. Gao Huanxue seemed to be transcending her previous state, radiating an ethereal aura as if a parched flower had suddenly been nourished by dew. Upon the urging of the two, Gao Huanxue looked at her reflection in the mirror, gasping in astonishment, just as the trio pondered why Gao Huanxue had shown no reaction during her enhancement. The meat she had consumed began to take effect once more. Her body appeared to transform into a human-shaped luminous pearl, emanating a gentle glow in the dimly lit room, with wisps of fragrance wafting from her being. My head hurts a bit." Gao Huanxue pressed her temples, feeling a slight discomfort, yet showed no other signs. Witnessing this, Tang Yujie and Shen Yu quickly grasped that it wasn't that Gao Huanxue had not reacted during her enhancement. Rather, the side effects were manifesting in an exceptionally mild form. They surmised that her previous lack of awareness was likely due to being taken aback by Tang Yujie's earlier performance, inadvertently leading to her enhancement. Observing Gao Huanxue's transformation, Tang Yujie realized she had enhanced her spirit and constitution. At that moment, Shen Yu underwent another evolution. Seeing him toss and turn on the sofa, Gao Huanxue recognized just how fortunate she was. Once Shen Yu absorbed the energy, he moved his arms slightly, and his entire being sprang to life, leaping with the agility of a monkey, prompting Gao Huanxue to feel envious. She had already understood the categories and effects of the basic 5 attributes. However, she felt a tinge of disappointment regarding her least noticeable enhancements in spirit and constitution. Yet, she remained oblivious to the excitement radiating from Tang Yujie, who was convinced that Gao Huanxue was destined to become the nine-tailed fox. After all, as one of the few powerful individuals, her information had long been disclosed, and in her past life as the nine-tailed fox, Gao Hanxue had indeed been an evolved being following the enhancement of her spirit and constitution. Tang Yujie clenched his fist, restraining his exhilaration, but he cleared his throat twice to capture their attention. Xiaoyu, please tidy up the table. We will take a brief rest before leaving. Xinyu complied and departed. While Gao Hanxue found herself at a loss, unsure of what to do, she felt it logical to follow Tang Yujie and Xinyu. Yet a hint of wariness lingered in her heart towards these two individuals she had known for less than half a day. However, she also realized that in such chaotic times, she had little choice but to accompany them. Gao Hanxue understood the potential troubles her appearance could bring. During peaceful times, it was manageable, but now, with the world in turmoil, she felt apprehensive. Mr. Tang, Gao Hanxue called out, unable to resist following Tang Yujie as he walked toward the small bedroom. Upon entering, Tang Yujie's gaze fell upon the blood-soaked room, and he felt a pang of regret. That second-level snake blood potion was indeed a valuable commodity. Regrettably, the snake's massive body could not be accommodated in his space for the time being. The golden giant python had finally met its end, yet blood continued to seep from its torn form. Unlike ordinary beasts, the decomposition time of ferocious beasts varied. Common ferocious beasts could remain intact for several days post-mortem. In the case of terrifying mutated beasts of level 10 or higher, their corpses could remain uncorrupted for decades. Since he could not take it with him directly, Tang Yujie resolved to leave it here temporarily and return for it later. However, he would not waste the snake blood, so he began collecting it in a cup. Hearing Gao Hanxue call for him from behind, he turned back, offering a hearty laugh. Gao Hanxue blinked. Tang Yujie's smile was pure and sincere. Enhanced in spirit, she could discern that his smile bore no impurities, reminiscent of an infant's innocent grin. What is it? At Tang Yujie's magnetic voice, Gao Hanxue jolted back to reality, her cheeks flushing. Oh dear, what is wrong with me? It's just a smile, after all. Yet she could not deny that Tang Yujie's unintentional smile completely dispelled her doubts about following him. Nodding earnestly, Gao Hanxue spoke with gravity. Mr. Tang, I would like to inquire where you plan to go next. If convenient, may I accompany you? She reassured him. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I will strive to learn how to combat ferocious beasts. Although I am not particularly skilled in this area, I still hope for an opportunity. Tang Yujie rose, quietly observing the somewhat anxious Gao Hanxue. Neither spoke, and the room was filled only with the sound of snake blood dripping into the basin. Tang Yujie remained motionless as he regarded her, causing Gao Hanxue's heart to race with apprehension. She feared he would refuse her or impose some condition she would be unwilling to accept. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Gao Hanxue's heartbeat quickened, her expression increasingly urgent, almost forgetting to breathe. Tang Yujie. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Tang Yujie suddenly uttered 3 words. Gao Hanxue was taken aback. What? Tang Yujie tilted his head, a smile slowly curving his lips, seemingly in good spirits. I said, my name is Tang Yujie. You can call me Yujie, Aja, or like Xinyu. You can call me Brother Tang. Gao Hanxue inhaled sharply, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Are you saying you agree? Tang Yujie was delighted by the ever-changing expressions on Gao Hanxue's face, raising his hand in her direction. Of course, welcome aboard. At that moment, Gao Hanxue experienced a whirlwind of emotions, nearly bursting into joyous exclamations upon receiving a definitive answer. However, she still remembered to maintain her goddess demeanor and composed herself, eagerly grasping Tang Yujie's hands. Aja, you can count on me. I will not let you down. Gao Hanxue had no idea that in this instant, the tension Tang Yujie had been holding onto had finally dissipated. Upon hearing her words, he smiled brightly. The future nine-tailed fox Gao Hanxue was now in his grasp. In this manner, one of the most formidable forces of Tang Yujie's future battle team was successfully recruited within the confines of this dilapidated small bedroom. Little did he know the extent of his excitement at this moment. Gao Hanxue, filled with gratitude towards him, suddenly withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat flustered as she observed the basin nearing completion with snake blood. Ajay, what are you doing now? Is there anything I can assist with? Like a newly hired employee eager to contribute, Gao Hanxue desperately wanted to demonstrate her worth while also alleviating the flush of embarrassment on her face. Tang Yujie, lost in the thrill of having secured a future powerhouse, momentarily failed to notice Gao Hanxue's emotional nuances. In response to her inquiry, he candidly replied with a smile, I am collecting the blood of this snake beast. Gao Hanxue expressed her distaste. What use is it? You can't eat or drink it. Tang Yujie looked at her quizzically. Who said you can't drink it? I'm collecting it precisely for that purpose. Ah, drink blood. That sounds so unsanitary. Gao Hanxue was taken aback, just as Xinyu returned after tidying up. Tang Yujie seized the opportunity to share this information with them, understanding that he could not do everything himself in the future. Otherwise, what would be the point of training them? Ferocious beasts held value not only in their flesh. Xiaoyu already understood that the blood of mutated beasts could be considered a form of medicine, with different beast blood serving various purposes. Consuming it directly could harness its effects. If they could acquire dragon blood, whether through infusion or ingestion, it would immensely enhance their bodies. Tang Yujie found himself momentarily lost in thought. It would not be long before dragons ceased to be mere legendary creatures. Observing the incredulous expressions on both faces, he playfully tapped Xinyu on the head. I know you don't believe me, but I won't elaborate further. You will understand in due course. For now, let us learn what constitutes valuable resources. Although this snake blood may not smell pleasant, consuming some during battle can swiftly enhance your physical constitution. As long as it isn't a fatal blow, you'll likely survive. Tang Yujie spoke as he stored the filled snake blood into his spatial compartment. Gao Huanchue's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary light. Even though she had previously learned from Xinyu about As possession of a miraculous storage space, the sensation of witnessing it firsthand was utterly different. Tang Yujie also noticed the eagerness of the two and, after some contemplation, decided to take this opportunity to reveal to them how to acquire supernatural abilities. As they gazed at the second-level Crimson Beast core in Tang Yujie's hand, both Xinyu and Gao Huanxue could not help but display their intense desire. They too could possess extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, Tang Yujie had also mentioned that the time was not yet ripe. To become an evolved individual, they must continuously enhance their physical bodies. Gao Huanxue, being a dual enhancer, had a slightly faster evolution rate compared to someone like Brother Xiong, but her enhancement direction was relatively weak, rendering her almost powerless in the early stages. For instance, Xunyu could directly engage in combat with first-level ferocious beasts after her initial enhancement. At this moment, Gao Huanxue was merely notable for her memory, cognition, and recovery abilities. Tang Yujie found himself questioning how Gao Huanxue had endured the most arduous enhancement phase back then. Had she, like him, encountered someone who aided her? Upon learning that Tang Yujie and Xinyu did not intend to linger, Gao Huanxue decisively began to pack her belongings in preparation to leave with them. Meanwhile, Tang Yujie and Xinyu transferred their spoils to a room on the top floor of the unit. Coincidentally, this room belonged to one of Gao Huanxue's close friends, who had entrusted her with caring for a few potted plants while she traveled with her boyfriend, with the key in hand. There was no need to damage the door, making it suitable for leaving behind items they could not take with them. As Tang Yujie surveyed the living room cluttered with ferocious beasts, he could not help but lick his lips. He was hungry again. Currently, his food supply was quite abundant. Aside from the various first-level ferocious beasts in this room, he had also stockpiled the flesh of 2 second-level ferocious beasts in his space. As for the koi fish, it had long been consumed by Tang Yujie. The space was simply too small. He had removed all collected daily necessities, finally managing to fit the corpse of the golden python beast inside. The insatiable hunger prevented him from parting with such precious meat. Xunyu jested, "Brother Tang, with your appetite for meat, you must not have eaten any for 10 years. Unbeknownst to Xunyu, her casual remark was strikingly close to the truth. When the two returned, laughing and chatting, to Gao Huanxue's home, she was already waiting for them in the living room with her bag in hand. Seeing what she had brought, Tang Yujie breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Gao Huanxue was not the type of woman who was oblivious to reality. Her entire belongings amounted to nothing more than a modest backpack. She was still clad in her previous outfit, though she had added a pure leather black belt at her waist. Tang Yujie found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very whip that had been left in the living room. The whip was loosely wrapped around her waist, its ends hanging limply, with the handle to the left side, easily detachable with a gentle shake of her right hand. "Are you all set? Is this all you are bringing?" Tang Yujie had prepared to assist her with her belongings, yet he was surprised to see Gao Huanxue effortlessly wear the backpack, freeing her hands while maintaining her mobility. She truly was a clever woman. Gao Huanxue seemed to decipher the meaning behind Tang Yujie's gaze and, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head, saying, "Well, I'm just bringing a change of clothes. Too much stuff would hinder my movement." Xinyu, holding her dagger, stood lightly at the door and chuckled. Sister Huanxue, don't worry. If you want to bring anything else, I can help you carry it, or we can leave it with Brother Tang. Tang Yujie shot her a glare. All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. We should be on our way. The three of them exited in succession. Gao Huanxue instinctively reached for the door to lock it, but, upon seeing the door that had been violently cut open, turned back to the two, speechless, before bursting into laughter. Tang Yujie could not help but shake his head and chuckle. All right, let's go. Our journey is still long. No one could truly comprehend the depth of Tang Yujie's words. For Gao Huanxue, there might be a sense of reluctance towards leaving this place, but for Tang Yujie, who had returned from the apocalypse, there was nothing of material value that he could not let go of. Unbeknownst to the three, less than half an hour after they departed from building number 4, a modified off-road vehicle forcefully crashed into the community from outside the gate. This all-black SUV was incredibly luxurious, yet at this moment, aside from the glass, which remained relatively intact, the body was severely dented, and the windshield had been pierced by several large holes. The roar of the vehicle startled a few ferocious beasts lurking at the entrance. Before it came to a stop beneath building number 4, and 4 individuals emerged from the vehicle. Each of these 4 individuals was strikingly robust, clad in black suits drenched in dried blood, yet they appeared wholly unfazed. Standing straight outside the vehicle as they proceeded with measured steps into the building, their manner of movement subtly revealed their professional demeanor. Upon entering the hallway, the 4 simultaneously drew pitch-black handguns from their waists. In the great nation of Huaxia, firearms were always a taboo. However, the fact that these 4 could brazenly wield them already indicated their extraordinary identities. They swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor. The leader, upon seeing a slightly ajar door, hesitated momentarily before exchanging glances with the other 3. They leaned against the door, gently pushed it open, and slowly stepped inside, their fingers never straying far from the triggers. Instinctively, upon entering the room, they were met with a horrifying scent of blood. The expressions of the 4 turned grave as they hurriedly searched the surroundings, but alas, aside from the disarray and splattered blood, their target was nowhere to be found. Their faces turned pale, disbelief clouding their features. The leader bit his lip, his voice low. Search again. Do not overlook any corner. The other 3 sprang into action, while the man produced an antiquated mobile phone, significantly larger than those of the current era, and pressed several buttons. The call was quickly answered, and an anxious voice came through. Have you found anything? The man holding the phone instinctively straightened his back, a hint of nervousness in his tone as he replied, Boss, the target is missing. What? Missing? Are you certain it's missing? Even through the satellite phone, the black-clad man could sense the chilling fury emanating from the other end. Swallowing hard as he nodded, yes, the room is in chaos, with a substantial amount of blood. Yet we did not locate the young lady's whereabouts from the scene. It appears that a mutated beast was present. But aside from the young lady, there is nothing here. It is evident that a cleanup has occurred. The kitchen shows signs of recent use, and the bathroom sink is still wet, though not give me those details. I want to know if you can find Huanxue. It was apparent that the person on the other end was suppressing a terrifying rage. The man could not help but swallow hard again. Report, boss. Look. Just then, another man rushed over, holding a piece of paper, and handed it to him. The man who had been reporting to his superior furrowed his brow in irritation upon receiving the paper. But his expression shifted to one of surprise as he read its contents, hurriedly exclaiming, Report, we have located the young lady's whereabouts. Building number 5, building number 6. The 3 found nothing. No ferocious beasts, no survivors as they walked. Gao Huanxue explained why there were no people in the building. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse had indeed caused some to flee early. However, there were still quite a few people in the community. But earlier that morning, a group had gone door to door, gathering these survivors. Gao Huanxue had observed these individuals through the peephole, and something about them seemed off. Their speech was slick, and their eyes carried an air of frivolity. Thus, she had chosen not to answer the door. Her door was specially customized, and after a few attempts to break it down, those people ultimately gave up. Now, reflecting on it, Gao Huanxue could not help but break into a cold sweat. Those individuals clearly did not appear to be good people. Had she ventured outside back then, the outcome might have been dire. Hearing Gao Huanxue's account, Tang Yujie fell into contemplation in his previous life. He had encountered the apocalypse in a supermarket, so he was unaware of what had transpired in the community. Initially, he believed he could comfortably pass through the initial transition period here, relying on his understanding of the apocalypse. But it now seemed that this place was far from tranquil. It appeared that his good fortune had been exhausted. The three of them had traversed several buildings in succession, yet their findings were disappointingly meager. Consisting only of disheartening discoveries, during this time, Gao Huanxue finally made a successful attempt, with Shun Yu's assistance, to slay an enlarged gray chinchilla using her dagger. At that moment, Shun Yu was swinging it around by its tail. Just as the three descended the stairs, they unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. The opposing party clearly did not anticipate encountering anyone in the community at this time. Upon spotting Tang Yujie and his companions, they were momentarily startled, but soon after, one of the men behind Tang Yujie exclaimed, "Hey, guys, look, this girl is stunning." Blocking the entrance were 5 men in their 20s, led by a slender fellow whose face resembled that of a snake spirit from a children's tale. With long hair styled in an explosive manner and dyed in an unidentifiable color, he wore a tight-fitting Korean casual outfit, partially unbuttoned at the chest, adorned with a tattoo of a mythical Qilin. While the others may not be as remarkable as he is, their appearances still evoke a sense of discomfort. However, Tang Yujie's gaze is fixated on one individual among the 5, who stands apart from the rest. Despite being at the back, his expression is blank, and his eyes, directed at Gao Huanxue, reveal no discernible emotion. Yet, he emanates an intensely dangerous aura. For Tang Yujie, this aura is negligible. Had he not been with the others, he might have overlooked him entirely, like a crane among chickens. What strikes Tang Yujie as particularly odd is that all 5 individuals are enhancers, albeit at a rather low level, only slightly stronger than Gao Huanxue. "Who are you?" Tang Yujie inquired, recalling what Gao Huanxue had mentioned earlier. Upon noticing the 3 individuals before him, who displayed none of the anticipated panic or anger, the green-haired man leading them was momentarily taken aback. Then sneered, "Kid, what do you think you're doing? Daring to act tough in front of me? You better come down." Tang Yujie frowned, while behind him, Shin Yu exploded with rage, charging forward. "Shut your mouth. Who are you calling a kid? Do you believe I want to tear you apart?" Hearing Shun Yu's words, the green-haired man's expression darkened, while the others erupted in laughter. Tang Yujie did not intervene. After all, such incidents would likely become commonplace, and Shen Yu and the others needed to learn how to handle them. Gao Huanxue, pale-faced, clenched her fists tightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Next to Tang Yujie in the past, she had mingled only with those of higher status, and she found herself utterly unprepared for dealing with such ruffians. Shun Yu, having grown up in an orphanage, was accustomed to fighting. Disagreements often led to brawls. The green-haired man ignored the irate Shin Yu, arrogantly lifting his chin. "Let me tell you, everyone in this neighborhood is under our boss's protection. If you wish to enter, you better listen to me, or I'll make sure you can't stay here. Humph, once you leave this neighborhood, you can prepare to feed the monsters." Tang Yujie raised an eyebrow. This was indeed intriguing. In just a few days, someone was attempting to establish a private base. However, judging by their appearances, such a base would likely be nothing more than a sham organization, a group of arrogant fools who believed themselves invincible simply because they possessed some power. They thought that by claiming a territory and gathering, however, the battles that Shun Yu has engaged in against various ferocious beasts over the past few days were certainly not in vain. In comparison to those incredibly swift beasts, these 2 speed-enhanced adversaries were hardly worth mentioning. Suddenly, Shun Yu, who had been retreating, came to an abrupt halt, firmly arresting his backward momentum. With a deft movement, he skillfully evaded the assault of both attackers. Losing sight of Shen Yu, the 2 assailants, in their frantic charge, nearly inflicted wounds upon each other. They hastily retracted their blades, but halting their momentum proved to be an impractical endeavor, resulting in a collision that sent them tumbling to the ground like a pair of tumbling gourds. As they struggled to regain their footing, Shen Yu had long anticipated their arrival, and with a fervent kick of his right foot, he targeted the most sensitive areas of the 2, delivering punishing blows. In no time, the 2 speed-enhanced foes were entangled, howling in agony, unable to rise or evade his relentless onslaught. The green-haired man, with a sinister grin, wielded a solid metal bat, striking it repeatedly against the wall, producing a resounding sound. "Little girl, don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. In a moment, I shall break your hands, and then we shall see how you wield that whip. Gao Huanxue, her face ashen, instinctively took a few steps back and cried out, "Don't come any closer, or I shall not hesitate to strike you." The green-haired man laughed heartily. "Do you think you are impressive just because you landed that whip strike earlier? Have you considered the narrowness of this corridor? How can you possibly swing that whip effectively? You insolent woman, dare to lash out at me, and you shall learn the true extent of my power." Suddenly, with a malevolent glare, the green-haired man lunged forward. Gao Huanxue screamed in terror, instinctively closing her eyes and raising her hand to deliver a whip strike. With a crack, the whip moved with such swiftness that neither of them had time to react. The sharp sound of leather striking flesh echoed, and the green-haired man paused momentarily, then staggered back against the wall, his left hand fumbling behind his back. The once thin suit was torn apart by the vicious whip, leaving a bloody gash across his back. With a heart-wrenching scream, the green-haired man writhed in pain, desperate to reach the injury, but the angle of Gao Huanxue's strike was too precise, preventing should an ordinary enhancer encounter this individual. Death would be an inevitable fate. It is not merely a disparity in strength but a suppression of realms. However, who is Tang Yujie? In terms of power, he is a genuine first-level evolver. Regarding his experience, the number of lives Tang Yujie has taken undoubtedly surpasses that of his opponent. Moreover, every individual he faces is significantly stronger than himself. Observing the young man before him, who appears to be affected by his murderous aura, the tall man could not help but scrutinize Tang Yujie with interest. Truth be told, had it not been for the palpable killing intent radiating from Tang Yujie earlier, he would have never regarded him as a threat. Yet now, having displayed his own strength, the opponent remains unfazed, stirring a sense of unease within the man. Nonetheless, a task is a task. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, the solution is to eliminate them. With this thought, the man clenched his fists and assumed a combat stance. Tang Yujie smirked, swaggering a few steps toward him. "I have no desire to know who stands behind you, but let me make this clear. Whoever they are, do not provoke me. Go to hell." The man's gaze remained fixed without a flicker, and witnessing Tang Yujie's indifference, he felt both anger and delight. He may despise him, yet he has been granted a lethal opportunity. Indeed, the moment Tang Yujie drew near enough, the man struck, delivering a punch aimed at Tang Yujie's throat. Should this blow land, even Tang Yujie, no matter how strong, would face a shattered windpipe. To Tang Yujie, the lethal strike appeared almost leisurely. He raised his hand, precisely blocking the punch. The man's face turned pale as he attempted to withdraw his fist, only to find it ensnared within Tang Yujie's delicate fingers. Unable to move. "Let go." The man was no ordinary foe. With his right fist restrained, he decisively launched an attack with his left hand, aiming for Tang Yujie's temple. The temple is a crucial point in human anatomy, and a light strike can render one unconscious. If he were to unleash his full strength, even the mightiest opponent would succumb. Thinking this, a smirk crept onto the man's face. Such a formidable man ought to meet his demise. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes. It must be said that this man's attack was particularly cunning. Had it been Shen Yu, she would likely have been unable to evade this assault. Behind them, Shen Yu and Gao Huanxue watched in shock as Tang Yujie faced off against the man, still reeling from the earlier display of his murderous intent, which had genuinely frightened them. Despite having faced fierce beasts before, they still held some aversion to the act of killing. However, Tang Yujie's swift and decisive methods left them utterly astounded. The four of them had each claimed 2 lives, and as the two men clashed, Shen Yu and Gao Huanxue felt their hearts race. Gao Huanxue looked on in terror at Tang Yujie's back, while Shen Yu gripped her dagger, anxiously observing the confrontation. When she saw the man's punch heading for Tang Yujie's head, she couldn't help but cry out, "Be careful, Tang Go." Tang Yujie smiled calmly, lifting his other hand to gently deflect the man's lethal blow. Under the astonished gaze of his opponent, he countered, twisting both hands downward with force. "Ah!" The man's face flushed crimson, as his enhanced strength faced a crushing blow for the first time. No matter how he struggled, he could not free his hands from Tang Yujie's grasp. As Tang Yujie intensified his grip, the man was forced to bend at the waist. Though shocked by the terrifying power of Tang Yujie, the man was no stranger to the battlefield. His reflexes exceeded the speed of conscious thought. Instinctively, he kicked out, targeting Tang Yujie's vulnerable region. Tang Yujie's gaze turned cold as he swiftly lifted his right leg, blocking the insidious strike. Forcing the man's foot away in a flash, he retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on the man's supporting knee. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed as the man's left leg buckled grotesquely. "Ah!" he screamed, his strength dissipating as he collapsed forward. Yet, Tang Yujie remained vigilant, sensing the man's lingering malice despite his injury. Even with a broken leg, the man lunged toward Tang Yujie, his right hand shaking free a hidden blade from his sleeve. Aiming straight for Tang Yujie's heart, Tang Yujie's eyes twitched. He deftly dodged. The sharp blast as he ascended, darkness suddenly enveloped him, as if something had obscured the sky above. Drip, drip. Several drops of liquid fell upon his head. The man instinctively raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing in an instant, for before him loomed a colossal beast's head, its blood-red tongue flicking at 2 rows of menacing fangs beneath its yellow fur. A pair of sanguine eyes fixated upon him. The man's heart momentarily ceased, and he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. Yet, his frantic cries were swiftly drowned beneath the sharp fangs. With a crunch, the massive beast bit down, severing half of the man's skull, tilting its head back to swallow it whole. Viscous blood stained its fur, yet it paid no heed in the sunlight. It revealed a dog-like head with a missing chunk. Casting a deep gaze toward the direction where Tang Yujie and the others had vanished, an expression akin to contemplation flickering across its features. Chapter 33. The enigmatic power of space unbeknownst to Tang Yujie and his companions. Events unfolded beyond their awareness. After clearing 3 more buildings, they observed Xinyu and Gao Hanxue working in tandem to slay a first-level beast. Tang Yujie glanced at the dimming light outside and remarked, "Let us call it a day. This dwelling appears relatively clean. We shall rest here tonight." Upon hearing Tang Yujie's words, Xinyu cheered and promptly collapsed onto the ground, fatigued from the many battles fought throughout the day. Gao Hanxue, unable to restrain herself, flicked her wrist and shot Tang Yujie a resentful glare. Tang Yujie, slightly embarrassed, wiped the side of his nose. His intentions were noble in these nascent days of the apocalypse. The beasts were not exceedingly powerful. If he did not seize this moment to help the two grow stronger, they would soon find themselves without such comfortable opportunities for training once the beasts became formidable. Fortunately, both women understood his good intentions, and although they glared at him, none voiced any genuine dissent. Observing the two sprawled on the sofa and floor, Tang Yujie shook his head in resignation. "All right, you two go wash up. I'll prepare dinner." With that, he lifted the slain beast and turned towards the kitchen. It appeared that this family was accustomed to dining at home, as the kitchen was well equipped. Tang Yujie skillfully skinned and deboned the meat, soon setting a pot to simmer. Chinese cuisine is vast and varied, yet alas, Tang Yujie was not particularly adept in the culinary arts. Luckily, the meat of the beast was inherently delicious, and thus even a simple stew, seasoned with a touch of salt and spices, was sufficiently delectable. After rummaging through the refrigerator for some vegetables to enhance the flavor, he emerged just in time to see Gao Hanxue seated at the dining table. Drying her hair, clad in a pink nightgown, her damp hair framed her face, accentuating her ruby lips, which caught Tang Yujie off guard. Gao Hanxue instinctively glanced up, meeting Tang Yujie's gaze as he stood there. Pot in hand, momentarily entranced, she shot him an admonishing glare, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Tang Yujie set the pot down, feeling somewhat sheepish. Undeniably, Gao Hanxue was extraordinarily beautiful, with snow-white skin, ruby lips, and long, inky hair, as if the finest gifts of the world had been bestowed upon her. She seemed like a fairy from a game, radiating an allure that set her apart from the ordinary. Even her playful glare sent Tang Yujie's heart racing. Gao Hanxue, sensing the slight tension in the air, felt her cheeks flush even more, and the two found themselves ensnared in a moment of awkwardness. How fragrant! Just then, Xinyu, still half-drenched from her bath, emerged from the bathroom, a towel draped around her neck. Her eyes fixated on the large pot on the table, swallowing hard. The two quickly averted their gazes, each suppressing their unusual feelings. Gao Hanxue shot Xinyu an annoyed look but chose to remain silent. Tang Yujie took a seat and declared, "All right, let us eat. It's been a long day." He tore off a piece of the front leg and placed it in Gao Hanxue's bowl. Noticing Xinyu had also seated herself to begin eating, Tang Yujie followed suit. The beast was not particularly large, weighing in at less than 10 jin. After skinning and deboning it, there was not much left. Tang Yujie took a bite, only to scowl as he tossed the bone onto the table. Deep in thought as he so it is, Tang Yujie's heart trembled with astonishment as he opened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that his spatial abilities were already extraordinary, but now he realized that what he had glimpsed was merely the tip of the iceberg. There were countless wonders yet to be discovered. With a heart full of shock, Tang Yujie once again stewed the beast meat he had retrieved from the spatial realm and placed it on the table. Under the intense gaze of the two others in the living room, that moment, both of them set aside their beasts, their eyes fixated on the pot of steaming white broth, unable to look away. Tang Yujie chuckled, "Stop staring, let's eat," Shin Yu exclaimed in excitement, "Long live Brother Tang." Saying this, she disregarded the heat, tearing off a piece of meat and stuffing it into her mouth, even though it was so hot that she could hardly swallow it. She still couldn't bear to spit it out. As she ate, tears streamed down her face. "Woo-woo, this is the flavor. It's so delicious." Gao Hanshua's nose twitched. The enticing aroma was reminiscent of a millennia-old wine, intoxicating her and turning her cheeks rosy. Unable to resist, she grabbed a large piece of bone and began to gnaw on it. With just a single bite, her eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a startled rabbit, as she stared incredulously at the piece of meat in her hand. "This is so delicious," she exclaimed. Having grown up, she had never tasted meat so tender. It melted in her mouth, bursting with an extraordinary flavor that exploded in her stomach, the warmth of the fragrant steam enveloping her, leaving her feeling flushed. Chapter 34. Encountering survivors again. Tang Yujie observed the two in a state of frenzy, unable to suppress a chuckle. After savoring a piece himself, he nodded in satisfaction. As he had surmised, the beast meat processed by the spatial realm far exceeded ordinary beast meat in appearance, energy, and flavor by several-fold. More importantly, the energy within the meat was gentle and even. Having consumed only about a pound, he felt a slight enhancement. At that moment, Shin Yu and Gao Hanshue seemed as though they had been starved for years, nearly coming to blows over the meat. Although Gao Hanshue's strength was inferior to Shin Yu's, she leveraged her advantage as a woman, managing to suppress Shin Yu's urge to snatch the meat away. Shin Yu could only look at Tang Yujie with a pitiful expression. Tang Yujie smiled, too lazy to pay them any mind, and stopped after consuming around 2 pounds of meat. Indeed, the first-tier ferocious beast meat, after being processed by the spatial realm, provided a point of enhancement for every pound. 2 pounds of meat perfectly translated into 2 points. Without a second thought, Tang Yujie allocated these points to his defense. As a result, Tang Yujie's 6 attributes became Constitution 20 points, Defense 20 points, Strength 10 points, Speed 10 points, Spirit 14 points, and Special Energy 8 points. Following his Constitution, his defense had also reached the pinnacle of a third-class soldier. Meanwhile, after finishing the last sip of broth, Shin Yu and Gao Hanshue began their passive enhancement. Gao Hanshue fared a bit better, only frowning slightly with a mild headache, while Shin Yu clutched his stomach, groaning on the sofa for several minutes before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he moved, his entire being resembling a fleeting shadow as he launched a punch toward Tang Yujie. With Gao Hanshue's startled scream, Tang Yujie calmly raised his hand, effortlessly catching the incoming fist. Then, Shin Yu's voice of surrender rang out. Hey, stop. Brother Tang, spare me." Gao Hanshue, still in shock from the sudden turn of events, couldn't help but laugh at the sight before her. Tang Yujie remained seated, holding Shin Yu's fist with his left hand, gently pressing him down. Shin Yu's body was twisted awkwardly to one side, yet he continued to wail for Tang Yujie's mercy. Tang Yujie laughed heartily. "Little one, you think you're fast enough to challenge me?" With that, he released his grip, and Shin Yu was sent flying backward in an instant, disappearing 3 to 4 meters away before he began to rub his seemingly broken fist, lamenting, "You can't do this to me. Brother Tang, you're so strong. How am I supposed to survive?" Though Tang Yujie said nothing, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. After Shin Yu's enhancement, his speed had reached its peak. He was now ready to attempt evolution. However, to be cautious, Tang Yujie cast a glance at the remaining half-pot of less appetizing meat on the table and said, "If you dare to challenge me, you must finish all the meat before tonight." Had it been before, Shin Yu would have surely jumped for joy, but after tasting such delectable meat, being forced to eat the ordinary beast meat was undoubtedly a punishment. He pouted, "Brother Tang, spare me. I truly can't eat anymore." Tang Yujie ignored him. "If you can't finish, you won't get to eat any other meat in the future. Han Xue, you supervise him." With that, he dismissed Shen Yu and went to wash up. Gao Hanxue blinked, watching Shen Yu reluctantly swallow the broth with a pained expression, unable to stifle her laughter. Shen Yu rolled his eyes, ignoring her, as he continued to shovel the meat into his mouth, not savoring the taste but simply hoping to swallow it as quickly as possible. Gao Hanxue sipped the last bit of broth from her bowl, unable to resist licking her lips. "It's truly delicious. I didn't expect Aja's culinary skills to be this remarkable." Shen Yu rolled his eyes, forcefully swallowing the meat in his mouth. "It's not that Brother Tang is skilled. It's the meat that is good." Gao Hanxue seemed skeptical. "How could that be? Isn't this all ferocious beast meat?" Shen Yu glanced at the familiar bones pushed to the edge of the table, muttering, "That's because you've never had rat meat before." Gao Hanxue paused, not quite catching what he said. "What do you mean this is rat meat?" Shen Yu looked up, grinning. "Oh, nothing. I was just saying, what we had earlier was rat meat." Gao Hanxue, EW, Tang Yujie, while showering, heard a commotion outside, as if someone was about to vomit. Then he heard Gao Hanxue's shrill scream. "Shen Yu?" Tang Yujie paid it no mind, relishing the sensation of the shower before stepping out, only to find Shen Yu alone tidying up the table, a mischievous grin on his face. Knowing Shen Yu well, Tang Yujie guessed that the boy had likely pulled off some mischief again. Not seeing Gao Hanxue, he curiously asked, "Little Yu, where's Hanxue?" Shen Yu struggled to contain his laughter and replied, "Sister Hanxue said she wasn't feeling well and went asleep." Tang Yujie shrugged it off and nodded, returning to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. After swallowing 2 beast cores, he began to sense the special energy within his body. The night passed quietly, and by the next morning, as Tang Yujie opened the door, he collided with a visibly displeased Gao Hanxue, earning himself a roll of her eyes. He looked at her curiously as she walked into the bathroom, exuding an aura of irritation. Shen Yu sat up from the sofa, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Good morning, Brother Tang." Tang Yujie patted his head, sitting beside him. "What happened to Hanxue?" Shen Yu grinned widely. "Oh, nothing much. It's just that Sister Hanxue found out you fed her rat meat yesterday." Tang Yujie paused, then helplessly ruffled Shen Yu's hair, turning it into a chaotic mess. "You little rascal, this was clearly your doing." Shen Yu didn't mind, pinching his nose, not regretting it at all, but rather feeling a sense of pride. "I've inherited your true legacy. Brother Tang, it's better to enjoy together than alone." Tang Yujie recalled Shen Yu's reaction the first time he had eaten rat meat, immediately understanding, and shot him an exasperated glare. "You?" He walked into the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. When the rich meat porridge was ready, he noticed Gao Hanxue glaring at Shen Yu with a look of resentment. He couldn't tell what the two were discussing, but judging by Shen Yu's red ears, it was clear that he had been reprimanded by Gao Hanxue. As Tang Yujie emerged with a large pot of fragrant meat, Gao Hanxue's face paled instantly, covering her mouth as if she might vomit. Tang Yujie hurriedly reassured her, "This isn't yesterday's meat. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Gao Hanxue felt somewhat relieved, though she still appeared unwell. Tang Yujie didn't tease her further. After giving Shen Yu a stern talking to in her presence, the three of them began their meal. Breakfast consisted of rice porridge made with rabbit meat. Though the meat was scarce, the addition of rice imparted a particularly sweet aroma. Even Gao Hanxue couldn't resist having bowl after bowl. The first-tier beast meat could not satisfy Tang Yujie's appetite. After finishing the porridge, the trio's appetites were whetted further. Shen Yu returned from the kitchen with the simmering rabbit, and they devoured it entirely. As they ate, Tang Yujie shared some knowledge about the post-apocalyptic world. Upon realizing the scarcity of food in the future, Gao Hanxue finally stopped complaining about having been fed rat meat by Tang Yujie. To be fair, aside from her discomfort, that meal was arguably the most delicious she had ever had. After breakfast, the three of them packed their belongings and set off once more. The neighborhood had been nearly cleared out by the trio. First-tier ferocious beasts were few, and second-tier ferocious beasts were even rarer. Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, having discovered several signs of battle. Clearly, they were not the only ones engaged in combat. Shen Yu and Gao Hanxue's faces darkened. Who knew how many others had fought here? Upon seeing the room littered with corpses, they nearly lost their lunch. It was at this moment they realized how fortunate they were to encounter Tang Yujie. With him around, at the very least, they wouldn't be devoured by ferocious beasts, and even possessed the strength to contend with them. However, as it seemed there were others competing for prey, the trio's haul was meager, causing Tang Yujie's expression to sour. Had it not been for the ample spoils from the previous days, he might have already set his sights beyond the neighborhood. Sighing, just as the three were preparing to seek their next quarry, Shenyu was suddenly dazzled by a blinding light, hurriedly shielding his eyes. Damn, who just blinded me? Tang Yujie also noticed the shimmering light dancing around the three individuals. He couldn't help but raise his eyes, only to see, not far away on an upper floor, someone holding an object that reflected sunlight, swaying back and forth. Upon realizing that the three had noticed him, the person immediately waved vigorously, yet refrained from shouting. Gao Hanshue instinctively turned to Tang Yujie and asked, "Aja, is that person calling us?" Tang Yujie nodded, contemplating briefly before replying, "Let us go take a look, but everyone, be cautious." Initially, he had no intention of approaching, but a vague sense of unease regarding the changes in the neighborhood urged him to investigate the situation, especially since it was rare to encounter another survivor. The three of them quickly ran in the direction of the individual. Just as they reached the ground floor, before they could ascend, they saw something flying out of the person's hand, spinning through the air towards them. Shenyu, feeling a bit anxious, tightened her grip on her dagger. "Tang-gu, be careful." Tang Yujie squinted, crouched slightly, and suddenly jumped 3 meters high, firmly grasping the object that was descending from above, landing steadily on the ground. The trio's gaze fell upon the item in his hand. To Tang Yujie's surprise, what had fallen from above was a compact disc from the cover. It was evident that it was a music CD. Flipping it over, he discovered that someone had haphazardly scrawled a message on the reflective side. "Save me. I have food. There's a dog in the building. Be careful." Tang Yujie looked up and saw a figure on the 5th floor, vigorously waving their hand, yet they did not utter a sound. He couldn't help but nod in approval. This person was wise enough to know not to shout. Otherwise, Tang Yujie would have turned on his heel and left in this apocalyptic world. Only the astute could survive longer. He had no intention of risking his life by dealing with fools. Chapter 35. Level 3 Earth Dog. The three exchanged glances, and Shenyu quietly inquired, "Tang-gu, should we rescue him?" Tang Yujie nodded. "Yes, let us go in, but everyone, stay alert." As he spoke, his right hand waved, and a pair of pitch-black gloves materialized, grasping a fiery red axe. Upon seeing the axe, Gao Hanshue's eyes brightened. She had only witnessed Tang Yujie wielding it when they first met, and its extraordinary power had long been etched in her memory. The moment she saw Aja draw his weapon, her heart raced uncontrollably. The Tang Yujie now, armed with a weapon, was no longer the frail figure she once knew. An aura of dominance enveloped him, as if he were bathed in a layer of murderous intent. Shenyu also felt a surge of excitement as he tightened his grip on his knife. Knowing that whenever Tang-gu displayed such an expression, it signified he was about to unleash his formidable prowess. Under Tang Yujie's leadership, they ventured directly into the building. Upon entering, Tang Yujie closed his eyes for a few seconds before smiling. Indeed, as the person had mentioned, there was a large dog on the 4th floor gnawing on a corpse. However, the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated. For although the dog was of considerable size, it was, in fact, a disabled creature. Observing it standing on 3 legs in the corridor, Tang Yujie couldn't help but smirk. This was merely an ordinary mutt, its grayish-yellow fur matted with dried blood. The wound from its missing hind leg had long since healed. Clearly not a recent injury. Tang Yujie recalled that in the community, there were many dog lovers who would bring stray dogs from around the area to care for them, leading to numerous disputes among the residents. This dog had evidently managed to integrate itself into the community, and when the apocalypse struck, it had successfully evolved, utilizing the flesh and blood of kind-hearted individuals to attain the status of a level 3 ferocious beast. A glint of greed sparkled in Tang Yujie's eyes. This was meat from a level 3 ferocious beast. It could be said that within the first 7 days of the apocalypse, there were exceedingly few beasts that could reach such a level. Moreover, this was a disabled ferocious beast. Just the thought of the terrifying energy contained within its flesh made Tang Yujie's heart race uncontrollably. He raised a hand, stopping the two who were eager to follow him. "You stay here. I'll handle the creature above." Despite the opponent being a disabled ferocious beast, Tang Yujie did not let his guard down. After all, in this world, carelessness could lead to dire consequences. He ascended the stairs with the axe in hand, moving stealthily without making a sound. Crack, crack, as he drew nearer, he could distinctly hear the sound of bones being chewed above. Just half a flight of stairs away, they were about to cross paths. And Tang Yujie focused intently, calming his mind. It must be said, this was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his rebirth. A level 3 ferocious beast was not something he could defeat alone, given that he was merely at the level 3 soldier stage. Yet Tang Yujie did not flinch. If he fled from a disabled level 3 beast, how could he ever truly grow strong in this apocalypse? Crack! He resolutely stepped up the stairs, and at that moment, the sound of gnawing bones abruptly ceased. Tang Yujie knew that the creature had detected his presence. After all, it was a dog, inherently alert by nature. And sometimes, no strategy could work against such instinct. A direct confrontation was the best course of action. Howl! A loud bark erupted, and the massive dog leaped down from the upper floor, lunging directly at Tang Yujie on the stairs. Tang Yujie quickly ducked, the mutt leaping over his head. He hurriedly ascended a few steps, and as he turned around, their positions had swapped. The dog, missing its target, landed awkwardly, slipping slightly. Its missing leg severely hampered its movement. Tang Yujie's eyes lit up. An opportunity. He sprang forward, swinging the axe down with tremendous force. Howl! Even as it temporarily lost its balance, being a level 3 ferocious beast, the mutt's reflexes were astonishing. It seemed to instinctively know it could not take the hit. Rolling away just in time, boom! The sharp edge of the axe cleaved through the marble steps. Tang Yujie's strike missed, and as he paused, he clenched his left fist, shouting, "Power style, dominance, buzz!" A strange aura enveloped him, causing his left hand to swell to double its size as he unleashed a punch that struck the dog squarely in the waist. Howl! A pained cry escaped the dog's lips as its massive body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was sent flying, crashing into the handrail and breaking through the white steel frame. Rolling towards the third floor, a shrill scream caused Tang Yujie's heart to tighten. Oh no! He had forgotten that Xinyu and Gao Hanxue were still below. He hurriedly leaped down from the broken handrail, just in time to see Xinyu standing protectively in front of Gao Hanxue, attempting to block the dog's paw with his dagger. Thud! The power of the level 3 ferocious beast was terrifying. Xinyu couldn't even withstand the blow for a moment, and the dagger was instantly knocked from his grasp. Sending him flying, Gao Hanxue, though startled, bravely grabbed his waist in an attempt to hold him back. However, she had clearly underestimated the dog's strength. Not only did she fail to stop Xinyu, but she was also swept off her feet, tumbling down the stairs. Howl! Seeing this scene, Tang Yujie's eyes instantly turned red. With a bestial roar, he threw away the axe in his hand, crashing his fists together. In that instant, his falling body seemed to pause midair. Then, as if stepping on an invisible object, he altered his trajectory, bending his legs and launching himself forward, his arms swelling with power. At that moment, Tang Yujie's skin glowed a crimson hue, energy surging to its peak, veins bulging as he resembled a formidable warrior. The dog, having just sent 2 individuals flying, was preparing to chase down its prey when it suddenly sensed danger above, instinctively raising its head. Boom! The entire building seemed to tremble as an overwhelming force bore down on the dog's back. The terrifying power accumulated in Tang Yujie's arms erupted upon contact with the dog's waist, striking it like 2 cannonballs. Crack! The sturdy corridor could not withstand the immense pressure and shattered beneath the dog's paws, which opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with flesh and bone. Amidst its anguished cries, the entire creature was crushed beneath the debris. After delivering the full-force blow, Tang Yujie rolled to the side of the corridor. Landing near Xinyu and Gao Hanxue, with a pale face, he stood up, approaching to check on them. Gao Hanxue was relatively fine, though her face was ashen and she was in considerable pain. It was primarily due to her back hitting the wall, and she sustained no serious injuries. However, Xinyu's clothes were torn, and a wound from the dog's claw was gushing blood from his chest. Tang Yujie's expression tightened as he hurriedly examined him, finally feeling relieved. Although he had lost a significant amount of blood, the wound was thankfully shallow and not life-threatening. Yet, Shan Yu's left hand, which had held the dagger, appeared to be broken. These were merely minor injuries, but the impact had caused him to lose consciousness. Confirming that both were safe, Tang Yujie finally felt a sense of relief, his expression softening. Had anything happened to them because of his miscalculation, he would never forgive himself. With a grim expression, Tang Yujie slowly rose, picked up the axe at his feet, and walked step by step toward the massive dog crushed under the rubble. Howl! The dog was still struggling, unwilling to accept its fate. It sensed its own strength, instinctively yearning for a more robust form. Alas, all of this was shattered as it looked in terror at the man before it. He was not particularly tall, yet in that moment, he loomed like a mountain, pressing down upon it. Tang Yujie, exuding a fierce aura, reversed his grip on the axe, aiming the sharp edge downwards towards the dog's enormous head. Preparing to strike, woof, with all its might, the earth dog let out a fierce growl, only for its enormous head to be cleaved through by an axe. In an instant, inky darkness enveloped the lifeless body, which vanished from beneath the stone and reappeared within Tang Yujie's space. Emotionless, Tang Yujie sheathed the axe, devoid of any joy at acquiring a level 3 beast corpse. He simply returned to lift the unconscious Shunyu and assisted Gao Hanxue to her feet using his arm. Gao Hanxue's complexion was pale. The dual impact had left her feeling as though her bones had been shattered. Fortunately, having fortified her physique, she was much stronger than before. Otherwise, Tang Yujie would have been at a loss on how to care for both patients. He cradled one and supported the other, guiding them clumsily up the stairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, before he could knock, a security door quietly swung open. A chubby face peered through the crack, and upon realizing it was people, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door wide. You finally made it. What happened? Did you encounter that dog? Tang Yujie nodded. My friend is injured. Let us in to rest for a moment. The hefty man stepped back 2 or 3 meters, allowing them entry. There was no helping it. This man was so rotund that even sideways, he couldn't create enough space for Tang Yujie to pass. Once Tang Yujie entered, the man hurried to secure the door. Cradling one and supporting the other, Tang Yujie surveyed the chaotic room, feeling utterly speechless. The chubby man, noticing Tang Yujie's expression, awkwardly swept snacks, books, and clothes off the sofa onto the floor. Hee. I'm just a homebody. Don't mind me. Tang Yujie said nothing and gently placed Xinyu onto the sofa. Gao Hanxue, not one to complain, leaned against the wall and sat down, her face still showing considerable distress. Chapter 36. Auxiliary Evolution. Tang Yujie's gaze fell upon the pallid Gao Hanxue, and after a moment's thought, he produced a paper cup containing a small amount of crimson liquid and handed it to her. Drink this. It will make you feel much better. Gao Hanxue, perplexed, accepted the cup of suspicious liquid, noting that it was still warmed. A faint, exotic fragrance wafted from it, making her swallow hard. Without questioning Tang Yujie about its nature, she tilted her head back and drank it down. The taste was indescribable. It had a hint of blood but was predominantly rich and fragrant. After she downed the rabbit blood, Tang Yujie took the cup back, his expression hardening as he approached Xinyu. The chubby man stood by the sofa, watching the person lying there, whose breath was shallow, and cold sweat dripped uncontrollably from him. Surely, this person wouldn't he perish in his home. Although he hadn't he inflicted the injury himself, he felt responsible for bringing them into the building. If this individual died, he would have indirectly caused it. Tang Yujie examined Xinyu's distorted right arm, glanced at his face, and without hesitation, tore open the torn fabric of his shirt. Hiss! Both the chubby man and Gao Hanxue inhaled sharply. As mere ordinary individuals, they could scarcely bear to witness Xinyu's current state. Tang Yujie's face darkened as he beheld the 3 deep claw marks on Xinyu's exposed chest. The wounds extended from his left chest to his right side. The flesh of his lacerated torso was a ghastly sight, with blackish-red blood continually oozing from the gaping wounds. Particularly concerning was the central gash, where, with each rise and fall of Xinyu's chest, 2 rib segments seemed to flicker into view. The chubby man's face turned ashen, and clutching his mouth, he fled to the bathroom, soon followed by the disconcerting sounds of retching. Gao Hanxue rushed forward, desperately attempting to staunch Xinyu's bleeding, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yet, with her slender hands alone, she couldn't possibly apply enough pressure to contain Xinyu's injuries. In utter despair, she instinctively looked up at Tang Yujie. Aja, please think of something. Xinyu will die like this. In stark contrast to Gao Hanxue's anxiety and urgency, Tang Yujie felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. in his eyes. While Shen Yu's injuries were severe, they were not necessarily fatal. Indeed, had these wounds been inflicted days prior, even with a timely hospital visit, survival would have been highly improbable. After all, beyond the surface wounds, the level 3 Earth Dog's claw had directly damaged his internal organs. That was the true lethal injury. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, although hospitals were largely incapacitated, it did not signify that the injured or ill were doomed to await death. Remarkable blood medicine, along with other rare treasures, could facilitate the rapid healing of even the gravest wounds. With this in mind, Tang Yujie wasted no time and directly administered a portion of rabbit blood to Shen Yu. The effects of the rabbit blood were swift. Within mere minutes of swallowing, Shen Yu's body visibly flushed red, and a faint white mist began to emanate from his pores. Subsequently, the blood that had been flowing uncontrollably began to coagulate in the mist. Witnessing this, Gao Hanxue was astonished yet felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Collapsing weakly beside the sofa, it was then that she realized the pain she had been enduring had miraculously vanished. She hadn't anticipated the miraculous properties of what Aja had given her. At that moment, Tang Yujie appeared to her as if he possessed boundless capabilities. Yet, Tang Yujie did not share Gao Hanxue's relief. Although Shen Yu's complexion had relaxed and his right arm had begun to swell down, the mere level 1 rabbit blood could only sustain his life and could not possibly heal such grievous injuries to his internal organs. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yujie administered the last remaining portion of rabbit blood he had collected over the past few days. Amidst the swirling mist, Shen Yu resembled a humidifier, continuously expelling impurities from his wounds. The chubby man in the bathroom witnessed the entire process, utterly stunned. He knew the world had changed, but this scene was beyond his comprehension. Heavens! Is this some form of cultivation? Why is that person emitting steam from his entire body? How is it that his blood has ceased to flow? His complexion has regained color. How could this be happening? Am I dreaming? It seemed that except for Tang Yujie, no one present could fathom the situation. Shen Yu's claw wounds appeared deep, with blood flowing incessantly, yet they overlooked one critical detail. Ordinary humans, even if they lost an arm, could not possibly bleed this profusely. From the moment of injury until now, the volume of blood Shen Yu had lost far exceeded that of a normal person's blood capacity. Yet, despite this, he had not succumbed to blood loss. Rather, his wounds continued to ooze, which was primarily due to his consumption of numerous beast meats in recent days. The so-called enhancement was the infusion of the energy contained in beast flesh into the human body. This strengthened the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of humanity. This is why enhanced individuals are significantly more formidable. The energy had fused into every inch of their flesh, causing it to regenerate and coalesce wildly. Although there was no significant change in size, the quality had undergone a radical transformation. At this moment, Shen Yu's life had been snatched back. However, Tang Yujie now faced a dilemma. To fully heal his injuries, he would require at least level 2 blood medicine. While he had plenty of level 2 beast blood, none possessed healing properties. Rubbing his chin, Tang Yujie's mind raced. If he sought the fastest way to heal Shen Yu, there were only 2 options. The first was to teach Shen Yu life return. However, although Shen Yu had enhanced his physique, mastering one of the 6 techniques, life return, was not something that could be learned quickly. Moreover, it was impossible for an enhancer of his level to execute life return. Thus, only one last option remained: to facilitate Shen Yu's evolution into an evolved being. With this thought, Tang Yujie couldn't help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, earlier that day, Shen Yu had nearly reached his peak, maximizing his speed and physicality. Otherwise, even with Tang Yujie's rebirth, he would have been unable to enable Shen Yu's immediate evolution. Time was of the essence. Tang Yujie made his decision and wasted no further time. He propped Shen Yu up, seated himself beside him, glanced at the chubby man not far away, and then addressed Gao Hanxue. Hanxue, I need to treat Shen Yu. We cannot be disturbed right now. Please keep an eye on things. Upon hearing this, although Gao Hanxue was unaware of Tang Yujie's intentions, she stood, drawing the whip from her waist, her gaze scanning the small room with intense vigilance, ultimately fixing her wary eyes on the only outsider present, the chubby man. The chubby man felt as though he had swallowed a fly, looking at the 3 who completely disregarded him, yearning to cry out, "This is my home." Having returned from the apocalypse, Tang Yujie harbored no thoughts of occupying another's territory. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a dark red beast core. The core was exquisite, resembling a crystal orb. Translucent red yet seemingly muted in brilliance, making it appear rather unremarkable. Under the astonished gazes of the chubby man and Gao Hanxue, he directly inserted it into Shan Yu's mouth, then forcefully lifted his chin. With a gentle squeeze at his throat, they could clearly see a bulging mass sliding down Tang Yujie's hand into Shan Yu's stomach. As he swallowed, Shan Yu's features contorted in response, his body curling up like a lobster being steamed. Tang Yujie knew the beast core had taken effect. With his left hand, he firmly straightened Shan Yu, while his right pressed against his chest, suppressing the terrifying energy. Normally, during an upgrade, it was the enhancer's responsibility to endure the energy unleashed by the beast core's transformation. However, Shan Yu remains oblivious to his current state, rendering any hopes of a smooth advancement utterly impossible. Of course, Tang Yujie is not acting recklessly. He understands that as long as he, as an evolved being, can help Shan Yu untangle his energy, they can both progress seamlessly. In his previous life, many individuals advance through this very method, with assistance from higher-level evolved beings facilitating a more effortless transition. Yet, Tang Yujie has never been afforded such privileges, let alone the experience of helping others ascend. Nonetheless, desperate times call for desperate measures. If he does not act, Shan Yu will languish in his coma for at least half a year. As his hand presses against Shan Yu's skin, Tang Yujie suddenly experiences an instinctual connection, feeling the energy coursing within Shan Yu's body. Momentarily taken aback, he then feels a warm current surge through him, causing his eyes to glaze over slightly. Astonishingly, even in his unconscious state, Shan Yu instinctively trusts him, allowing his consciousness barrier to open up without reservation. It is important to note that while higher-level evolved beings can assist others in their advancement, such a bond necessitates mutual trust. However, in the apocalyptic era, human relationships have grown cold, with betrayals among brothers and enmity between fathers and sons occurring daily. The world is rife with individuals who profess brotherhood in public, yet stab each other in the back when alone. Genuine friendship that allows one to entrust everything to another is exceedingly rare. Any hint of wariness could disrupt the harmonious melding of energies. Yet, even in his coma, Shan Yu unconditionally trusts him, enabling Tang Yujie to so effortlessly access the energy within him. Suppressing the flutter of his heart, Tang Yujie closes his eyes. What follows is akin to watching an extraordinary fantasy film, under the watchful gaze of the plump friend and Gao Hanxue. Both Tang and Shan's bodies glow a deep crimson. Particularly, Shan Yu's body not only shines brilliantly but also emits a plume of white smoke from his head, his features contorted in apparent agony. Furthermore, 3 deep wounds on his bare torso rapidly heal, as if by magic. His once unimposing physique begins to swell visibly, akin to an inflating balloon. The bizarre phenomena render the two spectators momentarily breathless. Chapter 37. The Pig God. Could it be that they have stumbled into a fabricated apocalypse? First, animals suddenly go berserk and mutate, followed by plants growing wildly, and now, humanity itself is undergoing change. Just this unfolding spectacle is enough to leave their jaws agape in astonishment. At that moment, a large clump of hair unexpectedly falls from Shan Yu's head. Following that, as if a switch has been flipped, Shan Yu's hair begins to shed in clumps, and even his already sparse eyebrows fall away. One by one. Eventually, all that remains on the sofa are 2 bald heads, and only then do their breaths gradually steady. Notably, Shan Yu's crimson hue fades, revealing skin as white as jade, and his expression becomes tranquil. Although he is now hairless, his unveiled features appear even more pleasing than before. Most importantly, the wounds on his chest now bear only 3 scabs, seemingly on the brink of falling away. Tang Yujie is the first to open his eyes. A flicker of joy crossing his brow. To be honest, when he made this decision, his heart was pounding. After all, he had never undertaken such an endeavor before, nor did he know whether it would adversely affect Shan Yu. Thankfully, everything is progressing positively. Due to Shan Yu's high level of cooperation and the ample energy available, not only has Shan Yu successfully advanced to the rank of private 3rd class, but Tang Yujie also senses that he has awakened his own unique abilities. After this point, there is no need for Tang Yujie to intervene further. Before long, Shan Yu awakens on his own, and upon opening his eyes, he gazes at Tang Yujie with gratitude, his voice hoarse. "Brother Tang? Thank you. If it weren't for you, not only would I have failed to become an evolved being, but I might not have even survived. As he speaks, his voice grows increasingly choked with emotion. It turns out that even while in a coma, Shen Yu was aware of everything Tang Yujie had done for him. He could feel the connection between their essences, realizing how Tang Yujie had resolved an immensely challenging predicament for him. In essence, Tang Yujie had facilitated the most arduous transformation of Shen Yu's life. From this moment forward, the skies are vast for birds to soar, and the seas are wide for fish to swim. Tang Yujie smiles gently, giving Shen Yu's bald head a light pat, nodding in satisfaction. Now he is not the only one sporting a bald head. Observing Shen Yu's appearance, Gao Hanyue, who had previously been worried, can no longer suppress her laughter. Shen Yu notices his own transformation and awkwardly rubs his bald head, alleviating the overwhelming emotion within him. The transition from enhancer to evolver signifies a profound metamorphosis. While it may seem as simple as acquiring a beast core, this very step has thwarted half of the enhancers for 3 to 4 years. Shen Yu's injuries have healed, and due to the evolution expelling numerous impurities from his body, he is compelled to borrow the plump friend's bathroom for a shower. At this point, the plump friend feels utterly sidelined, helplessly watching as these 3 thieves treat his home as their own, experiencing a sense of sorrow akin to inviting wolves into the fold. His gaze darting towards the closed bedroom door, fearful that one of them might enter. Fortunately, neither Tang Yujie nor Gao Hanyue has any intention of venturing into the lair of a solitary male. Just by observing the disorder in the living room, one can easily surmise the state of the bedroom. With Shen Yu now well, Tang Yujie finally takes a moment to survey the plump friend's home. And he cannot help but note that the first impression is one of chaos. The small living room is cluttered with various items: clothes, snacks, books, and toys strewn about. What draws the eye most is a massive computer desk occupying one corner, the only place that can be deemed clean. However, cleanliness does not equate to tidiness. Despite the lack of excessive clutter, the desk showcases 3 monitors and 3 sets of keyboards and mice, not to mention an array of gadgets that even Gao Hanyue cannot identify. All connected to a gigantic computer tower that could double as a table. One can only imagine the chaotic tangle of wires resulting from such a setup. Since he is here, Tang Yujie cannot ignore the plump friend any longer. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he strides over to the plump friend and introduces himself. "Hello, I am Tang Yujie. Were you the one who called us up earlier?" The plump friend, somewhat anxious, rubs his hands against his pants and nods excitedly. Yes, that's me. Hello, great one. My surname is Zhu. Just call me Zhu the plump." Tang Yujie is taken aback, hearing that the plump friend's surname is Zhu. He glances over the friend's physique, then instinctively looks at Gao Hanyue, astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, Zhu the plump seems to misinterpret the situation, his expression dimming as he pats his belly and chuckles self-deprecatingly. Hee, my figure suits my name quite well, doesn't it? Gao Hanyue, initially reluctant to laugh, finds it hard to contain herself and apologizes, her lips twitching in a strained smile. In contrast to Gao Hanyue, Tang Yujie's heart is tumultuous with excitement. Oh my, what fortune has he stumbled upon? First, he encounters the future quasi-general level 9-tailed fox, Gao Hanyue, and now, within less than a day, he finds himself face to face with a legendary figure. If Gao Hanyue is a revered powerhouse among the evolved, then the individual before him is the idol of all evolved beings. Good heavens, at this moment, Tang Yujie feels as if he could leap 3 feet into the air. The person before him is none other than the Pig God, one of the top 10 generals. Although Tang Yujie had never met any of the top 10 generals in his previous life, his admiration for these 10 figures remains undiminished. They are akin to stars in the apocalypse, revered by countless souls. Not to mention, the Pig God is rumored to possess a colossal frame, capable of devouring several tons of ferocious beasts, accumulating energy within and exhibiting combat prowess that far exceeds that of a typical general. While the title Pig God may not be particularly flattering, he is the only one among the top 10 generals capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank. To think such a formidable individual stands before him in this humble abode. Goodness, even with a decade of experience in the apocalypse, Tang Yujie feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. This is one of the most elite powerhouses of the future, and he has the chance to know one of the top 10 generals. Keeping calm, Tang Yujie strives to suppress his excitement, forcing himself to appear composed. He sits stiffly on the sofa, staring blankly at a mirror not far away, though in truth, he is gazing at the reflection of the rotund figure for the first time. He perceives a certain charm in someone of such ample proportions. Zhu the Plump has no idea that merely sharing his surname has rendered his idol so flustered, nearly causing Tang Yujie to fall into worship. Otherwise, one can only imagine how he would feel in this moment. It is truly surprising that the infamous pig god is such an exceedingly reclusive and rotund individual. However, what should he do now? Initially, Tang Yujie intended to assess this seemingly clever Zhu the Plump to see if he could recruit him into his team. Yet now, knowing he is destined to become the pig god, Tang Yujie finds himself hesitant to make any decisions. Not for any other reason, but because in his past life, the pig god was affiliated with the military. Moreover, his achievements are simply monumental. It can be said that the 10 great champions of the future serve as the pillars supporting humanity's survival in the face of apocalypse. Tang Yujie dared not contemplate the dire consequences that his reckless alterations might bring, potentially preventing him from once again attaining the formidable tier of the 10 great champions, and the monumental upheaval it could cause for the future. On one hand, he fervently wished to recruit one of the 10 champions as his ally, while on the other, he grappled with the necessity of sacrificing capable subordinates for the greater good of the future. Tang Yujie found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma. Just as he was ensnared in this quandary, Shen Yu emerged from the washroom, his bald head appearing rather peculiar yet sparing him the need for a towel, as he was not particularly concerned with appearances. Tang Yujie took a moment to gather his thoughts, setting aside his internal conflict, and waved at Shen Yu, not bothering to conceal his actions from Zhu Pengzi and Gao Hanxue. With a smile, he inquired, "Xiao Yu, now that you have evolved, you must be feeling some differences, right? Have you come to understand your abilities yet?" Shen Yu, who had been smiling cheerfully, suddenly looked troubled upon hearing Tang Yujie's question about his powers. He rubbed his little bald head and replied, "Brother Tang, I fear I may disappoint you. My abilities are not particularly formidable." Shen Yu had spent the most time with Tang Yujie, and although Tang Yujie had not explicitly explained much, he had, in casual conversation, revealed some fundamental knowledge about the future. Therefore, Shen Yu could somewhat gauge the quality of his own abilities. Tang Yujie maintained a calm demeanor. After all, the worth of abilities is often self-evident. With the vast population of the world, if everyone possessed exceptionally powerful abilities, why would they have struggled for a decade, still living under the oppressive threat of ferocious beasts? Abilities come in countless varieties. There are indeed some that appear utterly useless, yet Tang Yujie firmly believed that no ability is truly without merit. Only those who do not know how to wield them are at fault. Suddenly, as he and Shen Yu conversed, the onlookers were taken aback, especially Gao Hanxue, who finally grasped why Tang Yujie possessed a remarkable spatial ability. It was evidently a product of evolution. Zhu Pengzi, on the other hand, wore an expression of profound envy. As a tech enthusiast, he had often fantasized about possessing divine abilities that could transcend the heavens and vanish without a trace. Initially, he thought it was merely a dream. But today, he had witnessed the birth of an ability user firsthand. More importantly, he was in the presence of someone who could create such beings. "Oh my!" exclaimed Zhu Pengzi, his face glistening with excitement, his small eyes fixated on Tang Yujie, as if he were gazing at a fearsome wolf eyeing a tender rabbit. Tang Yujie, acutely aware of that fervent gaze, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Had it not been for Zhu Pengzi's status as a potential future champion, he would have undoubtedly kicked him far away. Chapter 38. A detailed exploration of abilities. Rolling his eyes internally, Tang Yujie decided to disregard Zhu Pengzi, turning instead to Shen Yu and saying with a smile, "The value of an ability lies in its suitability for you. Every ability can find its rightful place. Look at me. I possess a spatial ability that lacks direct combat prowess." Zhu Pengzi's expression shifted once again, his eyes nearly ablaze with admiration as he gazed at Tang Yujie. Heavens, the legendary spatial ability. How fortunate I am to worship a deity who wields such power, yet he seems unsatisfied. Tang Yujie swallowed hard, repeatedly admonishing himself not to rush over, resolutely avoiding any hostile actions towards Zhu Pengzi, even though his hands itched with the desire to do so. Hearing Tang Yujie's words of encouragement, Shen Yu's mood brightened considerably, yet they remained unaware that despite Tang Yujie's seemingly inconsequential spatial ability, he would not trade it for the mightiest lightning abilities. It was an ability of dreamlike nature, something never seen in his previous life. Just the initial powers he possessed as an evolved being were more than sufficient to benefit him for a lifetime. Exchange abilities? Was he a fool? Shin Yu patted his bald head, smiling awkwardly. Under Tang Yujie's encouraging gaze, and with Gao Hanque's urging, Zhu Pongzi's anticipation mounted until Shin Yu finally revealed his ability. Brother Tang? Sister Hanque, my ability is simply to enhance my speed. It's called lightning speed. No sooner had he spoken than Shin Yu transformed into a silver streak, his form seemingly elongated, and then in the blink of an eye. The silver light engulfed the entire living room, a tempest brewing as lightweight objects began to float. Tang Yujie's eyes widened in shock, finally losing his composure as he stood, his body instinctively tensing in response to the palpable threat he sensed from Shin Yu. Ouch! Zhu Pongzi, astonished by the sudden disappearance of Shin Yu, felt an inexplicable force as if someone had playfully nudged his belly. Just then, Gao Hanque gasped, her fingers brushing through her tousled hair, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Tang Yujie instantly closed his eyes, and the surrounding space morphed into shades of gray. Within that grayness, he could distinctly perceive the vitality of both Gao Hanque and Zhu Pongzi, yet nearby, a scarlet flash darted to and fro. Suddenly, Tang Yujie's eyes flew open, and he instinctively struck out with his hand. To his astonishment, he seized the source of the explosive sound, and as the debris that had been stirred up by the tempest fell, he found himself grasping Shan Yu's round, bald head in his hand, much to the astonishment of Zhu Pongzi and Gao Hanque. Ouch, that hurt, Shin Yu moaned, rubbing his head in agony. Tang Yujie felt a pang of embarrassment. He had intended to grab Shin Yu's arm but had miscalculated his speed and inadvertently struck his head instead. Cough. Do you think that just because you have abilities, you are invincible? How dare you tease me and Sister Hanque? A lesson is an order, lest you become too arrogant. As he spoke, Tang Yujie felt his cheeks flush with heat. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had left the three witnesses in utter astonishment. Gao Hanque was well aware of Shan Yu's incredible speed. She could hardly catch even a glimpse of his figure before being teased. Meanwhile, Zhu Pongzi's mind had gone blank, filled only with boundless admiration for Tang Yujie. Heavens, a speedster! But this kid is already formidable. Yet he could be so effortlessly subdued by the deity. How powerful must that deity be? In contrast to the other three, Tang Yujie's mind was in turmoil. Coughing twice, he looked at Shin Yu with a conflicted expression. Xiao Yu, is this what you call a not-so-useful ability? Shin Yu, rubbing the bump on his head, gazed at Tang Yujie with a hint of resentment. What use is it? It just makes me faster. Tang Yujie rolled his eyes. This lad was clearly not content. He should understand that in the future, countless individuals would yearn for the ability he possessed. Observing the bewildered expressions of the three, Tang Yujie sighed helplessly and encouraged them to take a seat before elaborating. You see, do not be ungrateful. Do you realize what your ability truly is? Shin Yu simply shook his head. Tang Yujie rolled his eyes again. Well, since it's still early, I shall take this opportunity to explain to you all what abilities truly entail. He had no intention of excluding Zhu Pongzi. After all, this was an opportunity to forge connections with the 10 great champions. Sharing some common knowledge about the future with a powerful individual was a worthwhile endeavor. Zhu Pongzi, feeling a rush of excitement at being included, glanced at his humble bedroom, feeling somewhat embarrassed in comparison to the deity. Yet, since Tang Yujie was about to discuss something of great interest to everyone, Zhu Pongzi refrained from dwelling on his insecurities and listened attentively to Tang Yujie's words. Tang Yujie took a sip of water, gathering his thoughts before stating, you must understand that after initial enhancement, one can advance to become an evolved being by consuming and absorbing the energy within beast cores. Pongzi, you are currently an ordinary person. While Hanque is an enhancer as for Shan Yu and me, we are evolved beings. Seeing the eager glances of the three, Tang Yujie couldn't help but smile slightly. Teaching others was indeed a gratifying experience. The energy within beast cores is potent, and enhancers can not only utilize this energy to transcend their physical limits, but also awaken their unique abilities. Remember this, abilities are determined not by the beast cores, but by our own genetic makeup. This is immutable. Among those present, only Shan Yu was not particularly intellectually inclined, while Gao Hanque was already an enhancer, further sharpening her mental faculties, making it easier for her to comprehend Tang Yujie's words. Zhu Pongzi, though merely an ordinary person, possessed an intelligence that surpassed everyone else in the room. In the past, he would have been considered a genius. Thus it was he who most keenly understood Tang Yujie's explanation. Upon hearing Tang Yujie's words, his mind instinctively began to process the information as if it were a computer computing data. He interjected without thinking, "Deity, are you referring to the gene lock? Each person's gene lock is unique. Even among parents and children, where similarities may only exist, is there a connection between the emergence of abilities and gene locks?" Tang Yujie was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. "You are truly a formidable individual, with such quick thinking," he thought, but he did not have the answer. He could only shake his head helplessly. "I cannot say for certain. I only know that the emergence of abilities is beyond our control. Not only in the present, but even a decade later, no base can mass-produce a particular type of evolver." Unable to let Zhu Pengzi ask any further questions, Tang Yujie continued, "Abilities are classified into 12 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, space, mind, wind, ice, and thunder. My ability pertains to space, while Xiaoyu's velocity is actually wind." This was not difficult to comprehend, as one instinctively associates swift abilities with the essence of wind. However, what Tang Yujie said next truly astonished the three of them. With a smile, he extended 4 fingers. In addition to the classification of abilities, each type is further divided into 4 major systems. They are the nature system, evolution system, mutation system, and fantasy system. He then lowered 1 finger. The nature system can be likened to that of a magician, who channels their ability through will to manifest attacks or support. Lowering another finger, he continued, "The evolution system refers to extraordinary capabilities that surpass the norm. An evolver's abilities can only alter themselves, not affect the external world." As Xinyu listened, she compared it to her own ability. It was neither nature system nor evolution system. After all, her speed had increased. Yet her body seemed unchanged. Anxiously, she pondered, what exactly was her ability? Tang Yujie, noticing her impatience, had no intention of revealing the answer just yet and continued, "The mutation system is relatively common. It represents the mutated forms of abilities. The variations of each type are numerous and bizarre. Aside from the evolver themselves, others find it quite challenging to fully comprehend the abilities within the mutation system." Undoubtedly, from Tang Yujie's tone, one could discern his admiration for the mutation system, leading the three to believe it must be more formidable. However, what Tang Yujie did not say was that, although the mutation system represents a variant of abilities, determining strength or weakness is quite complex. He had once been a mutation system evolver himself. Regrettably, his mutation merely expanded his space, rendering him a mere mobile warehouse. The fantasy system, on the other hand, is a complex and difficult category to explain, let alone comprehend. Its forms are extraordinarily varied, and its functions inscrutable, yet its numbers are the least among the 4 systems. It could be said to be 1 in a million at this point. Tang Yujie couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, for he himself was a fantasy system evolver. "Great one. What system do you belong to?" Zhu Pengzi exclaimed, his excitement causing his entire body to tremble. Little did he know how monumental this moment was in altering the course of his life. He resembled a parched sponge, eagerly absorbing the knowledge from beyond. Tang Yujie was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "As for me, it's rather unfortunate. I am merely a mutation system with a storage space. My ability lacks any offensive capability." This was a regret from his past life, yet in this life, he was unfazed. However, Zhu Pengzi and the others misinterpreted Tang Yujie's slight smile, feeling a pang of sympathy. It turned out that even those they viewed as strong could harbor such regrets. Xinyu and Gao Hanchue shot disapproving glares at Zhu Pengzi, who shrank back under their scrutiny. Internally lamenting, he thought, "This isn't fair. Even if I don't ask, can you two really hold back?" It must be said, the more intelligent individuals are, the more they yearn for knowledge. And thus Zhu Pengzi would forever be labeled the gluttonous bird of the future. Chapter 39. Velocity Space. Tang Yujie discerned the thoughts reflected in the eyes of the three and couldn't help but find it amusing. He wasn't exactly deceiving them. Although he hadn't explicitly stated he was part of the fantasy system, he had indeed once belonged to the mutation system and truly lacked offensive capabilities. His concealment stemmed solely from a desire not to prematurely reveal his peculiar spatial abilities. At this moment, Xinyu could no longer contain herself and anxiously inquired, "Then, Brother Zhe, what exactly is my ability?" Tang Yujie, unable to suppress a tone of envy, exclaimed, Xiao Yu, you are incredibly fortunate. You must understand, in martial arts, speed is unparalleled. Moreover, your ability isn't merely speed. Have you not noticed that when you run, the surrounding space seems to slow down? Additionally, your eyesight and reaction speed have also enhanced. Xinyu was taken aback. She had not considered this. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, if her speed alone had increased while her eyesight and reflexes remained unchanged, she would have likely collided with walls long ago. It was only with her entire being accelerating that she could evade obstacles at such velocities. This notion instinctively reminded her of the Flash from Marvel. Her excitement surged. Tang Yujie shook his head. Not only that, if I am not mistaken, your velocity enhancement likely extends beyond yourself. The others were taken aback. Recalling the scene he had observed under the momentary radiance, Tang Yujie boldly conjectured, if I am correct, you are altering a space. In other words, your ability could very well be an extraordinarily powerful mutation system wind ability known as velocity space. Within this space, you are almost akin to a deity. Tang Yujie was not exaggerating. In his previous life, similar mutated abilities were not uncommon. Yet he never imagined that the once inconspicuous individual trailing behind him would possess such terrifying powers. One must not underestimate wind abilities. Every category of ability harbors its own terrifying aspects. Xinyu's blood surged with excitement at Tang Yujie's words, and with a jubilant cry, she sprang into the air, vanishing into the atmosphere, causing the room to once again be swept by a tempest. Zhu Pongzi, observing the further disarray of his living space, could only lament, Great One, please contain your divine powers. Suddenly, as Zhu Pongzi was on the verge of tears, the sofa beneath Tang Yujie split in two, sending all three tumbling into a heap, with Zhu Pongzi's stomach colliding squarely against Gao Hanxue, nearly causing him to expel his bile. Xinyu, you stop right there? Tang Yujie, equally flustered, brushed off the dust covering him and, with a swift motion, sent half the sofa flying, yelling at the room. Xinyu recognized her mischief and hurriedly halted, the tiles beneath her feet cracking as she skidded to a stop. Zhu Pongzi rolled his eyes, feeling utterly powerless, and thought, forget it, you are all deities. I, a mere mortal, will not contend with you. Gao Hanxue's face flushed in embarrassment as she clambered off Zhu Pongzi's belly. Before wrathfully marching towards Xinyu and grabbing her ear, you don't think that just because you've become some evolver, you can act recklessly. Ow, Sister Hanxue, that hurts. Please be gentler, Xinyu cried out, tears streaming down her face as she yielded to her grip. Tang Yujie sighed deeply, pondering the tribulations he had unwittingly invited upon himself. In his previous life, Xinyu had perished after rescuing him just outside a supermarket. Yet in this life, not only had she survived, but she had also become an evolver, possessing such formidable abilities. This stirred something within Tang Yujie. He had always worried about altering the future. Yet sometimes, change may not be a bad thing in his past life. Far too many had perished, many of whom could have wielded powerful abilities to combat the apocalypse and made significant contributions. Yet due to various reasons, they met untimely ends, their stories reduced to mere entertainment in a world devoid of leisure. Perhaps this time, he could alter their fates, empowering them further. Tang Yujie's ambitions had never waned. He needed formidable allies, and these individuals were his targets. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he became increasingly animated. Entertaining fantastical ideas, however, these remained mere plans, for implementation would prove challenging. After all, he couldn't possibly roam the world seeking out evolvers whose appearances he was entirely unfamiliar with. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, if he could ensure that those destined to perish could instead thrive and become powerful evolvers, wouldn't that also imply he could recruit those with formidable strengths from his previous life? Zhu Pongzi came to mind as this thought crossed Tang Yujie's mind. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Perhaps he should start with him. Zhu Pongzi struggled to his feet, suddenly shivering inexplicably, curiously rubbing his arms. After all, it wasn't cold. After some playful banter, both Xinyu and Tang Yujie's stomachs began to grumble. After all, one had just engaged in battle while the other had undergone evolution, both expending considerable energy in need of replenishment. Since they were hungry, it was time to eat. Zhu Pongzi pondered for a long while, conflicted about what to do. He glanced back at the door behind him, then at the deity who was currently reprimanding the Flash. Finally, he steeled himself, pushed open the door, and brought out a large cardboard box. Under the wary gazes of the three, he opened the box, exclaiming, "Great one, you're hungry, right? I have plenty of delicious food. Feel free to indulge." As he spoke, Zhu Pongzi took 2 steps back, visibly pained. Tang Yujie's face twitched as he beheld the entire box filled with instant noodles, chips, and chocolate. Feeling utterly speechless, he had sensed something odd about Zhu Pongzi earlier, who kept glancing at the bedroom door, and after all this commotion, it turned out he was concerned they might snatch his stash. But why would a plump individual hoard such junk food at home? This left Tang Yujie puzzled, as a qualified tech enthusiast would undoubtedly consider instant noodles and chips essential provisions. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Pongzi took on a case, and in a bid to expedite the completion and secure payment, he stocked up on a copious amount of instant food. However, the case was rendered moot as chaos erupted outside. Initially, Zhu Pongzi contemplated escaping, for although his home was still stocked with provisions, his prodigious appetite and rapid digestion meant he would exhaust his supplies in less than a week, even with frugality. Yet, a formidable stray dog blocked his way, rendering escape impossible. In desperation, he turned to 3 passers-by for assistance, not truly expecting salvation, but fortune smiled upon him as these 3 were anything but ordinary. He resolved that lacking food was a trivial concern. If he could escape, he could procure sustenance through his own means. Perhaps, if he aligned himself with these extraordinary beings, he might even acquire their remarkable powers and perhaps play a part in saving the world. Nevertheless, the thought of his own ordinariness filled him with a sense of despondency, as he felt such fortune could never befall someone like him. Zhu Pongzi, you might as well keep this for yourself," Shen Yu remarked as she noticed Zhi Ji's awkward expression, thus pushing a box of trash back towards him. Zhu Pongzi, feeling a pang of urgency, protested. Although he was reluctant to part with his food, did this mean that these divine beings had no intention of rescuing him? "Divine beings, it's fine. You eat. I have more. Take as much as you want. Just please take me away." His tone held a hint of desperation. He was not ready to die. He had yet to marry and carry on the Zhu family lineage. Tang Yujie waved his hand in resignation. "You misunderstand. Since we've come this far, we will certainly take you with us. Rest assured, we merely do not fancy these kinds of food." Hearing Tang Yujie's explanation eased Zhu Pongzi's anxiety somewhat, but he then glanced around his pigsty and lamented, "But I have nothing else to eat at home. I can't cook. I usually either eat out or consume this stuff." The 3 exchanged glances, and Tang Yujie chuckled. "No matter. Let us treat you to a meal today." With that, he strode into the kitchen. But within a minute, he emerged, looking forlorn as he gazed at the 3 who were watching him expectantly. "I say, Zhu Pongzi, the cleanest spot in your home must be the kitchen, right? How can there be no means to start a fire?" Zhu Pongzi's face flushed as he awkwardly chuckled. "Heh, this is a rented place, and since I don't use the kitchen, I haven't equipped it." Tang Yujie slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Forget it. Xiao Yu, you go check the kitchen next door." Shen Yu nodded, picked up her dagger that Gao Huanxue had brought back, and effortlessly sliced open the door to the neighboring house. After a quick survey, she returned to report that the other household had everything and was quite tidy. With that, the 4 of them moved to the other house. Tang Yujie entered the kitchen, procured 2 pieces of rat meat, and, feeling too lazy to complicate things, simply stewed them with a generous amount of chili. The aroma wafted through the entire corridor. Zhu Pongzi felt his stomach rumble, as if it were urging him to peek into the kitchen. Shen Yu and Gao Huanxue, having eaten a few times before, felt their hunger pangs but were far better off than Zhu Pongzi. When the 2 large pots of stewed meat were served, the expressions of Shen Siyuan and Gao Huanxue changed. They looked at Tang Yujie with a mix of exasperation and amusement, while Zhu Pongzi appeared exuberant, delicious. Even from a distance, the enticing aroma seemed to possess a will of its own, enticing him closer. Zhu Pongzi swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the large pot on the table. "All right, let us eat," Tang Yujie declared. "Pongzi, Xiao Yu and the others should have informed you about the enhancement process, right?" Tang Yujie had no intention of concealing this from Zhu Pongzi, as it was an excellent way to win him over. Zhu Pongzi nodded excitedly. He still found it hard to believe that the powers of the divine beings stemmed from these frenzied beasts. "Heavens, had I known this earlier, I would have risked everything to slay a beast in the building just to taste it." Without further ado, at Tang Yujie's invitation, the 4 began to feast. Gao Huanxue was somewhat restrained. taking a reasonable amount of meat into her bowl and savoring it slowly. The other three men, however, were a sight to behold. Zhu Pongzi initially held back a bit, but upon witnessing his idol, the divine being, tear into a large thigh, and Shen Yu nearly burying her face in the bones, he felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie. This was the image of a true hero. He promptly abandoned his reservations and began shoveling meat into his mouth. Delicious, so fragrant. Zhu Pongzi felt that everything he had eaten in his life thus far paled in comparison. A single bite of the beast meat awakened his taste buds. It was as if a ravenous beast had been unleashed within him, and his insatiable appetite compelled him to devour the meat with fervor. As Shen Yu and Tang Yujie continued to eat, they were left in stunned silence, marveling at Zhu Pongzi's prodigious capacity. Though Tang Yujie was aware that the pig god had an extraordinary appetite and had prepared an ample 40+ pounds of rat meat, he had not anticipated that it might not suffice for Zhu Pongzi alone. Zhu Pongzi consumed at an astonishing pace, seemingly swallowing without the need to chew. Oh my! This is astounding. Shen Yu was utterly astonished, even neglecting the discomfort of energy absorption. Eventually, the three paused, watching Zhu Pongzi eat alone. As he continued to clear the pot, Tang Yujie felt a surge of joy. Truly, the pig god was living up to his name, consuming vast quantities of energy even before enhancement. Shen Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zhu Pongzi's belly, pondering where all that meat, nearly 30 pounds, had disappeared to. Although they had all increased their consumption post-enhancement, none could rival Zhu Pongzi's astonishing capacity, not even Tang Yujie. Once the last piece of meat was torn from the bone and stuffed into his mouth, Zhu Pongzi let out a satisfied belch, patting his belly, which resonated like a drum. Delicious. As if to express his final exhilaration, Zhu Pongzi slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming with fervor, though their astonishment. The next moment left them all in shock. Zhu Pongzi's strike had shattered a corner of the sturdy wooden table. The flying wood splinters nearly struck Shen Yu. How was this possible? Tang Yujie stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend Zhu Pongzi's newfound strength. Zhu Pongzi sat there, bewildered, staring at the wobbling table. Did I do that? Tang Yujie grasped Zhu Pongzi's wrist, instantly sensing an extraordinary force emanating from his arm. Zhu Pongzi appeared particularly vibrant, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and his skin glowed with a bronze luminescence. Whoa! Tang Yujie gasped, mental, physical, and defensive enhancements. Shen Yu leaned in. Pongzi, don't you feel any pain? Zhu Pongzi curiously patted his belly. No, not at all. Why would it hurt? This is too delicious. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu couldn't help but lament. Zhigu, it's unfair. You and Huanchua didn't feel pain during your evolution, but why does this Pongzi not even need to evolve? Zhu Pongzi paused, clearly realizing he was different from them, and thus looked expectantly at the divine beings for an explanation. Tang Yujie's heart raced as he regarded Zhu Pongzi, a flicker of envy crossing his gaze. Truly, he was one of the future 10 generals. He was indeed a rare energy absorption entity. An energy absorption entity is a special type of evolver whose physique appears ordinary in every way except for their unique ability to absorb energy. Their defining feature is the capacity to absorb energy from food consumed without the need for a process or any discomfort. Just eat continuously. No wonder the legend spoke of the pig god consuming tons of beasts. His method of absorption was unlike that of ordinary people. This was a boon, and Tang Yujie was pleased to share this revelation, knowing the significance of Zhu Pongzi's extraordinary ability. Even the most astute Zhu Pongzi could not help but grin in delight upon learning of his unique prowess. Gao Huanchua seemed unfazed. After all, for her, whether absorbing after finishing or while eating didn't make much difference in her painless state. However, Shen Yu was consumed by envy and jealousy. Then she wore a sly grin. Hee Pongzi, how's the meat? Tasty, right? Zhu Pongzi nodded vigorously. Delicious. Gao Huanchua seemed to have thought of something, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Meanwhile, Tang Yujie merely shook his head in resignation at Xiao Yu's antics. I'll tell you. This meat was painstakingly brought back by Zhigu. Those rats are massive, each weighing 20 to 30 pounds. With the Rat Mountain and Rat Sea, if you wish to join us, your first meal must be rat meat. Shen Yu gestured exaggeratedly, her eyes glued to Zhu Pongzi, eager not to miss the spectacle. However, she was destined for disappointment. Zhu Pongzi initially listened attentively, but upon hearing he was consuming rat meat, he felt no repulsion or fear. Instead, when he learned that eating rat meat would mean joining them, his eyes sparkled with excitement, almost dazzling Xinyu. He turned to Tang Yujie. "Great divine being, is what he said true? Can I really join you?" Tang Yujie was taken aback, not expecting Zhu Pengzi's focus to be on this. Moreover, he was willing to follow him. Originally in a quandary, he now realized that Zhu Pengzi was eager to stick with him. Such a fortunate occurrence. How could Tang Yujie possibly turn it down? He nodded directly, saying, "Yes, welcome to your joining." As he spoke, Tang Yujie extended his right hand towards him. Zhu Pengzi, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and eagerly grasped Tang Yuje's hand, exclaiming, "Master, rest assured, from now on, I, Zhu Pengzi, shall follow you wherever you go. I will never betray you." Tang Yujie chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Please, no more calling me master. Just call me Yujie or Xiao Tang." Zhu Pengzi vigorously shook his head, aware that the man was merely being polite. If he truly addressed him that way, it would likely not sit well with the flash behind him. "Then I shall call you Zhigu," Tang Yujie, with a sense of resignation, nodded. "Suit yourself." Thus, Tang Yujie welcomed another individual he deemed a stronger. Xinyu approached and tugged at him, saying, "Pengzi, aren't you disgusted? You just ate a rat." Zhu Pengzi scratched his head. "What's so disgusting about it? Didn't you all eat it too? It was delicious. I've eaten mountain rats, cats, snakes, and even foxes before." The other three exchanged eye rolls. It turned out this fellow was a true foodie, unafraid to try anything. Tang Yujie leaned closer and inquired, "Is cat meat tasty?" Without hesitation, Zhu Pengzi responded, "Absolutely. Haven't you heard of the famous Guangdong dish dragon tiger fight? It's made from cat and snake meat, and it's particularly delicious." Tang Yujie's eyes glinted with menace. "Shunyu." Xinyu turned and fled, wailing, "Zhigu, that cat was kicked out by you. Not me." Clearly, he was aware that Tang Yujie was reminiscing about the feral cat he had sent flying from the community. Tang Yujie chased after him. "Don't run. You owe me a cat." Zhu Pengzi stood there, stunned. Was this really the master he admired? Meanwhile, Gao Huanxue covered her mouth, laughing until her stomach hurt. After some playful banter, the group took a moment to rest. Rather than resting himself, Tang Yujie tossed several beast cores to Xinyu, instructing him on how to absorb the alien energy and encouraging him to attempt to harness this power. Naturally, the results were less than ideal. However, Tang Yujie remained unperturbed. He had the three of them fetch a set of their own clothes for him, then retreated to the bedroom, instructing them not to enter, and sat on the bed deep in thought. The events of the day had truly startled him. Had it not been for Shan Yu's rat fur hoodie, which absorbed some of the attack, the earthen dog's blow could have easily torn Xinyu in half. This incident underscored for Tang Yujie the significance of equipment. With time on his hands, he resolved to prepare gear for all three individuals. Xinyu would continue wearing the rat fur attire, as there were no better materials available at the moment. For Gao Huanxue, Tang Yujie enhanced her clothing with fish scales, providing a slippery effect. Given that Gao Huanxue had fortified her mental and physical capabilities, she was at a disadvantage in close combat and lacked the strength to wield heavy weapons. Therefore, her gear was designed to be light and agile. As for Zhu Pengzi, it was straightforward, power paired with defense, a classic combination for a melee tank, making his equipment quite intriguing. It could be said that Tang Yujie had invested considerable effort into the new gear and weapons for these three, attempting to allocate all usable resources he possessed. Observing the array of shimmering equipment scattered about, he felt a pang of regret. It was evident that forming a team was no simple task, especially given his impoverished state, having depleted his savings entirely. Suppressing his heartache, he consumed several beast cores to begin restoring his alien energy. After a night of pleasant dreams, Tang Yujie enjoyed a rare moment of happiness, having absorbed yet another potential powerhouse into his team, undoubtedly strengthening their collective might. Breakfast was prepared by Xinyu, and after eating, the three watched as Xinyu rolled around on the sofa, writhing in pain while absorbing energy. Zhu Pengzi then realized just how fortunate he was. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yujie checked his foundational 6 attributes: Constitution 20, Defense 20, Strength 20, Speed 13, Spirit 14, Alien Energy 35. Following defense, his strength had also reached its maximum value. The balance between constitution and defense enabled Tang Yujie to swiftly adapt to the surge of power. Conversely, although Xinyu may not have excelled in other areas, his speed should surpass Tang Yujie's. Thus, the more projects one reinforced, the greater the consumption of energy and time required. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. Had Tang Yujie not seized the initiative, he might very well have been the weakest among the four. Reflecting on this, Shun Yu finally completed his absorption, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sat up, looking at the other three with a mournful expression. How can you all leave me to suffer alone? Zhu Pengzi, having only just joined, was at a loss for words, while Gao Huanxue, unreserved, calmly patted his shoulder, shaking her head with a tone of disapproval. There's nothing to be done. That's just your character. The immense damage left Shun Yu feeling as though he might vomit blood, and he glanced at Tang Yujie for help. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Yujie looked at the three and nodded. Yes, Huanxue is correct. Just let me die. Zhu Pengzi and Gao Huanxue could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of giggles at Shun Yu's lamentation. Tang Yujie helplessly watched Shun Yu's antics. Giving his exposed back a hearty pat, enough already. You're grown up. Stop acting like a child. Get up. I have something good for you. Upon hearing the promise of something good, Shun Yu immediately ceased his theatrics. Sitting up with renewed energy, Tang Yujie, feeling a headache coming on, shot him a glare and retrieved his new gear from his space. Your clothes and dagger were damaged yesterday, so I've prepared new ones for you. Cat Shadow Cloak, Level 2 equipment, with additional attributes of flexibility and static electricity. Cat Claw Dagger, Level 2 equipment, with additional attributes of quick slash, sharpness, and silence. These two pieces of equipment were crafted from materials obtained when they had slain a Level 2 beast a few days prior. While the cloak was satisfactory, the Cat Claw Dagger surprised Tang Yujie. It was the only weapon thus far boasting 3 attributes. The dagger was one of the 2-foot-long Tang knives from the supermarket office. The entire blade was encased in black sandalwood, resembling an ordinary black stick when sheathed, but once drawn, the dark silver blade seemed to harbor a fierce cat, with claws as sharp as divine weapons. One could almost see the cat's fur woven into the sheath, providing a comfortable grip. Most significantly, its 3 attributes allowed for the wind sound to vanish when swung, rendering its strikes nearly undetectable to foes. The sharpness doubled when the slashing speed reached a certain threshold, and the quick slash attribute also accelerated the slashing speed by an additional factor of 2. This dagger was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was a prized possession for those specializing in assassination. Had Tang Yujie been a miser, he would never have gifted such a divine weapon to anyone. After hearing Tang Yujie's somewhat envious description, Shun Yu clutched the dagger tightly, refusing to part with it, not even allowing Gao Huanxue a glance before dashing into the bedroom to test it out. Observing their envious expressions, Tang Yujie chuckled and produced another set of equipment. Pengzi, this set is for you. It should suit you perfectly. Dog pattern long robe, level 2 equipment, with additional attributes of tenacity and force discharge. Dog pattern long pants, level 2 equipment, with additional attributes of tenacity and force discharge. Finger guards, level 1 equipment, with an additional attribute of grip. Chicken claw running shoes, level 1 equipment, with an additional attribute of quick step. Rift axe, level 1 equipment, with an additional attribute of tear. Aside from the clothing, the gloves, shoes, and axe were all items Tang Yujie had previously used. Although their levels were not high, their attributes were practical and sufficient for Zhu Pengzi's current needs. It was not that Tang Yujie lacked better materials or was unwilling to provide Zhu Pengzi with superior equipment, but rather that Zhu Pengzi had only just become an evolved being and still struggled to control the changes in his body. If he were given equipment too far beyond his capabilities, it would not only be of no benefit to his adaptation, but could also be detrimental. After explaining the equipment's attributes, Tang Yujie encouraged him to take the items and experiment on his own. Clearing his throat, only Gao Huanxue remained. Seeing her gaze filled with anticipation, Tang Yujie felt a bit bashful. How could Gao Huanxue not be excited? She had long dreamed of possessing combat capabilities, based solely on her current level of enhancement. Even at maximum, she would barely compare to an ordinary person. Unfortunately, this was a limitation Tang Yujie could not remedy. Among the foundational 5 attributes, spirit and constitution were the least apparent yet crucial. As both could enhance an evolved being's alien energy prowess. Huanxue, I've prepared a set for you as well. Try it on. The clothing was provided by Gao Huanxue herself. She had worn it several times before, so she was quite familiar with it. However, now, as she looked at the set in her hands, she found it hard to recognize. Originally a women's long-sleeve t-shirt, It had transformed in color from yellow to a creamy white, now adorned with a layer of fine fluff that felt as smooth as satin to the touch. Under the sunlight, the garment emitted a subtle iridescence, the hue indescribable yet pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, the denim pants had shifted from a sky blue to a dark silver black, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. A pair of women's athletic shoes bore a surface pattern resembling tree bark, yet it was subtle enough that one could easily overlook it unless scrutinized closely. Additionally, another pair of women's sunblock long gloves, white with a gauze finish, is adorned with intricate floral patterns. The white weasel cloak, a second-tier equipment, imbued with the attributes of escape and concealment. The feathered pants, second-tier equipment, possessing the attributes of like a swallow and reversal. The cat's paw running shoes, second-tier equipment, featuring the attributes of silence and shock absorption. The cat's paw wrist guards, second-tier equipment, endowed with the attributes of climbing and bloodletting. It can be said that among the four individuals, the one with the finest equipment is undoubtedly Gao Huanxue. All her gear is of the second tier, representing the utmost limit of Tang Yujie's attachment ability. Were it not for the unavailability of third-tier equipment, Tang Yujie might have equipped her with some as well. This is unavoidable, as among the four, only Gao Huanxue lacks any combat capability. To ensure her survival, Tang Yujie has devoted considerable thought to her equipment. The materials used are sourced from a second-tier wildcat and a second-tier yellow sparrow. At this moment, within Tang Yujie's own space, he has almost exhausted his stock of second-tier materials. Gao Huanxue is quite fond of the clothing in her hands, thoroughly enamored when she notices Tang Yujie beaming as he presents her with a coiled long whip. Her eyes brighten, and she hastily sets aside what she holds, eagerly snatching the whip. Just yesterday, when Tang Yujie had asked her for a whip, Gao Huanxue had felt a twinge of reluctance, as this whip was personally crafted by her master, holding a special significance for her. Now, upon inspection, the whip she once knew so well appears drastically transformed. The originally pure black leather whip now bears a golden hue intertwined with faint golden threads woven throughout the leather. The once slick handle, worn from use, has been restored to its former glory. And astonishingly, the handle is now wrapped in a layer of golden leather, its surface adorned with delicate scales that feel smooth to the touch. Upon seeing this familiar color, Gao Huanxue hesitates, glancing at Tang Yujie. He nods, explaining, "I incorporated the golden python sinews into your whip, golden snake whip, second-tier equipment, with the attributes of strangulation and rebound." Gao Huanxue caresses the whip, feeling a mix of nostalgia and reluctance. After all, it was once her beloved pet, now destined to accompany her forever. While lost in her thoughts, Tang Yujie produces a weapon, handing it to Gao Huanxue with both hands. "Huanxue, take this blade. Although you now possess a whip, it cannot inflict harm immediately, so you must wield this knife." In her previous life, Gao Huanxue was said to have only a whip as her weapon. However, Tang Yujie is unwilling to gamble on such a notion. In this apocalyptic world, he cannot afford to be at ease without a sharp weapon. The past experiences of their group can only serve as a reference, and in this life, Tang Yujie believes that since he has assimilated their strengths, he must also take responsibility for them. While he cannot teach them how to grow stronger, he can certainly assist them through external means, and he is not stingy in that regard. Only when others grow stronger can they truly aid him. Tang Yujie does not wish to end up protecting them instead. As Gao Huanxue accepts the blade, it feels heavy in her hand, surprising her as she gazes at it. This blade is the longest of the 3 Tang swords that were in the office, measuring a full 4 feet. The hilt and sheath, crafted from dark red lacquered wood, are locked together in a manner that makes it difficult to separate them without exerting force. The sheath is dark red, devoid of any adornment, relying solely on the natural grain of the wood to stand out. Although Gao Huanxue has never trained in swordsmanship, she has practiced with a whip and has some familiarity with basic martial arts. Thus, she draws the blade with a standard motion. As the blade is unsheathed, a resonant sound echoes, and the dark silver blade shimmers with an ethereal blue glow. The entire long knife, once drawn, emanates a chill, as if the surrounding air has grown colder. Gao Huanxue's eyes sparkle. The blade is not smooth but is adorned with intricate, subtle engravings that emit a faint glow, contrasting with the blade's own radiance, creating an air of mystery. The edge is exceptionally sharp, making one shudder even at a mere glance. What intrigues Gao Huanxue the most is that the blade's edge is not the usual shiny silver after being honed, but rather a ghostly blue light, exuding an enigmatic allure. Observing the 3-foot-long blade, Tang Yujie can't help but feel a flicker of apprehension. Snake Kiss Long Blade. Second-tier equipment with the attributes of snake, venom, and piercing. The emergence of this blade was unexpected for Tang Yujie. One would assume that the golden python should be non-venomous, yet the incorporation of its fangs into the blade has imbued it with toxicity. Is it possible that all fierce beasts exhibit such ancestral traits? Due to the lack of comparison, Tang Yujie has always been unsure. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this blade has undeniably become a lethal weapon. If wielded skillfully, it is an unparalleled tool. If mishandled, it can harm both the wielder and the target. Chapter 42. Inuyasha. Tang Yujie meticulously elaborates on the attributes of the Snake Kiss Long Blade, fearing that Gao Huanxue might misunderstand and misuse it. After hearing this, Gao Huanxue experiences a moment of fear, yet excitement flickers within her. Her grip on the blade tightens. She has grown weary of her own weakness. Despite being a strength enhancer, why must she hide behind others? Relying on their protection, she desires to contribute and prove that she is not a weakling. The three individuals all return to change their equipment. However, they have not noticed that although Tang Yujie still wears leather clothes and pants, today's attire is more refined than yesterday's. If even his subordinates have been upgraded, how could Tang Yujie neglect to enhance his own equipment? While the clothing remains leather, the interior is vastly different. Dragon Scale Leather Jacket. Second-tier equipment with the attributes of flowing water and alertness. Dragon Scale Leather Pants. Second-tier equipment featuring the attributes of flowing water and rebound. Currently, the significance of equipment to Tang Yujie is not particularly great, thus he has merely changed his leather jacket and pants. Transitioning from ordinary goldfish scales to second-tier dragon and phoenix carp scales has unexpectedly granted him some peculiar attributes. Notably, alertness allows Tang Yujie to react swiftly to attacks, while rebound enables him to deflect half the force of incoming blows. As for the flowing water attribute, it resembles an upgraded version of Slippery. Regarding his shoes and gloves, Tang Yujie is satisfied with their attributes, and thus he chooses not to replace them for the time being. Noticing that the three have not yet emerged, Tang Yujie produces a blade. As the blade appears, sunlight seems to be drawn to it. Gleaming brightly in Tang Yujie's hand is a 3-foot-long white sheath. A singular entity. It appears as though silver threads have grown from the wood, entwined around the entirety of the sheath. With a swift motion, he unsheathes the blade, and the sound of the blade resonates powerfully, its slash radiating sharp energy. Under the light, the 3-foot-long blade refracts a rainbow-like glow. However, the blade itself is an inky black, devoid of patterns or the usual sharpening lines, resembling merely a piece of black iron. Yet upon closer inspection, one cannot help but gasp. The blade is as smooth as jade, and its edge is as fine as a hair. The spine of the blade is thinner than a chopstick. The entire blade appears somewhat slender, but it does not convey a sense of fragility that would suggest it could easily break. Yesterday, Tang Yujie had infused the 3 Tang swords he obtained with attachments. The other 2 were within his expectations, but the one in his hand left him perplexed. Inuyasha. First-tier equipment, upgradable, with the attributes of soul absorption and soul severing. This blade was an unintended result of Tang Yujie's efforts last night. Originally, he intended to use the claw of a second-tier fierce beast for the attachment, but he inadvertently discovered that the materials extracted from the third-tier ground dog he had slain were quite peculiar. Interestingly, although Tang Yujie, as a third-tier soldier, should not be able to incorporate third-tier equipment, the ground dog he killed was indeed a third-tier fierce beast, and its fangs should belong to third-tier materials. However, in reality, the materials extracted from it were merely ordinary first-tier materials, while its hide was a striking fourth-tier pelt, bearing the bizarre name of Yasha hide. What caught Tang Yujie's attention the most was the property of the fangs after identification. First-tier mutated Yasha Fang, upgradable. In his previous life, while struggling for survival, Tang Yujie was not particularly knowledgeable about many things. However, he did know that when fierce beasts reach the 4th tier, they begin to exhibit branching evolution. Just as humans have various classifications of abilities, even the same fierce beast may take different evolutionary paths after reaching the 4th tier. There may even be legendary demon beasts. Of course, in his previous life, Tang Yujie had little exposure to this. For if he were to encounter a retrogressive demon beast, he would instantly become fodder for such a powerful entity. Yet, regardless of his lack of understanding, Tang Yujie had never heard of a third-tier fierce beast showing signs of ancestral retrogression. This is indeed unprecedented, yet the seemingly inconspicuous third-tier ground dog Tang Yujie had slain yesterday possessed the bloodline of the Yasha from the classic of mountains and seas. Fortunately, the creature he encountered was merely a third-tier fierce beast. Had it been a fourth-tier Yasha dog, Tang Yujie would likely have perished in its grasp. Contemplating this, Tang Yujie breaks into a cold sweat. It seems that he has grown somewhat complacent due to his earlier evolution, mistakenly believing he can handle everything that comes his way. However, unbeknownst to him, the evolution speed of the ferocious beast had surpassed his expectations. It was no wonder that the local dog had managed to endure 2 of his punches in critical areas and yet remained unscathed. It turned out that it possessed a 4th-level strength. Had it not been for the loss of a leg, its capabilities would likely have rendered it the unrivaled entity of this region. Regardless of the circumstances, although the Yasha Fong was merely a first-level material, its unprecedented potential for evolution compelled Tang Yujie to decisively attach it to the final White Tang Dao. Consequently, this birthed the weapon named Inuyasha. The 2 attributes it bore left Tang Yujie somewhat perplexed, and lacking the means to experiment, he could only suppress the urgency swelling within him. The 3 donned their new gear and emerged. The 4 exchanged glances, and their eyes brightened with intrigue. Although the overall appearance of the equipment had not changed significantly, the colors and subtle details exuded a faint aura of antiquity. This transformation was not orchestrated by Tang Yujie, but was a natural alteration stemming from the attachment ability. It was likely that foreigners would instinctively label these garments as embodying Chinese style. Adorning such attire not only enhanced their personal charisma but also imparted an extraordinary illusion. Xinyu donned a dark white trench coat, beneath which lay a white shirt. In her hand, she held a black short knife, projecting an air of sharpness. Zhu Pongzi remained his plump self, yet his outfit of dark gray trousers and shirt bore intricate, inscrutable patterns. Though the clothing was loose, it did not appear cumbersome, instead rendering Zhu Pongzi somewhat more agreeable to the eye. He wielded a rift axe. Had the axe not seemed somewhat diminutive, he could have easily been mistaken for a butcher from a survival horror game. Nonetheless, Zhu Pongzi wore a genial smile, which diminished his intimidating presence. Turning to Gao Hanxue, she appeared completely revitalized. Clad in a milky white long coat and dark silver-black trousers, she cinched her waist with a belt made of a whip that gleamed with hints of gold. Adorning her hands were white gloves intricately patterned to envelop her arms, and the tips of her slender fingers glimmered with an edge, yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be nothing particularly special. At that moment, Gao Hanxue cradled her long, snake-kissed blade, which was so lengthy that she could only hold it upright, inadvertently pressing it against her chest and accentuating her curves. Zhu Pongzi, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. Yet, he was met with a disdainful glance from Xinyu, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Tang Yujie nodded in satisfaction, surveying his team, and a surge of boldness welled within him. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us depart." The trio of Zhu Pongzi echoed his enthusiasm with exuberant shouts. Little did the 4 realize, within that modest room, the most formidable demon-hunting team was quietly taking shape. Even Tang Yujie himself had not anticipated the remarkable potential of these 3 individuals under his command. The onslaught continued, yet Tang Yujie and Gao Hanxue found themselves without the opportunity to engage. All combat was monopolized by Xinyu and Zhu Pongzi. Although Zhu Pongzi had only just undergone a reinforcement, his terrifying appetite had allowed him to reach a peak strength of 10 points in merely 2 meals. His mental acuity and defense had also seen significant improvement. His initial combat prowess far exceeded that of Xinyu prior to her evolution, as he cleaved a first-level ferocious beast, the Brazilian tortoise, in half with a single swing of his axe, its savage demeanor starkly contrasting with its former clumsiness. When it was Shan Yu's turn, seemingly spurred by Tang Yujie's praise of Zhu Pongzi, she immediately employed her extraordinary abilities, in a burst of speed. Before anyone could discern the nature of the ferocious beast within the room, Shan Yu's cat claw knife had already dismembered it into fragments with 3 swift strikes. The onlookers, including Tang Yujie, collectively gasped in astonishment. It was astonishingly quick. Initially, They believed Shen Yu's speed had reached its limits yesterday, only to realize today just how extraordinarily fast she had become wielding the cat claw knife. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is paramount. Although her speed ability did not directly augment her attack power, in this state, it seemed as if Shen Yu's perception of time flowed at double the normal rate. To her, everything else appeared to move at a snail's pace. Even the fiercest of attacks could not touch her, as the cat claw knife was drawn and the rapid slash activated. Shen Yu's hand speed surged to unprecedented levels. With a full force strike, she nearly cleaved the floorboards beneath her. Zhu Pengzi and Gao Hanxue watched in envy as Shen Yu showcased her prowess. However, witnessing this performance, Tang Yujie furrowed his brow, as it was undeniable that Shen Yu's abilities were formidable. Yet, she had yet to master them completely, as evidenced by her simplistic 3 strikes, revealing her struggles with body control in high-speed situations. The first strike severed the tail of the first-level ferocious beast. The second sliced away a chunk of flesh from its back, and only the third finally decapitated it. Had it been the previous Shen Yu, she could have resolved the encounter with mere 2 strikes. Even without her powers, after careful consideration, Tang Yujie made a decision. Henceforth, all first-level ferocious beasts would be entrusted to Zhu Pengzi, with Hanxue supporting him. Should they encounter a second-level beast, Shen Yu would take charge. Shen Yu, having never faced a second-level beast before, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Tang Yujie's strategy, but regardless of her trepidation, the inevitable would still come to pass. Soon, they encountered a second-level ferocious beast, a black and white spotted cat, lurking outside their residential complex. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yujie cautioned, while the first to spot it, Shen Yu, had already steeled her resolve and charged forward. Having heeded Gige's earlier advice, Shen Yu no longer dared to carry her previous arrogance. For Gige was right. She still needed to hone her skills. The black and white feral cat was undoubtedly a worthy adversary, its speed formidable, and its sharp claws struck with lightning swiftness. Shen Yu refrained from immediately utilizing her powers, instead relying on her enhanced speed to engage the cat in a dance of agility. At that moment, she realized just how weak she still was. Although she had achieved the strength of a third-tier soldier, she could not activate the sharpness ability of the cat claw knife without resorting to her powers, indicating that her inherent speed fell short of the threshold necessary for such activation. The 3 attributes of the cat claw knife were interdependent. Rapid slash could enhance slashing speed at maximum effort, and once speed reached a certain level, sharpness would be doubled. However, with the sharpness still dormant, the cat claw knife was merely an ordinary weapon. Though it could still inflict damage upon the second-level feral cat, it was impossible to achieve the earlier feat of cleaving it in 2. Recognizing her shortcomings, Shen Yu, for once, became serious, constantly maneuvering and adapting her body to her newfound speed. Tang Yujie nodded in satisfaction, observing the battle while explaining the levels of ferocious beasts to the other 2. When they learned that this cat was indeed a second-level beast, far more vicious than those they had encountered previously, Gao Hanxue and Zhu Pengzi quelled their eagerness, opting to watch the fight attentively. As Shen Yu continued to evade, her speed escalated, gradually approaching her limit of approximately 15 points. With her newfound mastery of speed, the chaotic situation of being cornered by the feral cat began to shift. The beast bore numerous wounds, blood flowing from the gashes inflicted by the cat claw knife. Opportunities to confront this formidable foe dwindled. In a moment of fear, the feral cat unleashed a furious strike. Upon witnessing the human evade, it promptly turned to flee, but instead of retreating, it lunged toward Gao Hanxue with a fierce roar. This sudden shift caught Shen Yu off guard. Seeing her prey target sister Hanxue ignited a spark of silver fury in her eyes. Likewise, Gao Hanxue and Zhu Pengzi were gripped by terror. Zhu Pengzi barreled forward, wielding his red axe with ferocity, only to see the feral cat nimbly leap over his head. Gao Hanxue bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Why was it coming for her? Was it because she was the weakest among the 4? She felt an unwillingness to accept this fate and, unlike a typical woman, refrained from screaming. Instead, she gripped her long knife, which she had been cradling, with her right hand on the hilt, preparing to draw it. Just then, a hand reached out beside her, gently restraining her. Gao Hanxue tilted her head to find Tang Yujie slowly shaking his head. Everything transpired too swiftly for her to contemplate. With Tang Yujie's intervention, the feral cat had already leaped into the air, its sharp claws outstretched, glinting menacingly as they aimed for Gao Honshue's neck. It was easy to envision the disastrous outcome should those claws find their mark, as the feral cat was no small creature. It resembled a shrunken tiger in stature. Yet, it would never harm anyone again. As it closed the distance to its weaker prey, a sudden flash of silver erupted through the air. Time around them seemed to freeze. Shenyu, who should have been situated behind Zhu Pongzi, appeared to tear through the very fabric of space. Materializing directly above the ferocious beast, her silver eyes glinted with lethal intent, and without activating Rapid Slasher invoking sharpness, she simply descended upon the beast with the cat claw knife poised downward, with a resounding thud. Leveraging her weight, the cat claw knife pierced through the skull of the black and white spotted cat, and Shenyu landed squarely upon the creature, bringing it crashing down to the ground, the Tang Dao embedded within the stone paving beneath. As the dust settled, tranquility enveloped the scene. Aside from Tang Yujie, both Zhu Pongzi and Gao Hanshue stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. Tang Yujie found himself involuntarily nodding in approval. Shenyu had not disappointed him. Had she failed to dispatch the beast, he would not have voiced any discontent, yet he would have felt a tinge of disappointment nonetheless. With such formidable abilities, it would be utterly disappointing if one could not wield them effectively. Shenyu forcefully extracted the blade from the tiled floor, wiping the blood from its surface before turning to Tang Yujie with a silly grin. His face was ashen, nearly collapsing to the ground, but behind him, Zhu Pongzi quickly steadied him, a hint of panic in his voice. Shenyu, what's wrong? Tang Yujie produced a beast core and placed it in Shenyu's mouth. It's nothing. He simply overexerted his powers. He just acquired these abilities yesterday and has already used them at such intensity. It's only natural for him to feel drained. The others nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. Allowing Zhu Pongzi to carry the carcass of the fierce cat, while Tang Yujie supported Shenyu as they continued onward, it was still not a week since the chaos began. And thus the ferocious beasts they encountered were generally of low strength, most of which Zhu Pongzi handled. After consuming 3 fierce beasts for lunch, they resumed their journey. Once Shenyu recuperated, their pace quickened significantly, and the day's haul was markedly better than the previous 2 days. Ultimately, the 4 of them managed to locate several ferocious beasts, and upon returning to Gao Hanshue's home, they discovered they had slain 12 first-tier beasts and 4 second-tier beasts that day. Tang Yujie had not made a single strike. All second-tier beasts were the spoils of Shenyu. When Zhu Pongzi tossed the prey into the room where Tang Yujie stored the game, he was utterly astonished. The chamber was a veritable mountain of beast carcasses. He had previously thought himself quite formidable, but upon seeing the cluttered room, he realized just how small he truly was. Tang Yujie wished he could store all the prey in his spatial compartment, yet lamentably, it was too small, barely 2 cubic meters. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily stack the game there. Given the bountiful harvest, Tang Yujie decided to treat everyone to a hearty dinner. After extracting 3 first-tier beasts and 1 second-tier beast from the spoils, he disassembled them in his space and presented the meat. Already skinned and processed, he tossed the first-tier meat to Gao Hanshue, instructing her to prepare it to suit her and Zhu Pongzi's tastes, while he took to another kitchen to cook the second-tier meat. When mealtime arrived, he invited Shenyu to join him in feasting on the second-tier beast's flesh. The energy provided by first-tier meat was simply insufficient. Tang Yujie was eager to level up. Hence, he could no longer indulge in first-tier meat alongside Gao Hanshue and the others, Shenyu included. Shenyu, eagerly anticipating the same food as Brother Zhe, savored the moment with an expression of sheer delight that was both delightful and infuriating. Making Gao Hanshue's teeth itch with envy, yet she could do nothing but wish for her own evolution to occur soon. Thus, this meal left everyone, except Zhu Pongzi, thoroughly stuffed, sitting on the sofa, listening to Shenyu's anguished cries as he absorbed energy. Tang Yujie's gaze was intense. He was just 2 points shy of maxing out his foundational 5 attributes at 20. However, there remained a distance to his advancement, as his ability energy had yet to reach full value. Since he had acquired ability energy as a third-class soldier, each time he sought to level up, not only did the foundational 5 attributes need to be maxed out, but his ability energy also had to reach full value to meet the upgrade requirements. Tang Yujie felt a sense of urgency within. After all, the evolution rate of the ferocious beasts was far swifter than he had anticipated. If he did not hasten his own strengthening, the future would only grow more arduous. In truth, throughout the day, the four of them had nearly scoured the entire neighborhood, and the number of ferocious beasts available was dwindling. If not for the numerous carcasses left behind, Tang Yujie might have already entertained thoughts of departing this place. After swallowing a beast core, Tang Yujie immersed himself in cultivation, yet his mind was already plotting. Once he leveled up again, he would leave. The night passed without incident, and on the following day, aside from Tang Yujie and Gao Hanxue, both Xu Pengzi and Shen Yu, who had been battling all day, appeared somewhat fatigued. This was hardly surprising, as they had scarcely engaged in such vigorous activity throughout their lives. The strain on both their minds and bodies was inevitable. However, Tang Yujie remained unconcerned. There was nothing that a hearty meal of beast meat could not remedy. If one meal was insufficient, then two would suffice. Under Tang Yujie's rare generosity, each of the four indulged to the point of immobility. As they observed Shen Yu on the sofa, grimacing as he digested the energy within, Xu Pengzi and Gao Hanxue exchanged glances, quietly sweating beads of anxiety, grateful to have escaped such hardship. Tang Yujie paid little mind to Shen Yu's discomfort. After all, he had endured similar trials himself. Individuals like Xu Pengzi and Shen Yu, who could digest with such minimal fuss, were exceedingly rare. Once Shen Yu completed his digestion and began to recover, Tang Yujie clapped his hands. Today, once we clear out the last two buildings, let's strive to evolve fully here before we depart. Do you have any objections? Gao Hanxue's eyes sparkled with unspoken thoughts, yet she hesitated to voice them. Xu Pengzi raised his hand. Brother Tang? Where are we headed? Tang Yujie gazed out the window, without hesitation replied. To Long Province. Upon hearing Tang Yujie's response, aside from Shen Yu, both Xu Pengzi and Gao Hanxue exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Tang Yujie noticed their change in demeanor but chose not to inquire further. He surmised that Shen Yu, being an orphan, could go anywhere, while the other two evidently had family ties, yet their whereabouts were of little concern to him. Nor did he harbor intentions of accompanying them on a search for kin. After all, such notions were impractical. This was the apocalypse, and even 10 years hence, transportation would not have returned to normal. Travel would rely primarily on foot, accessible only to those with genuine power who could utilize helicopters or similar means. In this context, if the route aligned, perhaps Tang Yujie would consider accompanying them. However, if their destinations diverged, he would absolutely refrain from playing the role of the benevolent savior. Those who survived the end times could hardly afford such absurd compassion. Packing their belongings, the four descended the stairs. Gazing into the distance of the city, where thick black smoke billowed, and the sounds of honking vehicles and beast roars filled the air, occasionally punctuated by gunfire and explosions, a weight settled in their hearts. This city was beyond salvation. Chapter 44. Survivor gathering place. At this point, Tang Yujie's meager memories of the city had become entirely irrelevant. After all, the path he now traversed was completely distinct from that of his former self. Yet, he felt no significant worry. In the face of the apocalypse, survival could not rely solely on memory. Strength was his greatest ally. Without overthinking, the four hastened towards the last two residential buildings amidst the distant cacophony. Upon reaching the ground floor, Tang Yujie's ears perked slightly, his brow furrowing, while Shen Yu paused, instinctively glancing at Tang Yujie. Brother Tang, are there people in this building? Tang Yujie nodded. Even without employing momentary radiance, he could sense a considerable number of survivors within the structure. It seemed as though all the survivors in the entire neighborhood had congregated here. Xu Pengzi pointed towards the entrance. Brother Tang? Look, there are people guarding the door. Indeed, Tang Yujie observed that outside the lobby, 4 or 5 individuals wielding machetes lounged by the entrance, smoking and engaged in conversation. Shen Yu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Tang? Let us go over. Having people here is a good sign. Perhaps we can travel together. Tang Yujie regarded the three, who were becoming increasingly animated, with an impassive expression, internally shaking his head. Although these three dared to confront ferocious beasts, they were underestimating the true horrors of the apocalypse. They remained oblivious to the genuine threats that lay ahead. Well, let them learn a lesson today. Let us go. With this thought, Tang Yujie followed them towards the entrance. As they stepped outside, the 5 guards immediately perked up, one of them raising his machete and bellowing. Halt! Where do you come from? The menacing demeanor was palpable. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes. These 5 individuals exuded a vigorous aura. All evidently enhanced? Zhu Pongzi, with his extroverted nature, instinctively stepped forward with a smile. Hey, we're survivors from this neighborhood too. We noticed people here and thought we'd come take a look. We curious about the rules around here. Upon hearing Zhu Pongzi's words, the 5 looked momentarily taken aback, huddling together to murmur among themselves. One of them cast a glance at Gao Hanxue that was laden with ambiguous intent. This glance sent a shiver down the spines of Tang Yujie, Gao Hanxue, and Zhu Pongzi. All 3 had enhanced their spirit attributes and were sensitive to their surroundings, and that individual's lustful gaze could not escape their notice. Gao Hanxue immediately furrowed her brow, taking a step back to stand alongside Tang Yujie. Zhu Pongzi's expression darkened as he turned to Tang Yujie, who remained unfazed, leaving Zhu Pongzi uncertain of his brother's thoughts. Just then, one of the guards declared, "Wait here. I'll ask the boss." With that, he dashed into the building. Meanwhile, the other 4 subtly advanced a few steps, and Tang Yujie swiftly noticed that they were encroaching upon their exit. However, he remained unperturbed. These individuals were far too weak. Not long after, the guard returned, pointing at Tang Yujie. "The boss says, times are tough. Every bit of help counts, so you're allowed to enter." Zhu Pongzi was the first to respond. "Indeed. In these apocalyptic times, with beasts lurking outside, we survivors must band together." As they spoke, they followed the man inside. Tang Yujie remained silent, keenly sensing that the person leading them exchanged several furtive glances with someone outside before departing, which elicited a cold smirk from him. Upon entering the building, a wave of foul odors assaulted their senses, causing the countenances of the 4 newcomers to shift dramatically. Gao Hanxue could hardly contain herself, instinctively covering her nose and resisting the urge to breathe. In contrast, Tang Yujie exhibited little reaction. After all, he had encountered such scenes far too often. In his most challenging times, he had once concealed himself within a decaying garbage bin for an entire week, surviving solely on the rotting refuse within. Heaven above, how could it be like this? Gao Hanxue was taken aback, finding not the quaint domesticity she had envisioned, but rather a chaotic corridor filled with frail, elderly individuals sprawled haphazardly across the floor. While every open door was teeming with people, most bore blank expressions, some contorted in agony. The 4 even spotted a few individuals missing limbs, their wounds bound with crude ropes, festering and oozing with pus. Yet, no one extended sympathy. Like ordinary people, they lay on the ground, clutching their meager belongings as if fearing theft. The astute quartet indeed noticed several individuals nearby, fixated on the bags held by the injured, their gazes wild with desperation. Were it not for the presence of armed guards on each floor, chaos would have erupted long ago. The guide, impatient, kicked an elderly woman aside who was blocking the stairs, then turned to Fat Zhu and grinned. "Brother, no offense intended. These folks are timid and weak. Just keeping them here with a morsel to eat is enough. Why, brothers, wouldn't he act like that? Given your demeanor, it's clear you've faced ferocious beasts before. The boss will surely value you." Fat Zhu managed a strained smile that resembled a grimace. Meanwhile, Xin Yu and Gao Hanxue's expressions darkened, their grips on their weapons tightening. Only Tang Yujie remained impassive, seemingly unaffected. The scene improved somewhat by the 4th floor, where the number of people diminished significantly, and those present were predominantly robust men. Laughing boisterously within their quarters through ajar doors, they glimpsed some disheveled women being embraced, some fondled without restraint, while others lounged on sofas, enjoying massages, with hands unceremoniously wandering into their clothing, to which the women offered no resistance, even responding with flirtatious laughter. In the corners, the sound of rhythmic impacts echoed, eliciting a flush of embarrassment on Gao Hanxue's cheeks as she lowered her head, with a hint of mischief. The guide remarked, "Heh, this is where the brothers who can tackle ferocious beasts gather. Once you meet the boss, you'll need to find a quiet place for yourselves." The 3 of them scowled. How could one linger in such a place? Tang Yujie, however, continued to ascend with the group unperturbed. A few shirtless men smoking outside quipped as they spotted the newcomers, "Hey, Xiao Lu, who did you bring? They don't look like refugees." Suddenly, upon seeing Gao Hanxue, a few men began to whistle, and 2 of them took a step closer, nearly reaching out for her, exclaiming, "What a stunning beauty! Come chat with us." "Darling!" Gao Hanxue gasped in shock. while Shen Yu instinctively drew a portion of her black dagger. Yet, Xiao Lu swiftly intervened, stopping the men. "Brother Wang, the boss is waiting to see them." Upon hearing this, the initially excited men froze, embarrassment washing over them as they retreated awkwardly, silencing their banter but casting lingering glances up the staircase at the retreating figures. As Tang Yujie trailed behind, he overheard their mutterings. "Ah, it's all about the boss now. We can't even get decent women. They send us the dregs. Sure, do you want to die? Don't drag us into it." A sardonic smile crept across Tang Yujie's lips as he felt a flicker of anticipation for the boss they were soon to meet. Upon reaching the 6th floor, 2 burly men clad in leather jackets stood guard at the staircase. Xiao Lu's expression turned serious as he instructed, "Brothers, we're about to meet the boss. Hand over your weapons." The 3 exchanged glances, unwilling to comply. Shen Yu and Gao Huanxue simultaneously raised their blades, while Fat Zhu weighed his axe, chuckling, "Xiao Lu, that doesn't seem right. These are our weapons." Xiao Lu's demeanor shifted from cordial to chilling as he sneered, "What's wrong with it? This is our rule. You can't meet the boss armed." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Shen Yu's dark dagger, eagerly awaiting the moment it would be relinquished. Gao Huanxue shook her head defiantly, "Then we want to see your boss. We're leaving." As she turned to depart, Xiao Lu bellowed, "Now that you're here, do you think you can dictate terms? The boss is granting you an audience. Don't push your luck." A cluster of thugs had gathered at the base of the stairs, grinning wickedly as they blocked the way. Shen Yu scoffed, reaching for her blade, but Tang Yujie gently pressed her hand down. "Give him the knife." The trio stared at Tang Yujie in stunned disbelief. Realizing he was serious, Shen Yu reluctantly closed her dagger and extended it forward. Xiao Lu's eyes gleamed as he snatched it eagerly. Fat Zhu, too, dared not protest, simply placing his axe beside the staircase for the 2 hulking guards to take. The remaining thugs lunged for Gao Huanxue's blade, their expressions lecherous, hands reaching brazenly toward her chest. "Stay away from me," Gao Huanxue shrieked, darting behind Fat Zhu, who easily obstructed the man's advance. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as the man guarding the door, humiliated and furious, roared, "You filthy wench, you've been given face. Give me the knife." Gao Huanxue clutched her long blade fiercely, shaking her head defiantly. "This is my knife. No one can touch it." The man lunging at her stumbled, forgetting the stairs beneath him, and fell. Just then, a firm hand gently steadied her from behind. "Let them have the knife. Don't worry, it's yours, and no one can take it." Tang Yu's soft words calmed her racing heart, and the warmth of his breath made her ears flush crimson. Chapter 45. Base brother Snake. Though reluctant, Gao Huanxue eventually released her grip on the knife's hilt as Tang Yujie gently took it from her. He tossed it to the man, leaving him no grounds for further advances against Gao Huanxue, who stood indignantly as he sulked back. Xiao Lu, finally realizing the situation, turned to Tang Yujie. "What about your weapon?" Tang Yujie feigned innocence, showing his empty hands. "I have no weapon. You see, I'm the weakest here, and with a weapon, I couldn't do much." Indeed, aside from Fat Zhu, even Shen Yu appeared more robust than Tang Yujie. After all, Tang Yujie possessed a slender build that, clothed, looked almost emaciated. Casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yujie, the others accepted his claim, assuming he was merely a refugee who had escaped alongside the others. After all, even that woman was wielding a knife. But who could have anticipated that within Tang Yujie's frail frame resided the terrifying power capable of tearing apart a level 2 ferocious beast? After exchanging knowing glances with the doorman, Xiao Lu led the 4 into a room on the 6th floor. The moment the door swung open, a cacophony of sultry sounds filled the air. Seated in the living room were a dozen men, even more ferocious than those outside, all dressed in sleek black suits, each one armed with a sharp weapon. As the door opened, a dozen piercing gazes fixated on them. Xiao Lu instinctively recoiled, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face as he bowed slightly. "Brothers, I've brought the people the boss wishes to see." The man closest to the door kicked away a woman kneeling between his legs, adjusting his trousers in full view of everyone, his eyes scanning the newcomers with a predatory glint, particularly lingering on Gao Huanxue before nodding. "You can leave now. Follow me." Xiao Lu, shedding his previous bravado, quickly exited and locked the door tightly behind him. Meanwhile, Tang Yujie and his companions stepped into the room, only to be met with a horrifying sight. As they turned a corner, Gao Huanxue let out a piercing scream, covering her eyes and retreating behind Tang Yujie. The room was an open-plan design, seamlessly merging a living area with a bedroom, separated only by a beaded curtain that offered no real privacy. The sight before them was utterly shocking, revealing everything. Not only Gao Huanxue, but even Fat Zhu and Xin Yu were taken aback by the scene laid before them. On a massive bed stretching over 2 meters, numerous unclad individuals writhed in a frenzy, both men and women, with men howling and women wailing. This debauchery laid bare the malevolence of human nature in a post-apocalyptic world. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed. He recognized a target, a man he was determined to eliminate. He couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling fortunate to encounter him so soon. Meanwhile, Gao Huanxue, catching sight of Tang Yujie's excitement and fervor through her fingers, felt her body stiffen, instinctively distancing herself from him. This moment, the expression on Tang Yujie's face instilled in her an overwhelming sense of peril. They could hear the woman wailing in anguish. Yet under the grip of these robust men, they lacked even the slightest strength to resist. A few had already succumbed entirely to unconsciousness, reduced to lifeless bodies subjected to indignities. Fortunately, this harrowing scene did not linger long before Tang Yujie and his companions, alerted by the commotion, witnessed the men surrounding the bed come to an abrupt halt, plunging the room into a heavy silence, save for the sobbing of the women. The man at the center of the bed stood up, a towering figure whose exposed skin accentuated his muscularity. 2 intersecting scars marred his chest, resembling grotesque, writhing worms that only enhanced his menacing appearance. His features were somewhat sinister, instilling immediate trepidation in onlookers, particularly with his cold, narrow eyes that, obscured by damp bangs, brazenly scanned the 4 newcomers. In an instant, Xin Yu, Gao Huanxue, and Zhu Pengzi felt a chill creep over their bodies, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent-esque gaze. "Are you the survivors of this community?" the man inquired, casually sitting on the sofa in his nakedness after the woman beneath him had cleaned him. The other men encircled him, their eyes fixated on Tang Yujie and his group. Naturally, Gao Huanxue dared not speak. While Xian Yu's breathing grew increasingly labored, his temper barely contained. Zhu Pengzi, surveying the scene, noted Tang Yujie's calm demeanor, which revealed no inclination to speak, and couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He, the weakest among them, felt the weight of the situation heavily. Thus, he resolved to take the lead. "May I ask your honorable name?" Zhu Pengzi ventured. The serpentine man waved his hand dismissively. "Just call me Brother Shi." Observing their demeanor, he remarked, "You don't seem like outsiders. So why is it that when I summoned the survivors a few days ago, none of you showed up?" Zhu Pengzi swallowed hard, feeling somewhat cornered, yet replied, "We had some food at home, so we didn't dare venture out." "Oh? So? You're telling me you've run out of provisions, and now you seek assistance?" Brother Shi leaned forward, a smile on his lips that belied the predatory nature of a serpent poised to strike if his satisfaction was not met. Zhu Pengzi trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. "Xin Yu, possessing evolved abilities, and it is laughable to reflect on the time when I was once bullied by him. The resentment of the past seems to have transformed into a pitiful jest." Suddenly disinterested, Tang Yujie raised his knife, contemplating an end to it all. In that instant, an invisible wave of energy surged from afar, causing Tang Yujie's hairs to stand on end as he gazed in horror out the window at the last building across from this one, the very building he once resided in. A weight settled in his heart, and he casually discarded the knife, turning to leave. "Let us go." The abrupt shift in Tang Yujie's demeanor left everyone bewildered. Meanwhile, Shi Shuangjiang and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, akin to a release from bondage. None dared to obstruct Tang Yujie. Those blocking the doorway regretted not having sprouted extra legs to hastily vacate the entrance. "Tang Gu, take me with you," a voice suddenly called from the bed, startling Tang Yujie and causing everyone to turn. Shi Shuangjiang's heart shattered. What had he done? Had he doomed himself by associating with this calamity? "Tang Gu, it's me. Please, take me with you." The woman, recently toyed with by Shigu, sat up, using 2 tattered garments to cover her vital areas, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Tang Yujie. Shigu nearly stumbled, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was really her. He was finished. Tang Yujie's eyes flickered. "Ning Xiaohan?" "Ning Xiaohan." her face streaked with tears, averted her gaze in shame. Yet she could not relinquish hope. This was her sole chance to escape from this hell. Tang Yujie's gaze suddenly hardened as he fixed it on Shi Shuangjiang. You deserve to die. The 3 words were delivered devoid of emotion, yet the underlying meaning extinguished the spirits of all the men present. However, Tang Yujie was also wary. As he turned back to the window, his motion halted. Looking at Ning Xiaohan, he commanded, If you can get up, then come with me. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yujie's emotionless tone, struggling to reconcile it with his previous fury for this woman. Ning Xiaohan hesitated, disbelief etched on her face, yet she quickly gathered herself, tearing off a bed sheet and, disregarding her pain, ran barefoot towards him. Tang Yujie nodded and opened the door, ready to leave. Gao Hanxue suddenly tugged at him, her expression fraught with concern. Ajia, what about the other women? Tang Yujie cast a glance at the hand gripping his arm. A tremor of realization coursing through him at Gao Hanxue's worried face. He then coldly replied. A group of living dead, beyond saving. With that, he strode away, leaving no room for argument. Gao Hanxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated Tang Yujie's chilling indifference at such a critical moment. These were lives at stake. Ning Xiaohan trembled, speechless, simply lowering her head to follow him outside. Zhu Pengzi pushed Gao Hanxue gently from behind, shaking his head in resignation as he led her out. Upon exiting, they found a throng of men gathered outside, boasting about the weapons they held. Without hesitation, Shunyu snatched the pitch-black dagger from Xiao Lu's grasp. The crowd gasped, unable to believe their eyes as 5 individuals emerged unscathed. Among them, a frail man suddenly lunged forward, pointing at Ning Xiaohan, who was wrapped in a sheet, shouting, Ning Xiaohan, if you're not serving Shigu, why are you here with others? Ning Xiaohan's body trembled as she looked up, locking eyes with the man she loathed most in her life, Wang Qian. Seeing him point and berate her, she instinctively struck out with all her might, landing a resounding slap that sent Wang Qian flying over the 6th floor railing, crashing onto the 5th floor with a pained wail. It was worth noting that Ning Xiaohan was an enhancer. Her vengeful strike bore formidable strength. Zhu Pengzi wasted no time, charging at the man clutching his weapon and delivering a punch that reclaimed his armament amidst the man's cries. This incited fury among those on the staircase. And in the next moment, they prepared to rush the 5. Just then, a furious voice rang out from within. Get out of my way! Let them leave! Everyone paused, recognizing the familiar voice of the boss. However, the sight of such a beautiful woman made it hard to believe the boss would allow their departure so easily. Regardless, the command was given, and the crowd could only watch with resentment as the 5 made their way downstairs. Gao Hanxue approached a man, haughtily snatching her knife back, and with great force, stomped down on his foot, eliciting a pained scream. At that moment, a limping man pushed his way through the crowd, excitedly rushing to Shigu. Shigu? It's them. They're the ones who crippled my foot. You promised to help me get revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found such a good community. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Huang Ho found himself in Shiji's icy grip. His neck squeezed mercilessly. Huang Ho struggled in agony, yet Shigu effortlessly lifted him, denying him any chance of reprieve, and with a swift motion, snapped his neck, discarding the lifeless body to the ground. Shigu, Shi Shuangjiang, slumped onto the sofa, his serpent-like gaze fixated coldly on the ajar door, a mix of dread and fear flickering in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Tang Yujie, the events that would unfold next were beyond his imagination. Accompanied by 4 others, he strode briskly outside under the astonished gazes of all around him, his expression stern as he locked his eyes on the apartment building he once called home. Sensing waves of energy emanating from it, waves only he could perceive, Tang Yujie felt an ingrained fear settling deep within him. Aside from Tang Yujie, Shunyu too felt a tinge of unease. Though he could not pinpoint its origin, merely scratching his head in frustration. In contrast, the trio, including Gao Hanxue, remained oblivious to this looming threat. Gao Hanxue glanced at the cowering Ning Xiaohan, a wave of sympathy rising within her as a fellow woman. She stepped forward, embracing her shoulders, casting a venomous glare back at the building that repulsed her, then turned to Tang Yujie. Ajia, are we really going to abandon them? Why didn't you kill them all just now? Tang Yujie, upon hearing her words, shot her a cold glance, utterly devoid of emotion. The intensity of his gaze rendered Gao Honshua's heart still, as if it had momentarily ceased its rhythm. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Zhu Haobao hung back, hesitant to speak, yet it was evident to Tang Yujie that the three behind him harbored dissent towards his decision. Nevertheless, Tang Yujie was resolute. It was not merely for Shi Shuangjiang's current actions, but for every transgression he had committed in the past that he held firmly in his heart. Yet, he would not allow vengeance to jeopardize his own safety. Taking a deep breath, he cast a wary glance back at the building. His voice steady. "Let us head back for now. We will discuss it later." With that, he took the lead towards Gao Honshua's residence, and the others, unable to object, followed closely behind. Chapter 47. Resolution and Evolution. It was not until he settled onto the sofa that Tang Yujie realized his back was completely drenched. However, even at this distance, the immense beastly aura spilling from the window filled him with dread. How could it be so swift? Tang Yujie struggled to believe that within just a week, a ferocious beast had evolved to such an extent. Initially, he had allowed himself to relax, feeling confident that his pace of evolution could handle any challenge. Yet today, a mere 50 meters away, a beast had evolved to a level that instilled genuine fear within him. Tang Yujie remained silent, waiting for Ning Xiaohan, aided by Gao Honshu, to wash off with cold water and stand before him. Damp yet resolute, in that moment, he found himself at a loss, staring at the girl who had once aided him. To be honest, Tang Yujie felt little interest in Ning Xiaohan, despite her recent ordeal evoking a sense of pity. For the current Tang Yujie, he harbored little compassion. Her plight was of her own making, and he felt no sympathy. As Ning Xiaohan recounted her experiences through sobs, Tang Yujie finally understood her subsequent tribulations. After revealing the method of consuming beast flesh to enhance strength to Wang Qian and his companion, she was coerced into hunting ferocious beasts. Unlike Tang Yujie, Ning Xiaohan lacked formidable combat prowess, often returning with injuries after barely managing to subdue weaker beasts. Thus, the three of them gradually gained strength. It was during this time that Huang Ho, alongside Shi Shuangjiang, infiltrated the community, fortuitously entering the building where Ning Xiaohan resided. In their search for sustenance, they discovered the trio, leading to a conflict, though the three, bolstered by their newfound strength, could have easily overwhelmed their assailants. Wang Qian and his woman were too cowardly, disregarding Ning Xiaohan's protests and siding with Shi Ji to protect Ning Xiaohan's friend from being violated. Wang Qian even willingly divulged the method of enhancing strength through beast flesh. This enabled Shi Shuangjiang, with the remnants of his firearms and a handful of subordinates, to capture several beasts, gaining strength in the process. With their enhanced abilities, they consolidated the survivors within the community, ultimately overpowering Ning Xiaohan and subjecting her to violence. Ning Xiaohan wept uncontrollably, filled with hatred for her inability to discern character and for Wang Qian, who was lower than a beast. Regret gnaws at me for not heeding the wise counsel of Brother Tang, revealing the promised secret and thus leading myself to this unfortunate predicament. The plight of Ning Xiaohan ignited a fierce fury within Shen Yu and the others, who clamored incessantly to eliminate the scoundrel Wang Qian and the despicable Shi Shuangjiang. Tang Yujie, with an air of indifference, lightly tapped his fingers, showing no interest in the misfortunes that befell Ning Xiaohan. Yet, as the ominous aura of ferocious beasts deepened, he recognized that the time for action had come. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the four individuals and declared, "In light of this, you four shall proceed to eradicate the wretched Shi Shuangjiang and his ilk." His tone was so nonchalant, akin to instructing them to tidy up the room. The moment his words fell upon their ears, a shudder coursed through them. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination, her grip on the knife trembling slightly. Zhu Haobao and Gao Huanxue exchanged concerned glances. Ning Xiaohan's eyes widened in shock as she recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "No, I can't go. I'm too afraid." Witnessing her trepidation, it would be disingenuous for Tang Yujie to claim he felt no disappointment, yet he chose silence, merely glancing at the sky. "I do not require you to venture forth immediately. Xiao Yu Fatty, bring all the ferocious beasts here, and Huanxue, fetch some water." The three sprang into action, their apprehension evident as they exited. Once the room was left with only Tang Yujie and Ning Xiaohan, he regarded her with a cold gaze. Observing her pitiful demeanor and asked, "Ning Xiaohan, what do you intend to do next?" Ning Xiaohan faltered momentarily before instinctively responding, "May I accompany you? I can do anything. boil water, cook, whatever it takes. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Feeling bashful, Tang Yujie shook his head in disappointment, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It seemed she had lost all semblance of fighting spirit. Such a person was of no use to him. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he took a step closer to Ning Xiaohan, observing the mix of panic and a flicker of hope in her eyes before he coldly stated, "I present you with two choices. First, leave this place immediately. You saved me, and I have imparted to you the means to grow stronger, thus balancing the scales. Furthermore, I have rescued you from Shi Shuangjiang today. Now you owe me a life." Ning Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his words. "Second, bring me Wang Qian's head as proof that you are not a mere parasite. Upon presenting the trophy, you shall be mine, and I will ensure you become powerful, immensely so." Tang Yujie's gaze remained serene as he awaited her response. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down Ning Xiaohan's cheeks as she curled up, pleading, "Please don't force me. I cannot. I refuse to kill. I beg you." She shrank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Yujie closed his eyes in disappointment, and upon hearing her cries, Gao Huanxue and the others rushed in, momentarily at a loss for how to console her. After 3 minutes of silence, he reopened his eyes, his expression devoid of any emotion, and said, "Then you may leave." With that, Tang Yujie accepted 2 beast carcasses from Xinyu and retrieved a chicken-beak dagger, handing it all to Gao Huanxue to prepare a bundle for Ning Xiaohan. Although Huanxue wished to plead on Ning Xiaohan's behalf, the chilling gaze of Tang Yujie silenced her, leaving her with no choice but to reluctantly pack her belongings, including some of her own clothes. And the dagger. When she presented it to Ning Xiaohan, the latter hesitated, knowing that accepting it would mean she could no longer remain here. Yet, confronted with Tang Yujie's callous eyes, she trembled uncontrollably. Finally, biting her lip, she took everything, gazing deeply at Tang Yujie for a minute, confirming that he showed no signs of remorse before turning to leave, glancing back time and again. Shunyu, feeling somewhat agitated, approached Tang Yujie, saying, "Brother Tang, this is not right. She is all alone. What if something happens to her?" Tang Yujie cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "Then let her remain. You shall care for her, and her sustenance will be your responsibility." Upon hearing this, Xin Yu's face paled, and she quickly shook her head. "I cannot do that." Aware of her own limitations, she understood that she could not possibly ensure the survival of a fragile girl in this perilous world. In contrast to Gao Huanxue's sympathy and Xin Yu's goodwill, Zhu Fadi exhibited a more rational demeanor. Though he felt some regret, he fully comprehended Tang Yujie's decision. A girl like her, at this juncture, would only serve as a burden, and if mishandled, could drag everyone into the depths of despair. However, he lacked the decisiveness and ruthlessness of Tang Yujie. What he failed to realize was that Tang Yujie had already extended considerable leniency to Ning Xiaohan. After 10 years of hardship, he understood the grim realities of survival, and offering her a chance to join him was a rare gift. Furthermore, as he sent her away, he generously provided her with 2 precious beast carcasses, akin to snatching food from his own mouth. Had it been someone else, he would have struck without hesitation. Moreover, these 2 carcasses had not yet been dismantled, and the beast cores within them presented Ning Xiaohan with the potential for evolution. As for her future, whether she would thrive or perish, Tang Yujie resolved to leave it to fate. Some labeled Tang Yujie as cruel, questioning how he could be so heartless toward a woman who had once aided him. Yet, they had not endured the 10 years he had faced. In the aftermath, those who remembered the kindness of others had dwindled to a mere handful in the post-apocalyptic world a decade later. Humanity and compassion existed only in the recesses of the heart. For a morsel of food, a father might sell his daughter, and a mother could abandon her child. Humanity, in the face of survival, proved exceedingly fragile. Once Xinyu had transported all the ferocious beasts into the room, Tang Yujie commenced his plan. Although he instructed the trio to eliminate Shi Shuangjiang's group, their current strength rendered such an endeavor impossible. Hence, Tang Yujie resolved to facilitate the simultaneous evolution of Gao Huanxue and Zhu Haobao on this very day. This required a substantial quantity of beast meat, but fortunately, Tang Yujie had amassed an ample supply of ferocious beasts. After clearing out his spatial items and dismantling all first-tier beasts, he prepared a hearty stew for them, encouraging them to consume as much as they could. Eventually, when Zhu Haobao and the others could no longer move from their overindulgence. Tang Yujie relented. Once the trio had fully digested the energy, as Tang Yujie had anticipated, both Gao Huanxue and Zhu Haobao sensed the barriers to their evolution. Next, each was given a beast core to consume, and the evolution commenced. With Tang Yujie by their side, guiding the foreign energies within them, their transformation proceeded remarkably smoothly, enveloped in a haze of varied colors. Shen Yu observed with curiosity, unable to contain her delight as she witnessed large clumps of hair falling from both individuals. Zhu Haobao regained consciousness first, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Post-evolution, he felt an insatiable hunger, disregarding everything else as he seized a ferocious beast and devoured it ravenously. His pace of consumption far outstripped his previous efforts. Tang Yujie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The legend of the Pig King among the top 10 warriors, capable of consuming 1,000 pounds of beast meat, appeared to hold some truth. He'll be able to ingest such an immense quantity of energy-rich meat so soon after evolution was something Tang Yujie had never witnessed in his 10 years of struggle. As Zhu Haobao gorged himself, Gao Huanxue finally awakened. The first thing she did upon regaining consciousness was to touch her head, only to encounter the smoothness of her scalp, prompting her to let out a piercing scream. Tang Yujie and the others covered their ears, while Zhu Haobao nearly choked on the beast meat in fright. Chapter 48. The terrifying fatty Gao Huanxue clutched her once luscious locks, tears streaming down her face. Had it not been for Tang Yujie's repeated assurances that her hair would eventually grow back, he might have found himself pursued to the ends of the earth by her wrath. Tang Yujie, unable to intervene, coughed twice, suppressing a smile as he regarded the two seated on the sofa. You both must now feel it, the energy coursing within you. This is the foundation for harnessing your abilities. In the future, beyond enhancing your physical forms, mastering this energy will be paramount. Its significance far surpasses your current understanding. Tang Yujie refrained from elaborating further, as he himself had yet to fully grasp that level of power. In contrast, both he and Shen Yu were eager to discover what abilities the duo would awaken. Upon ascending to the ranks of evolved beings, individuals instinctively recognized their unique powers. This was something no one could teach. Nor was it necessary for anyone to do so. Zhu Haobao could no longer contain himself and jumped up, declaring, "I'll go first." Without waiting for a response from the others, he raised his right hand into a fist, bellowing as his arm visibly swelled at an astonishing rate until his fist reached the size of a basketball. He appeared rather peculiar, with only his right arm growing 3 to 4 times its original size, while the rest of his body remained unchanged, allowing his arm to dangle low enough to touch the ground. Shen Yu gasped in surprise. "What on earth is this?" Zhu Haobao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "I have no idea. I just feel that I can control my arm to grow and shrink at will, and my strength multiplies." Tang Yujie blinked. While he was aware of the existence of the Pig King among the top 10 warriors, he only knew that it possessed formidable physical abilities. However, regarding the specific extraordinary abilities of Zhu Pongzi, he remained uncertain, as the information about the 10 commanders was classified and beyond his reach. Nevertheless, Zhu Pongzi's current demeanor seemed to corroborate a direction of physical enhancement. With this thought in mind, he called out to Zhu Pongzi, "Give me your strongest punch." The crowd was taken aback, and Zhu Pongzi shook his head vigorously. No, I can sense the immense power in my fist. I'm afraid I might injure you." Tang Yujie chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm just going to test your strength." To be honest, he did not believe Zhu Pongzi could harm him, as it was merely an augmentation of strength. His own physical prowess of 20 points was more than sufficient to handle it. "All right then." Zhu Pongzi scratched his head helplessly and assumed a stance. Tang Yujie also positioned himself, preparing to gauge the impact of the punch. Zhu Pongzi clenched his fist. "Brother Tang, here I come." Boom! The ensuing scene left everyone dumbfounded. Tang Yujie was caught off guard, feeling a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by an overwhelming force descending upon him. His earlier preparations for defense proved utterly ineffective. Even before the fist connected, the shock wave had already forced apart his arms, and the punch struck his chest with the force of a cannonball, propelling him backwards like a projectile. Wow! Tang Yujie distinctly felt the fracture of his sternum. Although he crashed against the wall, halting his momentum, the force was entirely transmitted to the wall, causing it to crack and threaten to collapse as he slid down. Gao Huanxue screamed in shock. Covering her ears, Zhu Pengzi's punch had produced a deafening blast that assaulted everyone's eardrums. Meanwhile, Xin Yu rushed over in a panic to support Tang Yujie. "Brother Tang, are you all right? Zhu Pengzi, have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Zhu Pengzi, equally stunned, gasped for breath and trembled as he stared at his right hand. It was now enveloped in a faint yellow mist, gradually returning to its normal size amidst the sweltering heat. Tang Yujie slumped to the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of foul blood, forcing a grim smile. That punch had shattered his arms and fractured 6 ribs. At the moment of impact, he even distinctly felt his heart stop for 3 seconds. It was terrifying. Zhu Pengzi's punch was something he could not have withstood even if he had been cautious. Hearing Xian Yu's shout snapped Zhu Pengzi back to reality, and upon seeing Tang Yujie's condition, he panicked. "Brother Tang, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to." Xin Yu, filled with resentment, pushed him away to prevent Zhu Pengzi from approaching Tang Yujie. Tang Yujie, taking a few deep breaths, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Cough, cough." This laughter exacerbated his injuries. Shaking his head, he reassured, "It's fine. It's fine. Pengzi, your punch certainly packs a wallop." Zhu Pengzi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If he had truly harmed Tang Yujie, he would never forgive himself. Unaware of Zhu Pengzi's thoughts, Tang Yujie struggled to retrieve 2 portions of beast blood, consuming them quickly, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Although Zhu Pengzi's enhanced strength was indeed formidable, Tang Yujie's overall power was superior, rendering such injuries merely minor. Soon, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of bones resetting, Tang Yujie forcibly straightened his twisted arms. After a few movements, he realized he was no longer severely impaired, allowing him to rise and look at Zhu Pengzi with satisfaction. "Pengzi, do you know what your extraordinary ability is?" Zhu Pengzi nodded. "Yes, I can sense it. It should be an evolved Earth-type ability," Tang Yujie affirmed. "Correct, it is indeed an evolved ability, and it has considerable potential for growth." Zhu Pengzi felt a surge of excitement. After all, among the 4 major categories Tang Yujie had mentioned, the evolved category was considered the weakest. He had initially felt a sense of disappointment, but witnessing this power, he realized he had underestimated the evolved abilities. Seeing the 3 individuals looking somewhat puzzled, Tang Yujie elaborated. "Though the evolved category primarily enhances one's physical form, do not underestimate it. Human potential is limitless. Among the 4 categories, the evolved category actually possesses the greatest potential for growth. Just look at how he can enhance just one arm to such an extent. No one can withstand his punch. But what if, in the future, he evolves his entire body? He would likely be stronger than even the Hulk." There was one point Tang Yujie did not mention. In the future, when it came to the development of extraordinary abilities, evolved ability users would have an unparalleled advantage, something even Dream-type users could only envy. Zhu Pengzi's abilities were not limited to this. Earth-type abilities, known as the Children of the Earth, would provide him with an inexhaustible source of power when he stood upon the ground, making him more resilient and formidable in battle. This was something no other category could match, although each had its own merits and drawbacks. After explaining Zhu Pengzi's abilities, everyone turned their expectant gazes toward Gao Huanxue. Gao Huanxue, feeling a bit shy, tugged at her pants. My ability seems a bit special," Xin Yu urged eagerly. "It's all right, no matter how special it is, it can't be more special than Brother Tang's. Right? Let us witness it." Tang Yujie also felt a sense of anticipation. Although he had previously heard of Gao Huanxue's powerful ability, he was increasingly eager to see it with his own eyes. Gao Huanxue rolled her eyes and stood up, closing her eyes in front of everyone. Gradually, an aura began to emanate from her, and propelled by this energy, she gently floated upwards, her toes barely grazing the ground. Giving her an ethereal appearance, of course, she would have looked even more stunning with long, flowing black hair. Squeak! As if a mysterious beast had emitted a cry, a massive, translucent tail unexpectedly materialized behind Gao Huanxue. This tail was pristine white yet shimmered with a faint red glow. Initially intangible, it gradually solidified, and as the red light faded, the white tail fully manifested, sprouting from the base of Gao Huanxue's curvaceous figure. She gently descended to the ground, her 2-meter-long tail swaying gracefully behind her. Everyone present was left in astonishment. What kind of ability was this? It merely added a tail, transforming Gao Huanxue from a beautiful woman into an alluring beast maiden. But what use was that? Everyone present were evolved beings. They could sense one's strength through their aura. Just like Zhu Pongzi, after activating his ability, his aura surged, exuding an oppressive force. However, Gao Huanxue's current presence conveyed only one word: adorable. Tang Yujie's eyes sparkled with excitement, struggling to contain his exhilaration, but ultimately lost control, exclaiming, "Dream-type ability? Nine-tailed fox." The crowd was momentarily stunned, and Gao Huanxue looked at him in astonishment. "Ah, how do you know the name of my ability?" Xinyu and Zhu Pongzi were flabbergasted. Was that the point? The important thing was that Huanxue was actually a dream-type user. Goodness, this was a legendary ability that was incredibly rare. Brother Tang, didn't you say dream-type abilities are extremely scarce? Why have we encountered one so easily? Xinyu lamented, feeling envious as she compared her own ability. No comparison means no harm, Tang Yujie bit his lip. Thinking that if she knew he also possessed a dream-type ability, she might be crushed to tears. Ignoring Shan Yu's discontent, Tang Yujie excitedly urged Huanxue, "Quick, try your ability." Disturbed by Xinyu, Gao Huanxue momentarily forgot to ask how Tang Yujie knew about her ability. Feeling a bit dazed, "I don't know. I just feel this tail responds to me." As she spoke, the 2-meter-long fox tail gracefully curled around her, resting in her arms. Xinyu, enviously leaning in to touch it, was met with a fierce glare from Gao Huanxue. With a swift flick of her tail, she struck Shan Yu's hand, causing her to yelp in pain and retract her arm, which was left only slightly red. Chapter 49. Breakthrough. Clearly, the tail did not possess much power. Observing this scene, Gao Huanxue felt somewhat disappointed. What use was beauty alone? She desired strength, if she could not prove her worth within the team. She genuinely questioned her place among them. As a self-reliant woman, she did not wish to exist solely under the protection of others. If that were the case, she would never have left home to carve her own path. Tang Yujie chuckled, stroking his chin as he observed the bewildered expressions of the crowd. Confidently, he picked up the serpent kiss long knife and handed it to Gao Huanxue. "Huanxue, don't be anxious. Take this knife." Just as Gao Huanxue was lamenting her tail's shortcomings, she rolled her eyes at Tang Yujie's enigmatic smile. However, upon touching the long knife, she suddenly froze, staring blankly at the weapon in her hands. Then, almost instinctively, she extended the knife toward her tail. A peculiar phenomenon occurred. At the moment the knife made contact with the tail, the long white blade vanished into it. Gao Huanxue released her grip, and the remaining half of the knife seamlessly integrated into the tail. As the serpent kiss long knife disappeared, the entire tail began to vibrate excitedly. Gao Huanxue seemed to grasp something profound, nearly leaping with joy. Just then, Zhu Pongzi and Xinyu felt an overwhelming sense of danger, their hairs standing on end as they instinctively stepped back, eyeing Gao Huanxue warily. Tang Yujie narrowed his eyes. As expected, Huanxue's ability must be paired with a weapon, but I never anticipated the aura would rise to such a level. No wonder she stands out among the strongest major generals. With a swift flick of her tail, Gao Huanxue excitedly sent her long fox tail, which had been gently swaying, suddenly darting out like a sword, effortlessly piercing through the thick brick wall without a sound of shattering or obstruction. The wall, half a meter thick, was punctured with ease, leaving behind a perfectly round hole. "Why heavens, are we going to soar to the skies?" Zhu Pongzi exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch the neat edge of the hole. Tang Yujie, witnessing this, urgently cautioned, "Don't touch it. It's poisonous." The initially exhilarated trio fell silent, turning their gazes towards Tang Yujie. He glared at Zhu Pongzi, compelling him to retract his hand before exclaiming, "If I'm not mistaken, Huanxue's ability allows her to infuse her weapon's attributes into her tail, endowing it with the same properties as a weapon." Gao Huanxue nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, not only that, but the tail my ability generates can also enhance the weapon's power." Creating a symbiotic relationship, Tang Yujie sighed. "So, don't forget what your snake kiss is. It possesses both piercing and snake venom attributes. Anything it strikes will be tainted with venom, preventing the wound from healing and potentially damaging nerves and organs from within." The group collectively gasped, realizing they had indeed overlooked this detail. Tang Yujie had only just considered the piercing attribute upon witnessing Gao Huanxue effortlessly penetrate such a thick wall. If that were the case, the snake venom must have also activated, which is why they were deterred from touching the hole. Gao Huanxue playfully stuck out her tongue, admitting, "Je was right. I truly forgot. However, I can sense that after fusing with Snake Kiss, I can now control it and won't recklessly employ the venom anymore. Hearing this, Tang Yujie raised an eyebrow, surprised that the nine-tailed fox possessed such a function. After all, weapon attributes were typically uncontrollable, which had initially caused him concern about giving Snake Kiss to Gao Hanxue, fearing she might misuse it and harm herself. But now, with this newfound ability, she could wield Snake Kiss at will. This realization even made Tang Yujie feel a tinge of envy. Gao Hanxue's ability had essentially transformed her into a weapon master. All right, you all rest well. Since you have grown stronger, I want you to eliminate Shi Shuangjiang and his gang before midnight tonight. Can you accomplish that? Previously, there had been some apprehension regarding Tang Yujie's mission, but now, endowed with such formidable power, Zhu Pongzi and Gao Hanxue had no reason for concern. The trio confidently nodded in unison. We guarantee the task will be completed. Tang Yujie acknowledged them with a nod, glancing at the time, and decided not to waste any resources, instructing them to consume all the first-level beast meat. There was already limited supply remaining, and with the increased appetite of the evolved, they needn't worry about it being insufficient. Meanwhile, Tang Yujie retreated to his room. The three had evolved, and their strength now surpassed his, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fortunately, his 5 attributes were maxed out, and he only needed to replenish his energy before he could ascend once more. For others, this process might take a long time, but for Tang Yujie, it was a straightforward affair, as he could clearly perceive the maximum limits through his data, swallowing a beast core every 10 minutes. After more than 2 hours, when Tang Yujie opened his eyes, they gleamed with a newfound brilliance. His attributes were now all at 20 points, with his energy at 100 points, with all 6 attributes maxed. It was time for a breakthrough. Contemplating this, Tang Yujie produced a beast core. Unlike the dark red cores from before, this one was blood red, glimmering slightly, resembling a red diamond. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of excitement as he consumed the core. As the core transformed into a searing heat that coursed through his body, Tang Yujie grimaced in pain, his body writhing uncontrollably. He felt a formidable energy wreaking havoc within him, yet it seemed encased by a barrier, allowing the force to rampage without yielding an inch. This was undoubtedly agonizing for Tang Yujie, but fortunately, he had experienced this before and knew that breaking through the barrier meant success. Previously, he had endured passively, failing 4 times before finally achieving his advancement. However, this time was different. He was acutely aware that all conditions were met. He would not allow himself to fail. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Tang Yujie focused on controlling the tumultuous energy within him, attempting to guide it from chaotic collisions into a more orderly assault on the barrier. This process was far from easy. A decade ago, he had never succeeded. Mastering energy control was fundamental in distinguishing true strength. But this time, Tang Yujie was resolute. From the moment he acquired energy, he had sought to control it, albeit with little progress. Yet, he firmly believed that through continuous effort, he would eventually harness this formidable energy for himself. The pain was excruciating. Sweat poured from every pore, tinged with blood. His features contorted, eyes bloodshot. He resembled a fearsome specter emerging from a sea of blood. One could visibly see the veins beneath his exposed skin, pulsating with energy. This energy was incredibly violent. Otherwise, it would not have been able to breach the barrier in his previous life. It had taken him 4 attempts to succeed, with each failure necessitating a recovery period of several months due to the overwhelming energy during advancement, which the evolved body struggled to withstand, and of course, the benefits of evolution were equally apparent. Such immense energy, once tamed, would enable rapid recovery from any injury. Suddenly, with his eyes tightly shut, Tang Yujie felt the energy brush against an imperceptible barrier within him, sparking a surge of joy. He abruptly opened his eyes and clapped his hands to his chest, shouting, "Break!" With that powerful exclamation, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from Tang Yujie, sending small decorations flying throughout the room. In that moment of explosion, the energy within him surged violently, and Tang Yujie felt a lightness. The previously chaotic energy settled as if a grand fish had leapt from a cramped aquarium into a vast pond, quickly calming down. With a sigh of relief, his flushed face gradually returned to normal. Tang Yujie opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Alas, he had not succeeded in controlling the energy. It seemed he still had a long way to go before becoming a true powerhouse. Grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, Tang Yujie felt a glimmer of anticipation as he examined the changes following his advancement. At this moment, he had truly become a second-class soldier evolved. The most apparent change was that his foundational 5 attributes could be further enhanced. Tang Yujie sensed he still had ample room for improvement. Opening his spatial realm, he was elated to discover that his space had doubled from 2 cubic meters to 4. This was undoubtedly good news for Tang Yujie. With this expanded space, he could transport all the items that hadn't been stored yet. However, it was still insufficient. Future beasts would grow larger, and Tang Yujie needed to carry many things, such as vehicles. What excited him most was not the enlarged space, but what new changes the dreamlike spatial abilities would bring him. It was crucial to note that his space ability was derived from a mobile game artifact. Tang Yujie recalled that the core principle of the game was to allow players to create divine weapons and elixirs. Hence, with his next advancement, the new abilities he would acquire should closely resemble those in the game, right? Chapter 50. New Abilities of Space. The mere thought of the coveted synthesis skill made Tang Yujie's heart race. However, upon searching thoroughly, he found no sign of a synthesis button. This left him feeling disheartened. Was it possible that his space had not gained a new ability this time? Scratching his head, Tang Yujie refused to give up and meticulously searched for any alterations in his space. To his surprise, he indeed discovered changes. The reason he had initially overlooked them was that the newly birthed ability was a passive skill. Tang Yujie was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. In the game, the third-level reward should have been the synthesis skill. There was no mention of this sorting ability. Even more absurdly, this new feature was a passive skill. He noticed that all the materials in his space had transformed. The various beast skins he had collected were now consolidated into a large bubble, each skin unrecognizable as they had morphed into square-shaped carpets. The once cluttered space filled with beast bones had also been automatically compressed into round bone balls, each about the size of a billiard ball, with each ball representing one portion. As for the beast meat, it had been automatically deboned and processed into uniformly sized chunks. Moreover, Tang Yujie possesses the uncanny ability to manipulate the weight of each piece of meat at will. Not only that, but even the beast cores have been unexpectedly shattered and reassembled, with the originally varying sizes of the cores now transformed into uniform dimensions. A pile of first-tier beast cores, another pile of second-tier, while a solitary third-tier beast core floats within a transparent bubble. The organization function, passive, ensures that all sortable items within the space are automatically arranged into reasonable sizes. Unresolved materials cannot be organized. The properties of the organized materials will change accordingly, with materials of the same level categorized together. Once Tang Yujie fully comprehended this new feature, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He had eagerly anticipated the synthesis skill, which would enable him to forge weapons and potions himself. Shaking his head to dispel the disheartenment, he took a moment to examine his stats. Physique 20 points, Defense 20 points, Strength 20 points, Speed 20 points, Spirit 20 points, and Psychic Energy 108 points. The fundamental 5 attributes remained unchanged, though Tang Yujie sensed that he could continue to improve. The Psychic Energy had surpassed 100 points. Thanks to that second-tier beast core, yet for the time being, it held little significance for Tang Yujie. Unlike others, he did not possess combat-related abilities, thus the psychic energy would not greatly enhance his combat prowess, unless one day he could truly understand and harness it. Suppressing his disappointment, Tang Yujie stretched his neck and stood up. His body crackled with sound. After advancing in rank, an evolver's physique undergoes certain changes, which is nothing extraordinary, given that Tang Yujie possessed enhancements across 5 attributes. Such changes were negligible. For instance, Shinyu's enhancements focused on speed and physique, meaning that aside from these two, he could only achieve minor boosts in the other 3 attributes through the energy gained during advancement. However, Tang Yujie did not require this. He could consume ample beast meat to gain enhancement points, directly targeting all 5 attributes for simultaneous growth. It could be said that, in terms of physical strength, aside from true 5-attribute enhancers, no one could rival Tang Yujie. Moreover, the number of individuals possessing enhancements across all 5 attributes is exceedingly rare. At least in Tang Yujie's memory, there were only a handful, and even fewer who could grow. After all, 5 enhancements require a significantly longer time and effort than for ordinary evolvers. The initial suppression is sufficient to eliminate these geniuses. This explains why, in the later stages of the apocalypse, most evolvers possess only 2 or 3 enhancements, with 4 attributes being exceedingly scarce. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang Yujie stepped out of his room, only to be taken aback by the empty living room and kitchen. Frowning, he noticed a note on the table. Picking it up, he saw that it was an unknown message left for him. "We have gone to undertake a mission, do not disturb," followed by a simple smiley face. Tang Yujie couldn't help but chuckle as he set the note down. He had intended to wait until his advancement to join forces against Shi Shuangjiang and his gang, yet he hadn't anticipated that these 3 would be so eager. Venturing out while he was in the midst of his advancement. However, Tang Yujie was not overly concerned. After all, they were likely the only 4 evolvers left in the world. Furthermore, the abilities of the 3 were formidable. As long as they did not become overly reckless, dealing with Shi Shuangjiang's group would hardly be more difficult than slaying fierce beasts. It was beneficial for them to gain some experience. After all, killing humans and slaying beasts are entirely different matters. Tang Yujie can take a life without a second thought, but that does not imply they can. Their initiative to venture out was undoubtedly a positive sign. With these thoughts, Tang Yujie felt more at ease. Rubbing his belly, he licked his lips. The advancement had drained a considerable amount of his physical strength, and he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. He set a pot of water to boil, pouring in a packet of ready-made marinated meat seasoning. Once the water reached a boil, with a mere thought, identical pieces of meat materialized in the bowl in his hand. Each piece glimmered with transparency, precisely 5 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide, as if measured with a ruler. Seeing the meat in his hands, Tang Yujie nodded in satisfaction. This organization feature truly saved him the trouble of cutting the meat. He poured all 5 pounds of meat into the bubbling marinade, and instantly, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Tang Yujie to salivate uncontrollably. As soon as the meat was cooked, he eagerly stood by the pot, scooping meat into his mouth. Evolvers possess heightened resistance in all aspects. These chunks of meat, which could scald the mouth and esophagus, felt as if they were at a perfect temperature within Tang Yujie's mouth, and he devoured them voraciously, delicious, so fragrant. Tang Yujie praised while eating. The exquisite marinade combined with the delectable beast meat created an absolutely perfect pairing. With unprecedented speed, he polished off the entire 5 pounds of meat. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. Patting his belly, he quickly digested the energy and couldn't help but burp. With a wry smile, he realized he might have overindulged. With a thought, Tang Yujie sensed he had once again acquired 10 enhancement points. After a moment's deliberation, he allocated them all to his physique. After all, the potential of the other 4 attributes entirely depends on whether the physique can support them. Only with a stronger physique can the other 4 unleash their maximum power. Picking at his teeth, Tang Yujie approached the window to gaze into the distance. The sky had darkened, yet the horizon blazed with a fiery glow. He realized that it was not the light of lamps, but rather flames, a colossal fire. In his past life, when City had experienced significant fires due to fierce beast attacks, he had heard from survivors that half of Wen City was consumed by these flames, with countless survivors and beasts burned alive. Fortunately, Tang Yujie's neighborhood was somewhat distanced from the city center, sparing them from devastation. However, it was precisely because of this fire, which lasted over a week, that the Great Beast Tide occurred a few days later. A multitude of fierce beasts were driven from the core of Wen City by the raging inferno, gathering together and spreading to the surrounding urban areas. Lost in these memories, Tang Yujie was suddenly jolted by a surge of alarm. An ominous premonition flooded his mind, causing him to abruptly lift his gaze. His eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he focused on a particular direction within the neighborhood, where dense, ink-black malevolence erupted from the rooftop of a building. As this aura emerged, the beasts lurking around the neighborhood began to wail and retreat into the shadows. A howl pierced the air, shattering the clouds above and instilling fear and awe. In the next moment, it felt as though the entire Wen City resonated with this howl, with terrifying presences emanating from various regions, rivaling the initial manifestation, numbering at least a dozen. Tang Yujie's hair stood on end as he shouted, "Not good!" He dashed into his small bedroom, sweeping his hand to gather all the fierce beasts and supplies that had previously been unable to fit into his space. Tang Yujie's space had already doubled in size, and with the addition of the organization function, he finally managed to store everything, in a flash of his right hand. Inuyasha appeared, and Tang Yujie's aura sharpened significantly. He hadn't expected that the beast tide would arrive earlier than he had anticipated. He needed to find Shenyu and the others. It was no longer safe to remain here. Without anyone else, Tang Yujie's speed reached its zenith, practically leaping one floor at a time, and within a few strides. He burst outside as he exited the building. A dark figure suddenly shot from the nearby foliage. Tang Yujie's eyelids twitched, and with lightning speed, he unleashed a punch. Get lost, with a solid impact, accompanied by a shriek from the unfortunate rat. The enormous rat Tang Yujie had struck transformed into a shadow and vanished before it could hit the ground. The terrifying force of 20 points caused the giant first-tier rat to succumb midair, automatically absorbed into Tang Yujie's space. Without looking back, Tang Yujie pressed onward. Disturbed by the ferocious beast aura, the beasts that had been hiding in the shadows emerged en masse. As Tang Yujie traversed the neighborhood, he appeared to be a walking feast, attracting the nearby beasts, which, devoid of reason, only sought to tear apart the food before them. First-tier beasts posed no threat to Tang Yujie. He didn't even need to evade. He simply continued forward, delivering a punch to every beast he encountered, and none could withstand the wrathful force of Tang Yujie's fists. Chapter 51. A Great Crisis. Meow. A fierce yellow-spotted cat blocked his path. Barely 30 meters from Shi Shuangjiang's building, Tang Yujie came to a halt, recognizing it as a second-tier beast, exceedingly ferocious. He was furious with himself for carelessly allowing the three to leave, and seeing such an ideal outlet for his frustration. He wouldn't let it slip away. Sheathing his sword, he pressed his hands together, creating a cracking sound from his knuckles. The second-tier fierce cat displayed a flicker of awareness. Upon perceiving the human before it, a primal fear surged from within its core. Normally, the strength of a second-tier soldier would be comparable to that of a second-tier beast. However, Tang Yujie was an exception. He had already achieved leap-level kills against beasts before. And he still harbored resentment over the incident of having kicked a cat away. Meow. Perhaps Tang Yujie's resentment was too profound, for the spotted cat's tail swelled into a thick rod. And suddenly, with a piercing scream, it lunged at Tang Yujie. Tang Yujie raised his fist, gathering strength, ready to shatter the fierce beast before him, when unexpectedly, the spotted cat deftly twisted on the ground, turning around and fleeing towards the nearby woods. The forest, dense with vegetation, had become even more congested since the apocalypse. Once it entered the woods, no matter how formidable Tang Yujie was, he could not pursue it. Tang Yujie stood momentarily dumbfounded before bellowing. Trying to escape, with a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward like a human cannonball. Once confronted by the evolved ferocious cat, Tang Yujie had to resort to cunning tactics to secure his victory. However, now, with a speed of 20 points, he unleashed his full potential, and the once agile and swift beast found itself at a disadvantage. In just 2 breaths, mere steps away from the forest, Tang Yujie astonishingly leapt over the ferocious cat. His right hand pressing down hard upon its head. With a thunderous crash, the formidable cat's massive head scraped against the tiled floor before crashing down. The anguished cries of meow echoed as the cat, writhing in intense pain, struggled futilely, as if burdened by a mountain atop its skull, rendering its desperate thrashes utterly ineffective. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tang Yujie intoned, "Grip strength." His gloved fingers suddenly constricted, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as he crushed the giant cat's head with relentless force. Blood gushed as his fingers withdrew, the convulsing beast inhaling the air in agony. With a casual flick of his wrist to dispose of the blood, Tang Yujie propelled himself into the chaotic building. "Help, there's a dog. Don't eat me. My hand. Son, I will fight you to the end." The already crowded building descended into further chaos, as countless survivors fled from corners and pipes. With occasional small, ferocious beasts darting out, no one knew how they had infiltrated, nor did anyone ponder such questions. Escape was their only focus. Tang Yujie barreled teacher. How could Shi Shuangjiang have reached his current standing if he were truly a fool? He dismissed the notion outright, shaking his head. "Do not mistake me for a simpleton. You are quite formidable. However, the individuals in question are now under my control, and you lack the authority to negotiate terms with me." Tang Yujie's eyes narrowed with a chilling gaze. "In that case, do not expect me to divulge anything. Xinyu cried out in pain, clutching her wound. Zhigu, hurry and leave. Do not concern yourself with us. Shi Shuangjiang's face twitched slightly. He gestured to someone behind him, who promptly advanced and delivered a swift kick to Xinyu's ankle. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Xinyu howled in agony. Tang Yujie's fury surged, and he instinctively stepped forward, but 5 guns were instantly raised, compelling him to halt once more. Shi Shuangjiang laughed heartily. Do not move. Bullets possess no eyes. If your life is lost, there will be no return. Tang Yujie's rage boiled within him, his mind roaring. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yet, he dared not confront Shi Shuangjiang directly, no matter how swift he was. He could not outpace the multitude surrounding him, with several firearms now directed at Xinyu and her companions. Tang Yujie forced himself to regain composure, closing his eyes deeply and inhaling sharply. Speak? What must I do to have them released first? His understanding of Shi Shuangjiang informed Tang Yujie of the necessary approach for negotiation. Shi Shuangjiang was treacherous, relishing the position of superiority that came with victory. To secure the release of the 3 captives, he would require an irrefutable reason that guaranteed his unassailable position. Indeed, Shi Shuangjiang smiled slightly. It is simple to secure their release. You remain here, and they may depart. However, for each individual who leaves, you must endure a bullet. Gao Hanshue clutched her arm, and upon hearing this, she screamed, Aja, no. They will not honor their agreement. Zhu Panzai, feeling somewhat weakened, joined in the outcry. Tengu, do not trust him. Staying behind will only lead to your demise. Shut up. Who told you to speak? A swift slap sent Gao Hanshue sprawling to the ground. Tang Yujie erupted with fury. Cease this at once. Shi Shuangjiang, I agree to your terms. Let them go. Shi Shuangjiang could not suppress a clap of his hands. Very well, let that woman go first. The man who had struck Gao Hanshue leered as he seized her, attempting to take advantage, yet wary of the terrifying venom that could befall him. They shoved her forward. Gao Hanshue stumbled, nearly falling, but was caught by Tang Yujie, who examined her closely. Are you all right? Gao Hanshue's eyes were misty, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aja. Tang Yujie patted her reassuringly. You must leave. Swiftly, he urged her towards the iron ladder. Gao Hanshue clung to him stubbornly. Aja, if you go, I will go with you. I refuse to leave. Tang Yujie's expression hardened. Did you not hear what I said? If this continues, do not follow me in the future. Go now. After much urging from Tang Yujie, Gao Hanshue finally crossed the iron ladder back to the rooftop. Tang Yujie turned, and Shi Shuangjiang raised his gun. TSK. I never expected you to be so loyal. Thus, I must accommodate your sentiment. Bang. A bullet struck Tang Yujie's leg, causing him to kneel, gritting his teeth in silence. Xinyu and the others cried out, Zhigu. Cold sweat poured down Tang Yujie's face as he lowered his head, concealing the fierce light flickering in his eyes. With a gunshot aimed at the opponent's leg, Shi Shuangjiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The daunting impression Tang Yujie had left on him was too terrifying. Without inflicting a serious injury, Shi Shuangjiang could not feel secure. Release them, Tang Yujie bellowed with a deep, angry voice. Shi Shuangjiang squinted, somewhat astonished that Tang Yujie was genuinely willing to trade a bullet for a life. Did he not fear death? Very well, I, Shi Shuangjiang, shall honor my word. Release them. Zhu Panzai was brought to Tang Yujie's side. Struggling to assist him, choking back tears. Tengu, do not shield me from bullets. I am not worth it. Tang Yujie shoved him away. Get lost. You are my subordinate, and it was I who brought you here. I cannot allow you to perish. Zhu Panzai's spirit trembled as a seed of determination took root in his heart. Seeing Tang Yujie's resolute gaze, he abruptly shook his head and turned to ascend the iron ladder. Bang! Another gunshot caused Tang Yujie to stagger, blood erupting from his right shoulder. His right arm fell limply to his side. Tang Yujie's cold sweat streamed down his face as he bit his tongue. Release them. Everyone was astonished by Tang Yujie's unwavering resolve and ferocity. Even Shi Shuangjiang's subordinates held a flicker of respect. How wonderful it would be if their leader would also stand in front of them to take a bullet. Xinyu was lifted by 2 individuals and placed beside Tang Yujie. He clenched his fists tightly, refusing to meet Tang Yujie's gaze. Tang Yujie gently patted his shoulder. Xiao Yu, let us go. Saying this, he supported him as they climbed the iron ladder. Xinyu, having injured one foot, could only crawl across, while Shi Shuangjiang kept his weapon raised. observing that Tang Yujie did not follow them onto the ladder. Thus refraining from speaking, as Tang Yujie watched Gao Hanxue and Zhu Panzai assist Shen Yu down, he suddenly kicked out, sending the adjacent iron ladder crashing down. The long metal structure scraped against the glass of the building, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds before crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Shi Shuangjiang's eyelids twitched, sensing that something had slipped beyond his control. Yet, with Tang Yujie remaining still, he felt a modicum of relief. Previously, the trio had displayed immense prowess, leaving Shi Shuangjiang astounded. None of his subordinates could match them in combat. This formidable power stirred his envy. Had it not been for the firearms in his possession to subdue them, he might have lost his own life without Tang Yujie's intervention. It was precisely this desire for strength that prevented Shi Shuangjiang from executing them outright. He had continued to press for answers until Tang Yujie arrived. Having kicked the ladder away, Tang Yujie finally relaxed, a cold smile gracing his face. His previously immobile right hand tightened slightly. When he turned around, the smile upon his face remained defiantly high. Shi Shuangjiang's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he raised his weapon. This final shot, if you tell me, it can be avoided, Tang Yujie chuckled. No need. Let us resolve matters after the shooting.